Lord of Mysteries, Lord of Order by Da Bai Bu Shi Xiong. Chapter 201-225. Captain, I. Danitz, his face full of excitement, had just pushed open the captain's cabin door when he saw his old rival, Fei Lun, was also inside. The most crucial thing was that he was alone with the captain again. The expression on his face instantly turned vigilant, and the words on the tip of his tongue stopped. Fei Lun, on the other hand, looked at Danitz, who had burst in, quite speechlessly. He didn't know what was wrong with this guy, staring at him with the eyes of an enemy. The Golden Dream had stayed on the elven island called Nas for a long time. Edwina seemed to have obtained some information on that elven island. After leaving Nas Island over a month ago, she had been heading in a certain direction. Fei Lun had previously used the contribution gained from transmitting the spirit world coordinates of the elven island to exchange for a partial Beander potion formula for sequence 5 inches Ocean Songster, with Aaron at the Chaos Council, which only included the auxiliary advancement ritual. Fei Lun had almost completely digested the sequence 7 inches Seafarer potion, and he had already obtained the sequence 6 inches Wind Blessed potion formula previously. Therefore, Fei Lun felt it was very necessary to prepare for the advancement ritual in advance. And upon learning that the ritual involved consuming the potion inside an Obernus's belly, Fei Lun immediately sought out Captain Edwina to inquire about Obernus. Edwina's clear, spring-like light blue eyes swept over Danitz, who was standing at the door. She nodded and continued calmly. Obernus is an ancient sea monster. Most of them have been tamed by the Church of Storms and have fixed activity areas. Besides that, the Five Seas King and Queen Mystic might possess Obernus sea monsters not belonging to the Church of Storms. Before Fei Lun could be disappointed, Edwina's tone changed, and she added. However, you don't need to worry. There were several ocean songsters on that elven island before, and they must also possess Obernus sea monsters. Your task is to advance to sequence 6 as soon as possible. After thoroughly digesting the Wind Blessed potion, you can return to that elven island to seek advancement. With that, Edwina turned her head and looked at Danitz with her light blue eyes, signaling him to report. Danitz, who was shocked that Fei Lun was preparing to advance to sequence 6, had already lost the sharpness in his eyes from before. He responded somewhat awkwardly. There's an island directly ahead of us. It doesn't look smaller than the previous elven island. Maybe. Before he could finish, a gasp suddenly came from the deck. Feeling the spiritual fluctuations of the battle from the deck, Edwina frowned slightly, and her figure instantly disappeared from the captain's cabin. By the time Danitz and Fei Lun also arrived on the deck, the battle had already ended. A monster, 2 or 3 meters tall, lay powerlessly on the deck. One of its huge bat wings had been torn off, and the ram's horn, covered with mysterious patterns, that grew next to its ear was directly broken. Within its ink-black fur, clusters of reddish-blue flames leapt out, and a strong smell of sulfur diffused with them. The devil, whose original creature could no longer be distinguished, had only the flames of madness and bloodlust left in its magma-like eyes, its rationality completely lost. It seemed to be affected by some stronger pollution. Even the bloodthirsty and corrupted devil had gone mad, and its Beander ability to foresee danger was distorted by the strong will of madness. Taking out several bottles of light blue potion from her embrace and throwing them to the sailors who were injured and polluted by the devil, Edwina frowned and looked at the island that was growing larger in the mist. The patterns inscribed on the Golden Dream lit up accordingly. After dealing with several more equally mad devils, the Golden Dream finally approached the huge black island. Edwina, standing at the bow, vigilant of her surroundings, her gaze suddenly solidified as she looked at a figure on the edge of the island. A gentle voice ignored the distance and appeared directly in her mind. No need to be nervous. You can call me Tyranny Fawn Helmos Huin, or you can call me by another name, Orange Light, Hilarion. On November 3, 1347, on an unnamed island at the edge of the Mist Sea, a light blue door appeared, and Aaron slowly walked out with Bear, who had just left Grossel's travels a month ago. This demon hunter had digested some potions after several battles in the book world. Even though he was a bit out of control when he first left the book world, he completely eliminated the hidden danger within less than a month and fully controlled the incomplete mythical creature form. Cavendish Lancer Pinto, dressed in a black robe with a cold expression, walked out last with the tense shadows. He had successfully advanced to Scholar of Yore. After learning some secret history of the second epic from Aaron, a good portion of the Scholar of Yore potion had been digested. Now he could summon 2 historical void images simultaneously. Even using travel and bringing several people across the entire South Continent and the Violent Sea consumed a lot of Aaron's spirituality. After a simple rest, Aaron handed Shaddaz the charm that recorded the spirit world coordinates of that elven island. When we enter the spirit world corresponding to the Mist Sea later, you can use your blood to activate this charm to find your kin. Shaddaz nodded with some anticipation. After taking the charm, she waited in silence. Opening the teleportation again, the 4 arrived above a huge island. At the center of the island was a deep lake, and waves carrying the sound of wind and thunder came from the lake. Feeling their aura, hurricanes rose, carrying a male and female elf into the air from the dense forest of the Ring Island. Their hair defied natural laws and spread out, each strand distinct, entwined with electric light. Feeling that there were several terrifying demigod auras, the male elf vigilantly pulled the ancient bowstring in his hand. The sky above became dim, as if dark clouds were gathering, as if electric light was jumping. Silver-white lightning from his hair surged out and intertwined on the long arrow condensed on the ancient bowstring. A thick bolt of lightning struck down, superimposing on that long arrow, making the arrow completely silver-white, like it came from the thunder god. Even seeing Shaddaz, who was also an elf, the female elf still asked with some lack of confidence in Elvish. "Who are you? Outsiders are not welcome here. Please do not disturb our lives." Aaron withdrew his gaze from the ancient bowstring. After understanding the other party's words, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. "I remember the golden dream came, you didn't say that, right? It's just one demigod and one saint, no need to be so vigilant." Bear beside him kept his gaze on the lake in the center of the Ring Island, and dark green symbols appeared in his eyes. The demon hunter's eye was extremely sensitive to traces of degradation and pollution. After confirmation from Bear, Aaron left him and Shaddaz to let the 2 elves calm down. He then took Cavendish Lancer Pinto and leapt into the lake, exploring its depths. The 2 seemed to pass through a void barrier, like a curtain, suddenly feeling the surroundings become viscous and heavy. Waving ripples appeared around them, coming from the deep blue seawater that filled this area. At the bottom was an ancient, dim ruin. All the buildings were unusually tall, and their architectural style was different from the present, but most of the buildings were already dilapidated. A huge pillar, inscribed with strange patterns and symbols, extended from the center, tending to reach the top, seemingly supporting this place in the past, but now, it was broken and half collapsed, leaning against the top of a nearby building. Freed from the obstruction of some barrier, Aaron could clearly hear prolonged, painful roars echoing without weakening. That aura, clearly emanating from a demigod, should have originated from the elf demigod in a very poor state, as Fei Lun mentioned. What made Aaron curious was that under such circumstances, the sea area where the cataclysmic interor was located did not form a terrible storm. He suppressed his doubts and continued forward. At the very center of that ancient ruin was a palace that seemed to be made of coral. Its overall structure was even taller and more magnificent, but because it was located beneath layers of azure seawater, the sky was completely invisible, making it appear dark and gloomy. The only light source was the silver-white electric light swimming within the palace. By the faint light, Aaron saw the interior of the palace, pillars that were neither too thick nor too tall, also bearing strange patterns that differed somewhat from current symbolic signs and magical markings. And at the base of each stone pillar, a figure sat leaning against it. They were all elves, with serene faces. The fluctuations emanating from the strange patterns on the stone pillars blocked everything within the palace, preventing any leakage. The source of the painful roars was a female figure seated on a lightning throne. Her originally beautiful, dark blue long hair had turned into grayish-blue tentacles covered with corrupted patterns, like a spreading canopy. Feeling the gaze, her mouth stretched to her ears, and her scarlet eyes revealed a bloodthirsty madness. Roots of greenish-blue tentacles, swirling with lightning, lashed out wildly, causing the seawater to churn into a vortex. Aaron's eyes fixed on those scarlet eyes and the swirling seawater below. Two dazzling bolts of lightning suddenly lit up in his pupils. Interrogator, spiritual penetration. The greenish-blue tentacles, swirling with lightning, suddenly froze, and the vortex, emanating terrifying suction, subsequently stagnated. Aaron's figure instantly disappeared from his original spot. A brilliant pillar of light, wreathed with a few golden flames, descended from the sky, striking directly onto the cataclysmic enterer. Her body immediately caught fire, and chunks of gray-black skin and flesh fell off, continuously dissolving in the pure radiance. The tentacles, entwined with lightning, were melted by the sacred light pillar, inserted into the ground, twitching and wriggling, turning into ashes. Cavendish Lancer Pinto stood in the center of the palace, holding the sun-chasing scepter. Golden light continuously spread, enveloping the cataclysmic enterer on the lightning throne. Although it was only a historical void image summoned by a scholar of yore, its power was not comparable to a true sealed artifact of grade 0, but it was more than enough to deal with a corrupted cataclysmic enterer. Cavendish Lancer Pinto planned to directly activate the light-chasing domain, to forcibly expel the corruption within her body. As long as he promptly released the maintenance of the historical void image, he would not suffer negative effects. On the other side, Aaron also entered the palace. The grayish-blue tentacles that had originally covered the entire palace had disappeared. Under the fierce sunlight, Aaron looked at the murals on the inner wall of the palace. The content was a confrontation between two figures. Looking down at the enemy from above was a man stepping on waves, topped with dark clouds, and draped in a storm. In his hand, he held a spear composed purely of electric light, with a background of an ocean that submerged everything. Below this man was a person in a simple white robe. His face was blurred, making it difficult to discern his age, only barely showing that he was a male. Behind the head of the classic-looking person in the white robe was a halo, quietly emitting brilliance, like a sun. Behind him was a shadow like a curtain, and within the shadow, an eye seemed to be silently peeking outside. This mural depicted the elf king Sunnia Solium confronting the creator in the second epic. Is this the creator who reclaimed the authority of the ancient gods and was followed by 8 king of angels? Aaron looked at the figure enveloped in light. Just as thoughts arose in his mind, he suddenly felt strong spiritual fluctuations and crisis warnings coming from behind. Taking out Grossel's travels and holding it in front of him, Aaron glanced sideways to see the figure originally enveloped in brilliant white light suddenly erupting with deep, dark blue light. The source was the dark blue gem worn by the cataclysmic enterer. Streaks of silver-white electric snakes shot out, carrying a strong, almost tangible, tyrannical and destructive aura, densely striking the surroundings, actually forcing back the light-chasing domain. Looking at the dark blue gem emanating a tyrannical aura, a hint of solemnity flashed in Cavendish Lancer Pinto's eyes. As expected of the elven tribe that migrated to the Mist Sea in the second epic, they still possessed a terrifying sealed artifact formed from the Sea King Beander characteristic. He maintained the historical void image of the sun-chasing scepter with his right hand, while his left hand continuously reached into the historical mist. A hint of excitement even flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, his face turned pale, yet he smiled, looking respectfully at the midair, where a figure had already materialized. It was a majestic middle-aged man with bronze hair and golden eyes, none other than the Knight Emperor Truncest, when he was still a sequence one hand of order, not yet a true god. To summon an image from the historical void, the more detailed and real one's understanding of the corresponding history and events, the greater the chance of success and the longer the duration of maintenance. As one of the Knight Emperor's personal guards who followed him since the United Empire period, Cavendish Lancer Pinto only took 4 attempts to successfully summon the Knight Emperor's historical void image. Because the summoned Knight Emperor projection status was far higher than Cavendish Lancer Pinto's own sequence, the image only possessed partial power and characteristics, but this was already enough. The golden eyes looked indifferently at the dark blue gem. He pointed his arm forward and lightly swiped. Without him needing to say anything further, the chaotic strangeness within the entire ruin ceased. The dark blue gem was separated into different spaces by some power, and all silver-white electric arcs were isolated. Looking at that terrifying image, Aaron felt a bit unnerved, yet couldn't help but remind him. Don't really kill that cataclysmic Interer. Try to save her. She's still useful. Cavendish Lancer Pinto, whose spirituality was being consumed rapidly while maintaining two historical void images, nodded. He directly borrowed power from his past self, ensuring he would not have a moment of weakness. Without the protection of that dark blue gem, his spirituality was once again abundant. He reactivated the sun-chasing scepter, beginning to remove the pollution filled with corrupt and mad aura from the cataclysmic Interer's body. Didn't rest at noon today either. I spent the whole day at a company doing door-to-door card activations, and tonight I still have to attend a business promotion meeting. I really can't hold on any longer. After the meeting, when I get home, I just want to sleep, so I won't make any promises to avoid jinxing myself. I'm taking an emergency leave today. Also, the general plot has been laid out sufficiently. Time will accelerate later, and we should reach Tingen very soon. Under the illumination of the reddish-gold flames, dark red blood clots peeled away from the cracking body, and black mist twisted as if alive, stubbornly gathering the peeled flesh. Circles of pure, warm light enveloped the mass of flesh emanating a decadent and corrupt aura, rapidly dissolving under the illumination of the pure white ray, leaving only a pure black crystal. The cataclysmic Interer, having expelled the flesh, no longer roared. His body, scorched by the scorching sun, was quickly covered by deep blue light, and a faint blue phantom phosphorescence began to regrow on his charred body. Aaron picked up the fallen Grossel's Travels again. Looking at the cover, which showed no trace of damage, he clicked his tongue, quite satisfied with its defensive capabilities. Watching Cavendish Lancer Pinto put away the pure black crystal, the gradually transparent Knight Emperor historical void image also sealed the deep blue gem formed by the Sea King Beander characteristic. Who exactly are you? Just then, a hoarse, low voice sounded. The cataclysmic Interer, whose body was broken, raised his head from the lightning-formed seat, half of his face covered in scales. As expected of a demigod-level elf, this body's recovery ability is truly extraordinary. Looking at the wriggling flesh, Aaron couldn't help but click his tongue in his heart, but his expression remained calm. The majesty of an arbiter, close to the demigod level, enveloped the severely injured cataclysmic Interer as Aaron's gaze shifted. We are the East Taker family from the Loan Kingdom on the northern continent. We have come to form an alliance with your elven race. To show our sincerity, we first helped you clear the corruption on your body. However, I am very curious, what exactly did you encounter? To have fallen to such a state. The charred dead skin peeled off on its own, and scales covered his entire body, replacing his clothes. The cataclysmic Interer on the seat shifted his gaze, which held wariness and even a hint of fear, from Cavendish Lancer Pinto and stared intently at the deep blue gem encircled by golden light in Aaron's hand. That was the most precious item of their lineage of elven survivors, one of only 2 items they had left from the second epic. It not only commemorated their glory and history but also served as their foundation for survival in the Mist Sea. It absolutely could not be taken by an outsider. After a moment of silence, she took a deep breath, and a clear yet slightly hoarse voice emerged. Distant guests, you may call me Talia. I am also the High Priestess of this lineage of elven survivors. I hope you will not make things difficult for my people. As for your question, because the corruption has been eroding my mind, I can no longer remember the exact time. It was probably several centuries ago, shortly after I received the gift from the previous High Priestess and advanced to Cataclysmic Interer, that Naz Island encountered a crisis. At this point, Talia's azure pupils slightly unfocused, as if she was lost in distant memories. It was a huge sailboat, nearly 200 meters long, completely enveloped in viscous, pitch-black liquid, emanating endless decadent aura, as if it were a devil ship sailing out of the abyss. At the center of the ship's cabin was a pitch-black tombstone. All the corruption originated from it. It was not an inanimate object, but a high-level devil from the abyss. Its condition seemed to be very problematic, forcing it to escape from the abyss, and being extremely bloodthirsty, it targeted Nas Island. Even so, I, already a demigod, was completely no match for him. Only by relying on the diamond of the abyssal sea, was I able to contend with him. Talia said, raising her hand and pointing at the deep blue gem in Aaron's hand, then sweeping her gaze over the resplendent palace filled with murals, and continued. Although I successfully repelled him, I, having just advanced to divinity and still unstable, was contaminated by him and unable to break free. I could only self-seal myself within the heritage temple to avoid harming my kin. Cavendish Lancer Pinto showed no extra reaction, merely turning his gaze to the surrounding murals and the strange patterns carved on the pillars in the palace, which differed somewhat from the symbolic patterns and magical signs he remembered. Aaron's expression, however, grew increasingly strange as he listened. Such a description reminded him of an old acquaintance he had once met, the undead King Agalito, or more precisely, the Death Knell, whom he encountered during his first visit to the God War ruins. Not voicing the guess in his heart, Aaron instead asked with interest. Do high-level devils frequently appear near Nas Island? Before time, all beings are equal. A high-level devil can allow the ghost painting to extract a considerable amount of lifespan. It would be better for such corrupt and twisted devils to be judged by him. In that case, he wouldn't need to risk hunting those demigods. Seemingly choked by Aaron's question, especially the excitement in his words, Talia couldn't help but fall silent. Encountering a high-level devil, was that something to be excited about? Glancing at Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who stood beside Aaron, Talia sighed in her heart and responded with a somewhat helpless tone. Of course not. If that were truly the case, Nas Island would have long since been annihilated in history and ceased to exist. Since the king and queen fell, and the first high priestess of Nas Island led us to escape the Mist Sea by ship, throughout the long years until now, excluding the ordinary devil attacks not recorded, true high-level devils have only appeared 9 times. And the time I encountered was also the last time, and the strongest devil encounter. From the end of the second epoch until now, in such a long span of time, it only appeared 9 times, and you, unfortunately, encountered the strongest one and were contaminated by him. Somewhat amazed by the cataclysmic interror's luck, even if the plan to hunt devils to replenish lifespan came to nothing, Aaron didn't care much. Looking at the sealed artifact in his hand, which Talia called the diamond of the abyssal sea, he curled his lips and asked with anticipation. I would like to exchange for the cataclysmic interror's potion formula. If there's a Sea King potion formula, that would be even better. I can offer generous compensation that you will surely be satisfied with. Of course, I can also return this sealed artifact to you. The expectant gaze was met with silence. Aaron frowned, just about to reveal some of his conditions, when he heard Talia's clear voice resound again. The king and queen fell one after another, and the entire elven race disintegrated. The pioneer who led our people to escape to the Mist Sea was a cataclysmic interror who advanced within the clan long ago and did not know the specific potion formula, only the ritual of advancement, let alone the subsequent potion formulas. Speaking of this, Talia paused, looking at the stone pillars covered with strange patterns in the hall, and the withered elven skeletons beneath the pillars, and continued with a complex tone. When that pioneer's lifespan was nearing its end, he used everything to build this heritage temple, sacrificing himself with elven bloodline as the foundation. Every high priestess will sacrifice herself with blood before death, allowing the successor to advance to cataclysmic interror without blood sacrifice and gain the recognition of the diamond of the abyssal sea. Diamond of the abyssal sea was a sacred artifact originally held by that pioneer within the clan, corresponding to sequence 3 Sea King, and held by each high priestess. Another lower-level sacred artifact corresponding to cataclysmic interror is held by the next candidate. Frowning as he listened to the high priestess's narration, although he wasn't clear about the specific process, completing the advancement solely through blood sacrifice would undoubtedly leave many problems. After all, the spiritual imprints left by each high priestess within the Beander characteristic were a terrifying contamination for every advancer. In this situation, one's mind would be assimilated unconsciously. This assimilation is silent, and instead, it would only make the person experiencing it feel that this is an inheritance of glory, making them even more accepting. With a hint of pity in his complex gaze, Aaron looked at the weak high priestess and understood her implied meaning. The diamond of the abyssal sea, in his hand, and even the cataclysmic interror Beander characteristic within the high priestess's body, contained the spiritual imprints of generations of elven survivors. Without gaining their recognition, it would be impossible to use. You have been separated from the outside world for too long. I must remind you that the East-Taker family is now the angel family, and there is more than one angel. The spiritual imprint you are worried about is not an issue. Cavendish Lancer Pinto couldn't help but avert his gaze from the surrounding murals, looking at Aaron with a somewhat strange expression. His entire face conveyed only one meaning. All right, more than one angel. How much more are you hiding, kid? Feigning not seeing Cavendish Lancer Pinto's expression, Aaron's lips curled slightly as he watched Talia's expression suddenly change. He didn't actually intend to take this sealed artifact. He wasn't lacking powerful sealed artifacts at all. Whether he could take it to the Church of Storms for exchange, just explaining its origin would inevitably reveal some of Aaron's secrets. He merely wanted to give the High Priestess a warning, to make her abandon some unrealistic notions. Of course, after giving a stick, he also had to offer a carrot. I am also very interested in the ghost ship that led you to escape to the Mist Sea back then. As long as you agree to cooperate, you can exchange that ghost ship for this sealed artifact. I believe this can express my sincerity. In the sea area near Nas Island in the Mist Sea, the Golden Dream was sailing through thin mist, returning to Nas Island. Danit stood listlessly on the deck, watching Fei Lun, who was continuously levitating as high-speed swirling winds attached to his body. This was Edwina Edwards' suggestion, said to better suit a wind-blessed. Since more than a week ago, after encountering the mysterious old man who called himself Helmos Hugh in on that strange black island, the captain had ordered to return. Thinking of that old man, whom even the captain respectfully called teacher, Danitz felt a pang of toothache, especially the way he looked at him as if he were an idiot. But his terrifyingly profound knowledge had earned the respect of all the crew members aboard the Golden Dream. Danitz vaguely remembered seeing a sentence in a book in the captain's cabin. Knowledgeable and versatile, omniscience means omnipotence. The constant rumbling of thunder from afar interrupted Danitz's gradually drifting thoughts. He and Fei Lun on the deck simultaneously turned their heads towards the direction of the sound. Through the thin mist, silver-white lightning arcs could be seen continuously blooming in the distant sky. That was the destination of this return voyage, Nas Island. Unlike Danitz's bewildered expression, Fei Lun's face was quite strange. He always felt that the anomaly nearby was related to him offering the coordinates to Mr. Favored One earlier. Things on the Ring Island were not as smooth as Aaron had anticipated. The facts once again proved that whether it was giants or elves, they were all short-tempered and muscle-brained individuals, making communication very difficult. Seeing the two alien humans intrude into the forbidden area, the male elf holding an ancient longbow no longer held back. An arrow formed by silver-white electric snakes shot directly towards Bear Baelet. The dark green symbols in his pupils clearly captured the trajectory of the incoming arrow. The dawn armor instantly appeared on his body, and his massive figure suddenly transformed into an afterimage, dodging the flying arrow and appearing beside the male elf, throwing a punch. Since they were unwilling to calm down, he would help them calm down, just making sure to control his strength so as not to endanger their lives. Looking at the fist that almost instantly magnified in his eyes, the elf directly gave up on shooting arrows. Under the enhancement of the lightning striking from the sky, he changed his bow into a blade and slashed at the fist. Even as blood spilled from his lips, the elf, who flew backward using the force, seized the opportunity to continuously draw the bowstring. 3 lightning arrows blocked all of Bear Balet's escape routes. Turning his head to glance at the silver arrow embedded in his armor, and feeling the tingling sensation spreading through his body, Bear Balet couldn't help but feel a little surprised, but only to that extent. He admitted that the ancient longbow was powerful, but a sequence 5 couldn't unleash the true power of that bow. Looking at the elf who still wanted to draw his bow and shoot, Bear Balet was about to knock him out first when green vines suddenly emerged from the ground, binding his body and simultaneously pulling the elf towards the coast. Ignoring the 2 female elves who were confronting each other, Bear Balet easily snapped the entwined vines and turned his head to look at the nearby coast, where a huge golden sailboat gradually appeared in the mist. Edwina Edwards was already standing at the bow, with a green light coalescing in her palm. Helmos Xiong, chewing on candy beside her, commented, "A very good secret technique. Although its strength is not enough for demigod-level powerhouses, it is sufficient to deal with ordinary Sequence 5s. You can consider combining it with controlling undead and poison. That way, the effect will be even better. I can help you modify the corresponding spirit world incantations. Consider it payment for the boat fare during this period. Let's go, I'll take you to meet an old acquaintance. Your future opportunity for advancement is not with me, but with him." Watching Helmos Xiong walk towards the burly giant clad in silver armor as if strolling through the void, Edwina's light blue eyes, like clear spring water, rippled. After instructing the crew not to leave the Golden Dream without permission, starlight rose around her, and she also walked towards the Elven Island. Bear Balet frowned, somewhat unclear what the 2 suddenly appearing individuals intended to do. At this moment, the calm lake surface behind him rippled, and Aaron suddenly leapt out of the water, followed by Cavendish Lancer Pinto and High Priestess Talia. Their gazes met, and a faint light flickered in Edwina's eyes as she recognized the young man opposite her, clearly the leader, as Aaronwell, whose name was famous throughout the 5 seas. She had always valued intelligence gathering, and even though exploring the Mist Sea had separated her from her intelligence organization, the secret prayer ritual directly connected to the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church headquarters could still be used. From the intelligence passed down by the Church, she had also learned some information about the South Continent, especially that a great archbishop of the God of Combat Church had died at the hands of the Easttaker family. Even the God of Combat Church's great pontiff had descended, but it seemed to have ended inconclusively. Looking at the burly giant in silver armor standing beside Aaron, Edwina vaguely guessed the final destination of that half-god Beander characteristic. Even if she didn't know the deeper internal story, the known intelligence alone showed how terrifying this angel family was. Especially after truly meeting him, Edwina always felt a familiar aura from Aaron, as if they had met before. Aaron's eyes flashed with surprise as he watched Helmos Xiong continually throwing candies into his mouth. Months ago, when preparing to hunt the Dog of Forgiveness, Aaron had prayed to Orange Light Hilarion for help but received no response. He didn't expect to meet that one's avatar here. Aaron's face showed an interested expression, his gaze sweeping past Iceberg Admiral Edwina Edwards behind Helmos Xiong, and he stepped forward with a smile. "I didn't expect to meet you here, Mr. Hilarion." Hearing this name, Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who had been silent, effectively deterring Talia, couldn't help but look up. If he remembered correctly, this name was the true name of Orange Light. Without correcting Aaron's address, Helmos Xiong smiled and walked towards Aaron, saying politely, "This is the guidance of fate. I apologize for not responding to you last time. I encountered some trouble while exploring the abyss and was preoccupied." Saying that, he walked to Perrier Barr's side and lightly patted the giant's body. The silvery white dawn armor showed no abnormality, but a coolness instantly arose in Perrier Barr's heart, and his restless mind was soothed. Meeting the other party's surprised gaze, Helmos Xiong chuckled and explained, "There must have been some accident when you advanced to half-god, causing your emotional control to be deeply affected by the potion. This subtle influence will become a hidden danger when you continue to advance in the future. Perrier Barr nodded silently, watching Mr. Hilarion walk away with Earl. Only then did he turn his gaze to Edwina and Talia, and the atmosphere became somewhat heavy for a moment. Finally, Shaddaz lightly coughed and, enduring the pressure of the three half-gods, stepped forward to calm and recruit her fellow clansmen according to Aaron's previous instructions. She was very open-minded. As an elf who had truly survived from the second epoch to the present, the continuation of the race was paramount. Moreover, Aaron had also said that the queen had not completely perished, and saving her was a necessary price. After learning that doomsday was approaching, she urgently wanted to lead her clansmen to face the future disaster, rather than senselessly crippling themselves. Perhaps this was her mission, to luckily arrive in the fifth epoch. Aaron and Helmos Hugh came to the forest on the circular island, casually setting up a spirit wall. Aaron put away his smile and asked with a frown, "Mr. Hilarion, were you exploring the abyss before? What kind of place is it?" Helmos Hugh stopped chewing candy, nodded, and calmly pointed towards the Golden Dream. "This place is not far from the real entrance to the abyss. At that ship's speed, keeping the correct direction, it will arrive in less than 2 weeks." Aaron keenly caught the information in the words, rubbed his cheek, and asked in confusion, "The real entrance? Can one enter from other places?" Helmos Hugh nodded slightly and explained with a smile, "Abyss can refer to the sequence 0 of the criminal pathway, which is the cosmic dark side, or it can refer to that completely fallen continent." Seeing Aaron's somewhat confused gaze, he continued to add, "Haha, I'm not talking about the forsaken land of the gods, but a continent that only existed in the early second epoch, about half the size of the current South continent. Its original location was in this mist sea. After the ancient god-demon king Farbati appeared, he polluted that continent, turning all living beings into demons, and even the abstract history and corresponding spirit world also transformed into the abyss. Gathering the filth and degradation of the world, it not only turned the corresponding area in the spirit world into the abyss but also formed corresponding concepts in the astral world. This was also the direct reason for his later predicament." Aaron listened intently, suddenly having the illusion of listening to a teacher tapping on the blackboard and highlighting key points in class, and couldn't help but murmur, "It would be even more like it if there was a blackboard." Hearing this, Helmos Hugh's smile deepened, and he very cooperatively conjured a light screen, showing that he indeed enjoyed the process of imparting knowledge. No wonder he had formed a pure light brotherhood, with many spirit world creatures specifically to teach people knowledge. Resisting the urge to cover his face, Aaron quickly changed the topic and asked with some uncertainty, "Is what you just said the ritual for becoming a god in the abyss pathway? At least it conformed to the first blasphemy slate, but that's no longer important." Helmos Hugh gave an affirmative reply. This indicated that the ritual for becoming a god recorded on the second blasphemy slate, formed after the creator's demise in the third epoch, had some differences. The simplified ritual for becoming a god could help sequence 1 angels accommodate uniqueness in advance, and it could also help true gods of similar pathways accelerate accommodation to avoid uncontrollable situations. However, for the abyss pathway, which already had a sequence 0, it was indeed useless. Helmos Hugh, with the self-awareness of a teacher, patiently waited for Aaron to finish his contemplation before continuing. When the last civilization ended and the first awakened, the previous 7 lights were erased due to the destruction of the spirit world, and the current 7 lights are the pure lights reborn in the spirit world during the first epoch. Therefore, I don't know if the abyss existed in the old days civilization. The core of the current abyss is the god kingdom of the cosmic dark side. To use a not-so-apt analogy, the true creator's god kingdom is in the forsaken land of the gods, but the forsaken land of the gods does not wholly belong to his god kingdom. The current situation of the abyss is similar. Demon King Farbati, after being severely wounded by the awakened creator at the end of the second epoch, retreated to his god kingdom in the abyss. Even the corresponding concepts formed by the abyss in the spirit world and astral world were sealed by that creator. But after that creator's demise, the seal on the astral world was infiltrated by that one, and the heavily wounded demon King Farbati was gradually corrupted. The cosmic dark side also originated from this. Helmos Hu-in said, pointing to the deep starry night sky above their heads. More than 900 years ago, that one used the abstract concept of abyss in the spirit world to forcefully infiltrate some power and corrupt the spirit world. Although it ultimately failed, it left a big problem. Aaron's heart stirred, and he asked in a confirming tone, the birth of that abomination, Sua. Helmos Hu-in nodded with a somewhat solemn expression. The Rose school of thought also completely fell as a result, and the concept of temperance was gradually replaced by the indulgence and slaughter more aligned with the criminal pathway. However, the astral world barrier still exists. That cosmic dark side was severely wounded by storm, weakening his control over the abyss. Several high-level demons even chose to self-mutilate to break free from his control and escape the abyss, well, like that death knell. Control. Aaron's mind instantly brought up the death knell controlling its crew through blood crystals. This was indeed a consistent demon style. His heart stirred, remembering that he still had a demon Beander characteristic from that god of combat church great archbishop in his clutter, and he couldn't help but ask, I still have a demon Beander characteristic, and it's also tainted with pollution from the abyss. If I want to use it to attract the death knell, here, do you have a way? Helmos Hu-in looked at Aaron somewhat strangely but still displayed various ritual array patterns on the light screen. To attract the attention of high-level demons, blood sacrifice is usually the most effective method, but a demon Beander characteristic polluted by the abyss will work even better. This is the modified ritual process I've prepared for you, but I must remind you of 2 points. Firstly, the direction of the ritual is not fixed, others demons might respond to you. Secondly, if the death knell foresees the source of danger, he has the chance to exert a reverse influence on the spot. Therefore, the ritual must be performed by that demon hunter, as he can block the demon's danger premonition. However, as I said at the beginning, that demon hunter might have his emotional control affected by the potion due to his advancement, and this is a fatal flaw for demons who control emotions and desires. Aaron's expression was calm, and he nodded indifferently, carefully memorizing the ritual symbols on the light screen. Seeing this, Helmos Hu-in said no more and took out a black stone from his wide sleeve, handing it to Aaron. While dividing his attention to memorize the ritual, Aaron watched the black stone in his hand stretch its body into a stone figure with no signs of life, and he looked at Helmos Hu-in in confusion. This is Helmos Hu-in, who had always been smiling, his expression slightly solemn. Before in Byam, you said you wanted to know the location of the hidden passage in the abyss that leads to the forsaken land of the gods. It can indicate the direction. Although I don't know why you want to know that location, if you want that scholar of your outside to explore it, it's best to avoid this recent period. My previous exploration has already attracted the attention of some existences. Watching Aaron collect the black stone again and nod continuously, Helmos Hu-in's expression softened slightly, and he pondered for a moment before adding, if you encounter irresistible danger in the abyss, you can try to say this name in ancient Hermes. He switched to several languages, pronouncing the name word by word, L-O-D-R-O. This is the true name of the Storm Lord. Calling his true name can activate the divine power he left behind in the abyss, but this will inevitably attract the attention of the cosmic dark side. It's a last resort for escape. Controlling his facial muscles, Aaron almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Using a historical void image to call the true name of the irritable old man, this operation was a rare consensus. When Aaron emerged from the forest, many elves had already gathered. As a Beander race, although they weren't as exaggerated as the Sanguine, starting at sequence 7, they were all Beyonders. After learning that Calamity Queen Gosinum had not completely perished, Talia's last bit of unwillingness was gradually replaced by hope, and she put aside her reserve to reach a final agreement with Eren. Watching the elf great priestess set up the ritual, a massive spirit world portal opened, and a ghost ship several times larger than the Golden Dream slowly sailed out. It was the Dawn that had led the surviving elves to escape to the Mist Sea. Seeing the many elves with reluctant expressions, Eren lightly coughed and said to Talia, "I know the value of this ghost ship to you. It still belongs to you. I will only borrow it for 5 years, but as a corresponding price, I need your help." In Eren's plan, the Dawn had to be completely cut off from the East-Taker family in the outside world, serving as an independently developing hidden force. Therefore, all crew members had to find other ways. Ordinary crew members could be recruited at any time, and the most crucial Beyonders, the best candidates at present, were these elves. Through friendly negotiation, it was finally decided that some elves would follow Shattaz aboard the Dawn, with Perrier Bar serving as captain. Having dealt with these matters, Eren finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Edwina, who had been silently observing, his eyes flickered, and he chuckled, interested in a collaboration. Seeing the two half-gods approaching together, Edwina was silent for a moment before asking, "What kind of collaboration?" Eren's smile grew wider, and his tone was playful. "Hunting, Undead King, Agarito." December 31st, noon, Loen, Backland Bridge District, Iron Gate Street, Brave Bar. Mobert wrapped his trench coat tightly, covering his mouth and nose to prevent the pungent cold wind from irritating his brain. Ever since he learned of Amon's existence at the Fate Hermits gathering last time, he had rushed to Backland almost non-stop, and had even specifically rented a house next to the Holy Wind Cathedral in Sherwood Borough. Thinking of the rent for that house, Mobert's heart couldn't help but twitch. Shaking off some unpleasant thoughts, he sighed and abruptly pushed open the door of the Brave Bar. He hadn't come all the way from Sherwood Borough to Backland Bridge District just to drink, he was here for an appointment. Sharon had arranged to meet him at this bar during the last Chaos Council. Passing through the bustling drunkards, Caspers watched the well-dressed Mobert walk to the bar counter, whistled, and said with a smile, "Sir, Happy New Year in advance. Would you like a glass of Sonia blood wine? It's only 15 Sul. I was suddenly called in for overtime this morning, and I completely lost it. But I'm not a complete workhorse. I can take a day off next Tuesday or Wednesday, and I'll make up for it with an extra chapter then. I just got back to the city from the county, so there's no way I can finish writing today. I'm deeply sorry, Carrot. This month has really been something else. My luck has been terrible. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. What a rip-off. 15 Sul for a glass of Sonia blood wine, but he didn't plan on paying for it himself. Tisked, Mobert rubbed his somewhat hungry stomach and said grandly, "All right, give me 2 glasses of Sonia blood wine, and a steak." Then, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he lowered his voice to add, "Just charge it to someone named Sharon." Kaspars's pupils constricted slightly, then he chuckled and had the attendant prepare the food. He patiently waited for Mobert to finish eating, didn't mention the bill, and directly led him to the back room. Before Mobert could knock, the door opened. The room's furnishings were simple. Marich was playing cards with 2 zombies, while Sharon sat quietly on the other side, intently reading the newspaper in her hand. The newspaper's headline was bold and read, "The new pirate general, Vice Admiral of the Moon, is born." Looking at the headline, Mobert's expression was a bit strange. He casually closed the door, set up a spiritual wall, and then chuckled softly. "I remember Louise wasn't calling herself Admiral of the Moon. Why did she get herself demoted?" Sharon's azure eyes seemed to ripple, a fleeting smile in them, then she responded in a cool tone. Even with the Sanguine's backing and a powerful sealed artifact, she only recently advanced to Sequence 5. Her combat experience and control over her Beyonder abilities are far inferior to those long-established pirate generals. Seemingly unaccustomed to speaking so much at once, Sharon, wearing a small black soft hat, lightly raised her hand. The newspaper in her grasp, as if alive, stretched its body and floated into Mobert's hand. Vice Admiral of the Moon, Louise and Vice Admiral of Twilight, Bratov Ivan clashed in the southern waters of Sonia Island, engaging in a fierce battle. Vice Admiral of Twilight's flagship's second mate, Malik Furlong, was killed in the battle, and another pirate general displayed her might. After a quick glance at the newspaper's content, Mobert tsked and put the newspaper away. Ever since he learned that Shaddaz had successfully left the book world, he had been quite concerned about matters on the sea. If he wasn't worried about attracting Aemon, he would have long since gone back to find Shaddaz. Looking at Sharon, who was like a vengeful spirit, Mobert clicked his tongue in his heart with some envy. That was a demigod. Even before he entered the book world, she was considered a prominent figure. He lightly coughed, reined in his thoughts, and then asked. You said last time that the complete heart of the heart-devouring beast I needed had been located. How is it? That was one of the auxiliary materials for his advancement to parasite. He had already collected the other auxiliary material. As for the main material for the potion, he could try to trade with that mysterious Mr. Favored One. Mobert was now extremely eager to achieve demigod status, primarily due to the pressure from Aemon. The Dream Stealer's stealth ability truly couldn't put Mobert at ease. He only needed to quickly advance to parasite, and, through the Zoroastrian family's inherited secret art of parasitism, quietly leave Backland by parasitizing a host, and head to Tingen. Sharon's eyes moved, and a black box appeared from the void, then she responded calmly. 1,200 pounds. I've already bought it for you. You can pay in installments. Also, that meal outside, it's on me. Mobert coughed lightly, a little embarrassed, and chuckled twice. He took the black box and performed an elegant noble bow. Generous and beautiful lady, in 1 month, no, at most 1 week, I'll be able to repay this money, and I will fully cooperate with the partnership you proposed earlier. Pritz Harbor, Oak Island, above the Royal Navy base. The airship, floating and flying in midair, slowly docked. It had extremely sleek and graceful lines and was painted entirely in dark blue. Aaron stood by the French window, overlooking Pritz Harbor. Upon seeing the majestic battleship shimmering with metallic light in the nearby military port, he slightly narrowed his eyes. He had traveled back to the airship yesterday. For the past few months, Darren Sharoto had been disguising himself with his faceless Beander ability to board the airship. Necessary concealment still had to be done. At least in the King's faction's eyes, Aaron had stayed safely on the airship for the past month. This year, the South Continent had seen constant changes and continuous warfare, all related to the East Taker family. Furthermore, the reforms he implemented in Lloyd City and Pass River Valley had touched upon the interests of some old-fashioned nobles. Even though he had been in office for less than a year, he had no choice but to return to Backland to report on his duties, while Boyer Bale remained on the Elf Island, familiarizing himself with the Morning Star, alongside Shaddaz and the Elf crew members. The airship landed steadily. Aaron was the first to descend the gangway, and he immediately took a carriage to the steam train station to head to nearby Backland. Darren Sharoto, who had reverted to his original appearance, stood opposite Aaron with some unease, his peripheral vision glancing towards Cavendish Lancer Pinto. From the perspective of the spiritual threads granted by the marionettist, Cavendish Lancer Pinto's location was a distorted, indistinguishable mass of things, with spiritual threads twisting and merging into it, their source unseen. The entire carriage was enveloped by a spiritual wall. Considering that many old monsters from the Fourth Epoch were also in Backland, and to avoid exposing some secrets, Cavendish Lancer Pinto had also changed his appearance. Feeling Darren Sharoto's scrutiny, the corners of his mouth curled up. A very young marionettist, you've done very well in the South Continent. Your loyalty will not be overlooked by the family. During your time in Backland, you can follow me. How much you learn will depend on your comprehension. Darren Sharoto was a bit unclear about the other party's identity, so he could only look at Aaron with inquiring eyes. Only after receiving an affirmative nod did he bow and agree. This is the family's most secretive powerhouse, and also a Sequence 3 scholar of yore from the seer pathway. You must seize this rare opportunity. Smilingly prompting his always loyal subordinate, Aaron looked at Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who was sitting beside him, and his tone turned cold. It's rude not to reciprocate. Since those Augustuses like to engage in underhanded dealings, then we'll send them a grand gift as well. After the fall of the Kingdom of Night, among the overt secret organizations, the only one that truly still held high-sequence potion formulas for the seer pathway was Zeratl's Mysticism Society. A bizarro sorcerer suddenly appearing to give those arrogant Augustuses a bit of trouble, what do you think they'll think? A hint of concern flashed in Cavendish Lancer Pinto's intrigued eyes, and he muttered softly. Zeratul. That's Zeratul who pledged allegiance to the Solomon Empire. He is a Sequence 1 angel. His Majesty once said that he obtained another clue about the Attendant of Mysteries characteristic from the true Creator and has already begun searching for it, preparing to use it to advance to King of Angels. We are still in hibernation now, there's no need to create a powerful enemy for a momentary pleasure. Aaron coughed lightly, a little awkwardly, and tapped his fingers on the table, explaining with a smile. You're talking about that ancestor of the Zeratul family. He perished directly during the War of the Four Emperors, encountering Antigonus and Bethel Abraham, and his characteristics were taken by Antigonus. The current Zeratul is merely a successor. 100 years ago, he was a miracle invoker, but after obtaining the Antigonus family's notebook, although he advanced to Sequence 1, he lost most of his rationality and had to seal himself to resist madness. Now, you can even be called one of the strongest among the seer pathway who can walk freely outside. Aaron waved his hand, signaling Darren Sharoto, who stood beside him, his eyes still filled with shock, to leave the carriage. As a marionettist, understanding some of the seer pathway's secrets in advance was not a bad thing, but it was no longer suitable for him to continue listening. Only after Darren Sharoto left the carriage and the spiritual wall sealed again, Cavendish Lancer Pinto spoke in a low voice, his eyes somewhat terrifying. A rampaging attendant of mysteries. Aaron coughed lightly, interrupting his somewhat insane thoughts. An attendant of mysteries can already cast mysterious realm, which is almost like creating a prototype of a divine kingdom and inherently possesses a certain degree of concealment. Even if he falls into madness, his Sequence 1 rank and inherent hidden effects mean that without an effective method to accurately locate him, one might instead fall into certain traps. Of course, these were all superficial reasons. The deeper reason was the entanglement of interests between the 7 deities and Adam. Every piece on the chessboard had its own destiny. The simplest example, after his rationality was isolated by the Evernight goddess in the foggy town, the rampaging Zeratul could still quietly seal himself within a palace for a century. Whose handiwork was behind this? Even setting all that aside, dealing with a rampaging Sequence 1 who doesn't need to worry about the revival of mental imprints would incur a significant cost and cause a considerable commotion. Looking at the somewhat disappointed Cavendish Lancer Pinto, Aaron changed the subject and said, My intelligence from the sea previously discovered traces of Mad Captain Connors Victor in the waters near Pritz Harbor. Your next task is to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Connors Victor. Cavendish Lancer Pinto expressed his confusion with his expression at the appropriate moment. Just a small fry, did he need to assassinate him himself? Seeing his dismissiveness, Aaron reined in his smile and spoke in a low voice. He's just a notorious slave trader, but his buyers are those Augustuses, and these slaves have been secretly arranged into the ruins where Tudor prepared to advance to Black Emperor. Jonas Coleridge, who secretly advanced to Earl of the Fallen in Military Intelligence Department 9, is fully in charge of this matter, and you are very likely to encounter him. Upon hearing that someone was secretly attempting to restore the ruins left behind by Tudor's previous preparations to advance to Black Emperor, Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who had personally experienced the War of the Four Emperors in the Fourth Epoch and understood many secrets, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he looked up with some disbelief. Acknowledging the disbelief in his eyes, Aaron warned him in a solemn tone. Do not deal with Connor's Victor near Backland. The matters involved are too complex. Regardless of the process, the Mysticism Society must take the blame. Looking at Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who had lowered his head again, seemingly lost in thought, Aaron seemed to recall something. A shy smile reappeared on his face, and he coughed lightly, saying, "There's one more thing. I need some spirit worms from a scholar of yore to create a certain charm. I wonder." Raising his head expressionlessly, Cavendish Lancer Pinto was silent for a moment. After leaving a few spirit worms, with intricate patterns covering their bodies on the table, his figure disintegrated and disappeared from the carriage. Intis Republic, Capital Trier, inside the underground building of the Intelligence Agency, General Directorate of External Security. Blaze somewhat nervously drank the faceless potion. As a Beander who had joined the intelligence organization as a Mysticism Society member, he finally had the opportunity to advance. The cold potion felt like lava in his body. All his muscles seemed to be melting and reorganizing. Just as Blaze was enduring the pain, his vision suddenly blurred, and a voice like it came from a distant place echoed in his ears. Orville, Dylan, Tingen. The physical pain instantly lessened considerably, and the potion smoothly integrated into his body. Fine beads of sweat seeped from his forehead, and Blaze gasped for breath. He had been a magician for several years, but during every previous advancement, he had only heard the ravings of Hornassus, Phlegre, Hornassus, Phlegre, and had almost lost control several times because of it. Unlike before, the content of the whispers seemed to have changed this time. What was even more terrifying was that he couldn't feel his own body anymore. His consciousness seemed to have fallen into chaos. In a hazy daze, he saw a deep, dark hall with no natural light source. Inside, there was a huge, wriggling mass of something. It was so blurry, like a pencil drawing erased by an eraser, that no specific details could be seen. The illusory, layered sounds, like the whispers of a devil, emanated from that indescribable mass. Space seemed to be twisted and interwoven by some power, chaotic yet bizarre. His consciousness was sluggish, his thoughts seemed to solidify. Blaze stared blankly as a notebook, its cover made entirely of dark black hard paper, fell from that huge, wriggling mass and floated out of the hall. For some reason, a term abruptly appeared in his blank mind: Antigonus family's notebook. The notebook exuded an ancient and distant aura, showing no signs of softening or decay. As the book floated, its cover seemed to be turned by an invisible hand, and a line of text appeared. Sequence 5 Puppet Master. In the strictly disciplined Mysticism Society, every advancement required a large amount of contribution, and from mid-sequence onwards, only complete potions were provided. Looking at those few brief words, Blaze's somewhat blank eyes suddenly shifted, as if he wanted to see the remaining content clearly. Accompanied by short, hoarse whispers, the scene shattered. The black notebook, which recorded subsequent potion formulas, seemed to float into a phantom of a city. His consciousness was no longer blocked. Blaze regained control of his body and abruptly opened his eyes, which were mixed with greed and worry. What does Orville represent? I lack enough information to interpret it at all. Dylan, the higher-ups of the Mysticism Society once mentioned this name. Our mysterious and terrifying leader once hid an ancient castle called Dylan. Tingen, Lowen's Tingen. Perhaps my chance for further advancement lies there. The light in Blaze's eyes grew greedier. What he didn't notice was that a black crow mark had unconsciously appeared on his palm, then vanished. In Backland's Empress Borough, a brightly lit banquet hall was hosting a New Year's Eve party. As a New Year's Eve party held by the royal family, only the upper echelons of the Lowen Kingdom's society were able to attend. The party was divided into two sections. One was the dance hall, located on the ground floor, paved with magnificent flagstones carved with intricate patterns, and featuring an excellent royal band in the corner. Up the gilded staircase from the hall was a circular corridor on the second floor, where guests held their wine glasses, standing by the railings and looking down at the dancing below. From time to time, Gentlemen would approach young ladies or married women to invite them to dance, and if permitted, both would take hands and descend the stairs into the hall. On the other side of the corridor, away from the main hall, were numerous doors, primarily leading to guest lounges. However, above the double doors, a vertical sword hung, its hilt a ruby crown, symbolizing the Judgment Sword, emblem of the Augustus family. Behind the door was a corridor lined with various plaster statues on either side, depicting every Loan kingdom, from the founding King William I to the last George III. At the end of the corridor, one could find the other part of the ball. This was also a grand hall, filled with long tables laden with various delicacies and fine wines, while another royal band played melodious and relaxing music for the guests. In this hall, nobles gathered in small groups, sitting or standing, discussing various matters. Those who wished to briefly escape the noise entered the balconies attached to the hall, gazing at the garden scenery and the red moon in the sky. Audrey Hall, elegantly dressed, originally stood in a corner of the hall, staring blankly at the colossal crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. This kind of party was not suitable for Susie, so she had to be left at home. "Beautiful Miss Hall, may I invite you for a dance?" A somewhat unfamiliar male voice sounded, and Audrey, whose gaze had been slightly unfocused, instantly snapped back to reality, looking to her side. It was a man whose appearance closely resembled Henry Augustus I, depicted on the £5 banknote. He had a round face and narrow eyes, yet he was not at all serious, instead always wearing a smile, young and vibrant. Audrey had already recognized the newcomer as Edsac Augustus, titled Earl Lasting. First, she gracefully curtsied, lifting her skirt in a standard courtly bow. Audrey's face showed an apologetic smile, and she gently placed her hand, adorned with a diamond-studded glove, on her forehead. "I apologize, Prince Edsac, I am feeling a bit unwell. Thank you for your invitation." Edsac's smile faltered slightly. Just as he was about to speak again, another voice interrupted. "Third brother, please do not make things difficult for a beautiful lady. I believe this is a principle every Augustus should understand." From the other side of the hall, a man dressed in royal attire, similar to Edsac, slowly approached. This was Covington Augustus, George III's eldest son and the most formidable contender for the future crown prince. Covington walked to Edsac with a smile, but his eyes glanced at the burly man who had been following closely behind Edsac, head slightly bowed. A hint of apprehension and resentment flashed deep in his eyes. Watching the two princes contend, Audrey felt a headache. She was not interested in princes and did not wish to become a victim of political marriage, even though she believed her dear Earl Hall would not do such a thing. Viscount Glaint, who was not far away discussing the recent situation in the South Continent with Earl Wolfe's youngest son, also noticed Audrey's predicament. Although he very much wanted to help his good friend out of the situation, as someone who had just inherited the Viscounty, he seemed to have little influence in such a setting. Just as Viscount Glaint was about to seek out Earl Hall, he heard a murmur of whispers from the entrance of the main door and instinctively turned his head. Aaron, dressed in a sharp military uniform, walked through the statue-lined corridor, carrying an inexplicable aura. Everyone who met his gaze involuntarily lowered their heads. Covington retreated to the side, his smile unwavering. Edsac, whose expression was somewhat displeased by the oppressive aura, had the burly man who had been slightly bowing behind him step forward half a pace to shield him. Aaron, who had just arrived in Backland by special train from Pritz Harbor, had also heard the previous conversation. Without even glancing at Edsac, he walked directly to Audrey, whose face showed pleasant surprise. He elegantly took Audrey's right hand and led her away from the hall, leaving Prince Edsac somewhat awkward. Aaron led Audrey through the long corridor. Suddenly, a nearby lounge opened, and Court Chamberlain Viscount Stafford and Military Intelligence Department 9 Deputy Director Major General Jonas Coleridge emerged with smiles on their faces. Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression unchanged as he nodded to Jonas Coleridge, his peripheral vision sweeping over the Court Chamberlain, then he actively departed. The interlude at the ball concluded. Aaron and Audrey chatted as they walked, and Aaron only returned Audrey to Earl Hall's side at the very end of the ball. Backland, Empress Borough, East Taker Villa. Aaron, who had just returned from the royal ball, opened his long unoccupied bedroom. He looked at the full-length mirror on one side, his eyes flickering. Entering the partitioned area, he responded to himself, retrieving some spiritually rich blood from above the dark golden mist. After setting up a spiritual wall, he drew a blended symbol representing concealment and prying on the mirror's surface. This was the symbolic mark obtained from orange light, Hilarion earlier, which could be used to contact the magic mirror, Rhodes. Although it had a directional quality, its responsive range was very small, effective only within the backland area. The last stroke of the symbol had just fallen when the full-length mirror in the bedroom emitted a dim yet pure light, like a dark current quietly surging at the bottom of a lake. A phantom, ancient, and eerie silver mirror then emerged within the mirror's surface, with faintly glowing black gems like eyes on either side. The image suddenly blurred, then shattered with a crash, disappearing. His raised hand and the smile on his face froze simultaneously. Aaron looked at the mirror, which had returned to its calm state, and fell into silence. Expressionlessly, he took out the Lord of Mysteries, and after infusing it with spirituality, it gradually emitted a certain aura. Aaron then redrew the blended symbol representing concealment and prying on the mirror's surface. After a long while, the mirror's surface began to fluctuate again. As if sensing that escape was impossible, pale white words quickly outlined themselves on the mirror, as if resigned, with a tragic feeling. Great Existence who presides over rules, I can guarantee that I did not reveal any information about you when the Steam Church was investigating clues earlier. May I ask, what are your commands this time? Humming softly in his heart, Aaron watched the pale words with interest, as well as the smiling face that appeared at the end. He hadn't expected this mirror to also sense the Saphira aura on him. He then lightly tapped the table with his finger and asked with a smile. This should be our first formal meeting. I am very curious, why do you fear me so much? The pale words quickly twisted, and lines of text appeared. No, I didn't mean that. It is my honor to serve you. I possess powerful divination abilities, and I can also obtain various kinds of information through the spirit world, so I coincidentally learned some things about you in the spirit world. Coincidence? Aaron didn't press this eccentric mirror further, looking at the words that reappeared on the mirror. Limited by my own rules, after I answer one of your questions, as an exchange, you must also choose to answer one of mine. Do you think this is acceptable? Aaron, who understood Rhodes's rules well, was not surprised. He also wanted to see what question this fellow intended to ask, and calmly replied. Yes, you may ask. Splendid fireworks appeared on the mirror, and a few faint golden words emerged in the corner. Oh, no, you have already answered my question. You may continue to ask questions. Aaron froze for a second, his expression a bit strange, but he didn't hesitate and directly asked. I want to know which sea area the undead King Agalitos, Death Knell, is currently in. The brilliant fireworks dispersed, and the mirror's surface rippled with faint light. A massive black sailboat, nearly 200 meters long, appeared. The hull was shrouded in mist, and a black tombstone was depicted on the sails. It was the Death Knell. Is this the Mist Sea? Aaron's eyebrow twitched slightly. The Death Knell had been luring Beyonders into the God's War ruins to search for the so-called Fountain of Youth. He hadn't expected it to travel thousands of miles from the Sonia Sea to the Mist Sea. As if sensing Aaron's confusion, the image disappeared, and a passage of text appeared. The true form of the Death Knell is actually a blatherer who escaped the abyss. Although it escaped control at the cost of self-mutilation, it also lost part of its imprint and had to merge with that ghost ship to become a living sealed artifact. But it has always longed to complete itself and break free from the shackles of the ghost ship. The so-called Fountain of Youth serves this purpose. And some time ago, the abyss underwent an anomaly. By relying on the ghost ship's perception of the spirit world and its connection to the abyss, the Death Knell left the Sonia Sea. Has my explanation resolved some of your confusion, esteemed Great Existence? Having gradually become familiar with this fellow's routine, Aaron lightly coughed. He didn't correct the impropriety in the address and slowly nodded. Large sections of text dissipated, and the font returned to its pale white color. Even through the mirror, Aaron could feel the deep self-reproach. Great existence who presides over rules, due to the limitations of the summoning, this will be the last question. Do you accept my apology? The last question, huh? Aaron frowned slightly, and a mischievous thought suddenly popped into his mind. He said leisurely, I think you are quite good. If I were to take you away from the steam church later, would you be willing to follow me forever? The mirror suddenly froze, and the pale words twisted and reassembled incessantly. After a long while, they reformed into continuous words. Please forgive my offense. I cannot give you an answer now. As compensation, you may ask another question. Sensing the magic mirror's dilemma, Aaron didn't press it and changed the question with a smile. I want to create some advanced talismans of the seer pathway and the marauder pathway. Do you know the corresponding ritual procedures and specific symbolic signs? The mirror shimmered for a while, as if to compensate for its previous rashness, and an image appeared. A castle seemingly built entirely of emerald. A mature and beautiful lady suddenly turned her head to look at the mirror, and a pair of eyes without pupils appeared. The image then shattered. The next image was a dim room. Under the candlelight, a notebook with a cover made entirely of dark black cardboard. It exuded an ancient and distant aura, showing no signs of softening or decay. The bottom of the image was thoughtfully labeled by Rhodes as Tingan City, Antigona's family's pen. The last word had not yet appeared when the image crashed, and even the mirror itself showed some cracks. The sudden change caught Aaron off guard for a few seconds before he stepped forward, caressing the full-length mirror with its fine cracks. No matter how he called, he received no response. Recalling the last few words that appeared, Aaron's eyes flickered as he silently looked at the damaged mirror, pondering the existence that could make Rhodes flee without even a greeting. Pritz Harbor, White Oak Street, Pritz Harbor Fishermen's Association. Dorian Gray stood by the window, his face full of exhaustion, silently gazing at the red moon outside the window. He was of medium height but possessed exaggerated arms, and his hair was meticulously combed, completely unlike the bird's nest hairstyles of most people in the association. During the last secret family gathering, the already conflicted Abrahams found it increasingly difficult to reach a consensus due to the more frequent red moons. Feeling a strange sense of sorrow in his heart, Dorian Gray averted his gaze and tilted his head slightly. Using the light of the red moon, his peripheral vision noticed a figure that had appeared on the sofa at some unknown point. He was slightly startled. As an astrologer skilled in spiritual perception, he hadn't detected anything at all, which was enough to indicate the seriousness of the problem. Without the slightest hesitation, Dorian Gray was about to reach for his chest, but found his body rigid, even his thoughts seemingly frozen. This was extremely close to the ability of a certain sequence he knew. He managed to utter broken, intermittent sounds. Are you the marionettist of the Mysticism Society? Amidst his despair, there was even a faint sense of relief. Just as he thought he was about to return to the embrace of his ancestors, all the abnormalities suddenly vanished. Dorian Gray stumbled forward a few steps. After regaining control of his body, his right hand quickly went into his arms, his gaze cautious yet somewhat puzzled as he looked at the sofa. It was a man with no distinctive features, but Dorian Gray, who had some understanding of the seer pathway, paid no mind to it. After all, for a faceless, let alone appearance, even gender could be disguised. I never thought the Abraham family, which stood at the pinnacle of all surnames in the fourth epoch, would fall to such a state. Dorian Gray's pupils constricted. He even prepared himself for death, shaking his head to deny the mysterious powerhouse's statement, and even showing a bewildered and confused expression. I don't understand what you mean. My potions were all obtained through black market transactions. I haven't heard of any Abraham family. Cavendish Lancer Pinto clicked his tongue, dropping his playful tone. He glanced at Dorian Gray's right hand, which was tucked into his embrace, and continued indifferently. All Abrahams are affected by the blathering during the full moon. This is also the fundamental reason for your family's decline. Don't be nervous. If I had other intentions, you would already be a marionette just now. I came here to show you, to show the Abrahams, a true path. The lunatics from the Aurora Order said the same thing in the beginning. Dorian Gray lowered his head, concealing the strange look in his eyes, and did not respond. After the Aurora Order's raid, most of the surviving Abrahams were cautious, and even if they were tempted, they would not show it. As a survivor of the disaster caused by the Aurora Order, the strongest person he had ever seen was Cosma, the Dark Saint of the Aurora Order, and his astrologer's spiritual intuition told him that the person in front of him was even more terrifying than that Dark Saint. Glancing at the unyielding astrologer, Cavendish Lancer Pinto pondered for a moment, recalling Aaron's words, and continued, I know you might not trust me, but there are some things I think you might be interested in. Your Abraham family's ancestor, Bethel Abraham, did not perish in the War of the Four Emperors, but was banished from the real world by the Storm Lord and the Evernight Goddess working together. He was lost in the dark depths and trapped in the storm. Dorian Gray suddenly raised his head, staring incredulously at the mysterious strong person in front of him. He pursed his somewhat chapped lips and whispered, Evernight, Storm, why? Why is it like this? Seeing that he no longer responded, Dorian Gray forcibly reined in his chaotic thoughts, his hoarse voice revealing deep exhaustion, Are you from the Mysticism Society? Even if the Abraham family had declined, their foundation still remained. Although the destruction of their headquarters led to the loss and damage of some mystical books and records, core members like him still knew many secrets. In his understanding, high-ranking Beyonders of the Seer pathway were very likely from the Mysticism Society established by Zeratul. HMPH, an organization without the favor of a deity, not even comparable to the Aurora Order, what right does it have to lift the Abraham family's bloodline curse? With his face shrouded in shadow, Cavendish Lancer Pinto's tone was quite arrogant, but his expression was a bit strange, with a hint of inexplicable guilt. Dorian Gray was momentarily at a loss for words, but then his eyes suddenly brightened, and his voice trembled slightly. You know the truth about the bloodline curse that has plagued the Abraham family for 1,000 years. At this moment, he no longer cared about concealing his identity and eagerly pressed, As long as you are willing to tell me the answer, no, the entire Abraham family will definitely offer you a satisfactory reward. Under Dorian Gray's expectant gaze, Cavendish Lancer Pinto slowly shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't know the truth, Aaron had already informed him of the truth before he left. That Mr. who was closest to divinity, after being banished, the most easily located source of help was naturally his descendants who shared the same bloodline and were at a lower sequence in the same Beyonder pathway. Unfortunately, due to the demise of all the strong individuals, his cries instead brought a curse that lasted for over 1,000 years to his descendants, almost causing all the Abrahams to disappear. Cavendish Lancer Pinto was well aware of Aaron's thoughts. Subduing a proud angel family was not easy, and it would take a long time for these Abrahams to truly become a help. Therefore, some things were not suitable to be said directly. Looking at the disappointed Dorian Gray, Cavendish Lancer Pinto slowly stood up. The oppressive aura made Dorian unconsciously take a few steps back. The apprentice pathway, starting from sequence 3 feet Wanderer, can be free from the constraints of the spirit world. I presume there are many records of this in your family's ancient texts. Doomsday is approaching, and there is not much time left for the Abrahams. The turning point of fate never lacks brave warriors, and I believe you have the resolve to sacrifice for it. If so, are you willing to take that step for the Abraham family? We can provide a way for the Abrahams to be free from the bloodline curse. You will be the best example. The room immediately fell silent. Dorian Gray's thoughts raced, and what remained in his mind was the warning left by the Abraham family's traveler in Spirit World sightings. The day the bloodline curse is lifted is the beginning of the true calamity for the Abrahams. Raising his bloodshot eyes, Dorian Gray nodded and asked in a hoarse voice, "Can I know which secret organization you are from now?" Cavendish Lancer Pinto finally smiled, the pressure covering the entire room slowly dissipated, and he responded calmly, Chaos Council. Loan, Enmat Port, Baron Uthas's manor. A young man with a round, kind face was led by a maid to the basement deep within the manor. He always maintained a gentle demeanor and a kind smile, like a sunny young man, until the basement door was opened. The lights in the room were dim. Baron Uthas was prostrate on the ground, looking up obsequiously. On the chair was a scantily clad woman, whose captivating charm continuously stirred the heartstrings around her. Triss bowed slightly, a strange glint flashing deep in his eyes. Staring at the black flames dancing on the woman's palm, his voice rose slightly, I have completed the task you assigned. I hope you can bestow upon me the next potion. A smile played on her lips as she slowly rose and walked towards Triss. Baron Uthas, still prostrate on the ground like a puppet, took out a bottle of silver-gray potion from a mirror on one side and placed it in front of Triss. A seductive, alluring voice, accompanied by a warm breeze, whispered into Triss's ear, this is the Sequence 8 Feet Instigator potion. After drinking it, you will be able to incite the evil desires in everyone's hearts, intensify conflicts, provoke disputes, and create bloodshed. Your performance over the past year has shown your loyalty to the organization. Go forth and spread calamity, this is a necessary suffering. Southeast of the Mist Sea, a ghost ship hundreds of meters long, with a hull adorned with wave-divine patterns, emerged shrouded in mist. Aaron stood in the captain's cabin at the highest point of the flagship, with Cavendish Lancer Pinto and Bear Bailey beside him. After spending the new year in Backland, Aaron went to Military Intelligence Department 9 to prepare for his routine intelligence report to General Chunas, only to learn that the general had disappeared after appearing at the New Year's Eve party. Afterward, Aaron attended the banquet held by Earl Hall and his maternal grandfather, Earl Wolf, before temporarily leaving Backland. The intelligence provided by Magic Mirror, roads regarding the death knell, could not be ignored. Since the other party was so thoughtful as to come to their doorstep, it saved the Dawn from having to go to the Sonia Sea. A faint light flickered in Cavendish Lancer Pinto's eyes as he slowly put away the divination pendant in his hand and spoke softly to Aaron, there's a small island 2 nautical miles ahead. Divination shows it's the most suitable location for our ambush. Aaron took the divination pendant. When there were no high-level existences influencing the divination, a divination made by a scholar of yore and its interpretation would certainly be much better than his own half-baked attempt. Aaron nodded slightly to Bear Bailey, who was behind him, once the ship docks, you can prepare. This is also a test for the Dawn. Aaron did not intend for the Dawn to stay far away. The only ones who could pose a truly fatal threat to the death knell were Aaron, Cavendish Lancer Pinto, and Bear Bailey. The demon hunter's inherent characteristics allowed him to conceal his malice, making him the natural enemy of demons. Although Aaron did not possess this characteristic, he could achieve a similar effect in another sense through the hidden state provided by the night mark. Bear Bailey carved the ritual spell he obtained from Orange Light, Hilarion onto the center of the small island. Aaron placed the demon Beander characteristic he took from the dark golden mist onto the center of the altar, simultaneously removing the spiritual wall covering it. As the spiritual wall was removed, the strange roars of corrupted minds instantly resounded throughout the island. However, the expressions of the few people present were quite calm. Only Shadas, standing at the very back, frowned slightly, but after electric arcs flashed deep in her eyes, she also returned to calm. Even Bear Bailey, whose emotional self-control was poor due to the potion's influence, had already made amends based on the advice given by Orange Light, Hilarion earlier. Watching the black mist, filled with a corrupting aura, spread from the demon Beander characteristic and gradually merge into the carved array patterns, the night mark on Aaron's wrist flowed with pure darkness, transforming him and Cavendish Lancer Pinto into a hidden state. Dark green symbols appeared in Bear Bailey's eyes, and silver armor appeared on his body as he stepped aside. Shadas nervously walked to the front of the altar, took a deep breath, and chanted the sacrificial incantation Aaron had taught her, which was modified from Orange Light, Hilarion, in ancient Hermes. As she chanted repeatedly, the entire island seemed to revive. Black mist rose, and invisible fluctuations spread in all directions. In another sea area also shrouded in mist, a sailboat nearly 200 meters long, with its bow and stern raised high, resembling a crescent moon, slowly floated. A black tombstone was depicted on the sailboat, which was none other than the death knell that instilled fear in countless people. At the front of the flagship's deck, a middle-aged man, so pale that he seemed about to rot at any moment, knelt on one knee as if listening to something, then faced the deck and said, "Your will is my desire, great death knell." The entire ship instantly ignited with black flames of sin. Demons with drooling fangs emerged, and as the flames rose, the death knell twisted and disappeared. The corrupted demon Beander characteristic in the center of the altar instantly burst forth with viscous black light. A strange blatherer's voice, seemingly capable of stirring the deepest sins of living beings, emanated from it. Shadis's low chanting ceased abruptly, and she clutched her head in pain. This was a common tactic used by high-level demons, and also a drawback of this ritual. As long as a connection was established, a blatherer could transmit their voice into the target's mouth from a very distant location, causing them to die suddenly and inexplicably in a safe place. Similarly, if a blatherer foresaw the source of danger, he had the opportunity to exert influence in reverse on the spot. In other words, this was just a test from that blatherer. Bear Bailey did not act rashly. Dark green symbols seemed to occupy his pupils, and his demon hunter's eye stared intently at the eastern sea area. The silver-white dawn armor resisted the corrupting influence. The defiling blatherer's voice, which permeated the island and could cause Beyonders to lose control or worse, gradually subsided. Thanks to the tranquilizers Aaron had distributed to the elves on the Dawn earlier, although they were all affected, not many crew members suffered irreversible severe injuries. Although Frank's mind might be somewhat unusual, the potions he made were very effective. Seemingly feeling that the time was right, the death knell, which had not sensed danger, emerged from the distorted space, with black flames rising. Thick black mist permeated from the deck cracks, full of the scent of corruption and evil. It completely enveloped the undead king, Agalito, and the corruption merged into his body. Lines radiating endless corruption and defilement appeared on his pale skin, which seemed ready to rot at any moment, and the terrifying aura comparable to a demigod then emerged. Demonic wings grew from his body, carrying insane laughter that could cause one to lose control, and he charged straight towards the center of the island. The rest of the viscous black mist quickly gathered and drilled into the bodies of the first mate, Slaughterer, Gillies and the other members of the Death Knell. Their target was the Dawn, docked at the edge of the island. A blurry, indistinct figure appeared high above the island. A majestic and grand voice echoed throughout the entire sea area, "Teleportation is forbidden here. Corrupt and fallen ones shall be punished." The black flames surrounding the Death Knell instantly dimmed by several points, and even the blatherer's voice became indistinct. The spirit world corresponding to this space seemed to have been separated into another space, making it impossible to teleport away. This was the ability of the imprisonment decree, strengthened to a certain level, from the lower sequences. Cavendish Lancer Pinto quietly appeared beside the historical void image. This was the historical projection of the Trentost Empire's chief judge, sequence 2 inches balancer. This was also the reason why Aaron had gone to such lengths to help him advance to Scholar of Yore. Having witnessed the peak of the Trentost Empire, even Aaron was unsure how many angel projections he could summon. Even if these angel projections, influenced by the Scholar of Yore, only possessed a fraction of their original power, in certain situations, they were the key to breaking a deadlock. The undead king, Agalito, who had already partially demonized, was struck by a storm of light, and sent flying backward. Bear Bailey, holding the Sword of Dawn, with the flames of revenge burning in his eyes, steadily pushed Agalito back. The blatherer in the Death Knell had already realized that this was a targeted trap. Ear-piercing screams piercing the mind reverberated, and Aaron's pupils, standing beside Cavendish Lancer Pinto, constricted slightly. The bodies of the distorted and ugly demons on the death knell twisted, and wisps of black mist converged. Amidst the continuous wails, elongated blood crystals with faint patterns emerged from their bodies. It was as if the death knell had long prepared these supplements for itself. As the blood-colored crystals merged, the ship's hull, with its high bow and stern, began to twist and collapse inward. In an instant, only a huge demon head with an indistinct face remained. The head had no distinct facial features but was covered in mouths. Viscous black mist and never-ending terrifying blather are constantly spread outwards. It seemed to want to break through the restrictions of the decree in this way. Not far away, the black patterns on the body of the undead king, Agalito, who was locked in fierce combat with Cavendish Lancer Pinto, rapidly faded, and the dark blue hellfire dimmed by several shades, revealing skin as pale as a corpse. His half-demonized body staggered, then was struck by the sword of dawn that followed, and after the sudden burst of light storm ended, a deep pit appeared at the edge of the small island. As the light dissipated, dark blue flames lingered in the deep pit, and Agalito's body was completely demonized. The curved ram horns on his head broke off in the middle, and viscous black liquid flowed out, corroding small holes in the bottom of the pit. The black patterns that originally covered his body extracted Agalito's demon power, converging at the heart of this demon body. But he was much better off than Gilsay and the other crew members, at least, having already advanced to demigod. He would not instantly lose the power to resist, and he was not without recourse regarding the demon seed planted in his body by the death knell. It was just that this sudden backstab caused the desire seed, which Agalito had planted in Cavendish Lancer Pinto's body by trading injuries, to die in the womb before it could take effect. This demon hunter in front of him was like a persistent plaster. Whether it was the opponent's unique sequence ability or a corresponding sealed artifact he wore, his most proficient fallen mind had little effect. Although demons possess physiques and spell-like abilities that rank among the top at the same level, they are more adept and prefer spiritual confrontations. Compared to the Desire Apostle stage, demons no longer need to wait for the other party to experience emotional fluctuations or rising desires. They can directly plunge specific targets or all targets within a certain range into a hallucinatory state through sounds, gazes, actions, and other means. Under the expediting of the desire seed, emotions and desires would rapidly expand, then either ignite the mind, destroy reason, or lead to loss of control. But when facing a demon hunter who had made full preparations in advance, all of this seemed like the dying struggles of prey. Agalito's scarlet eyes lost focus for a moment, then were quickly filled with resentment, ruthlessness, and anger. As a servant of the death knell, he was well aware of his position, nothing more than a more delicious food, and although he achieved demigod with the help of the death knell, his essence had not changed. And for the death knell to instantly abandon all its crew members, even including himself, a food source so painstakingly cultivated, this could only mean that the existence on this island was even more terrifying. Although this was bad news, if used well, it might be the best opportunity to escape the death knell. With his thoughts racing, Agalito suppressed the restless heart that seemed ready to burst from his body at any moment, while using corrupting words and various demon domain spells to guide Cavendish Lancer Pinto to shift the battlefield to the other side of the small island, away from the death knell. Aaron caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, the corner of his mouth curving upwards, and his figure was immediately enveloped by dark mist. Entering a hidden state, he did not want to participate in the battle between the Blatherer and the Scholar of Yore, and also wanted to see how far Cavendish Lancer Pinto's strength had reached. He himself possessed the demon button, and was well aware of the demon's perception of impending danger, so Aaron proactively entered a hidden state and approached another battlefield. The sea, always shrouded in mist, was occupied by viscous black mist and incessant terrifying blathering, as if blocked by some invisible barrier, and the spreading momentum was forcibly interrupted. Betrayal. Feeling Agalito's aura getting farther and farther away, and having failed to extract the crucial demigod, demon seed, the countless mouths on the massive demon head formed by the death knell simultaneously opened and closed, emitting a roar as if from hell. As other, demon seeds, in the form of blood-colored crystals merged, the viscous black mist lifted the massive demon head, like a demon crawling out of the abyss, and two masses of deep red light appeared on the head without specific facial features. Without the protection of the hidden state, the sequence 3-level demon perception made this blatherer truly aware of the danger of death, and he decisively sacrificed the food he had cultivated, in exchange for a period of peak state. A historical void image of the sun-chasing scepter had already appeared in Cavendish Lancer Pinto's hand, and looking at the blatherer who was spreading infinite corrupting aura, his indifferent eyes revealed undisguised disgust. Spirit body threads surged in the viscous black mist, they all came from the devoured, demon seeds. Although Cavendish Lancer Pinto could also influence the battle by manipulating spirit body threads, at the same time, the abyss pollution attached to the spirit body threads would also inversely corrode his own spirituality. The sun-chasing scepter surged with endless light, as if it had suddenly transformed into the sun descending into reality. Its pure and clear light transformed the surrounding area into a shadowless, evil-free, darkless kingdom. The corrupting words spewed from the blatherer's countless mouths and the viscous black mist that could corrupt all things were enveloped by the light-chasing domain, preventing this terrifying pollution from affecting the outside world. One after another, intensely white arrows of light emerged, expanding into miniature suns large enough to illuminate a city, piercing through the blatherer's body. Flames collided with black mist, and countless wronged souls were annihilated. The corrupting words, enough to pollute a demigod, had no effect on Cavendish Lancer Pinto. They seemed to have been separated and isolated to another space by the balancer's angel projection. Feeling the limitations imposed on him by that strange angel projection, as well as the light-chasing domain, and the arrows of light that had reformed not far away, emitting infinite purifying power. On the blatherer's head, formed by the death knell, mouths spewing corrupting words exploded one after another, the black blood flowing down fell into the viscous black mist, and a gigantic illusory altar, somewhat similar to the array pattern carved in the center of the island, instantly appeared, enveloping the blatherer. As a high-level demon closest to angels, having escaped from the abyss, he naturally knew more about array patterns for sacrificing to demons. Feeling that he had no way out, he chose to sacrifice a part of his own body in exchange for the help of an existence in the abyss. In the eyes of demons, life is insignificant, but this obviously does not include their own lives. As long as they can escape from here, any price is worth paying. The viscous black mist was tinged with a bloody hue, like a passage to the abyss, and a blood-colored hand that covered the sky emerged from the black mist. Even through the barrier constructed by the balancer, an uncontrollable fear still appeared in the hearts of all living beings. On the other side of the island, Aaron withdrew the sword of judgment from Agalito's corpse, and Cavendish Lancer Pinto threw the massive demon body, still lingering with some dark blue flames, onto the ground. His left arm, not holding the sword of dawn, was corroded by the pitch-black blood, and his palm held a still-beating pitch-black heart. Black mist lingered, emitting an aura that corrupted everything. Nothing further was exuded from Agalito's fully demonized body, as if everything, including his Beander characteristic, had been stripped away by the demon seed. Unlike the Beander characteristics condensed in the past, the demon seed seemed to strip away even vitality, although there would be a certain degree of loss. If time was seized, the required lifespan could still be extracted from it. Aaron satisfactorily took this demigod-level demon seed, and after sealing it with layers of spirit body walls, he turned his head to look at the distant sea, suppressing the fear in his heart and the constantly surging blood in his body, and couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. It seemed a big fellow had arrived. Aaron turned his head and had Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who had already disengaged from his demigod mythical creature form, take Agalito's corpse and lead the Dawn's crew to clear out the remaining crew members who had come down from the death knell earlier. As one of the four kings, Agalito and his subordinates could provide a generous bounty. This money was also the development fund Aaron intended to leave for the Dawn, as he couldn't possibly pay the crew empty wages. Cavendish Lancer Pinto looked somewhat complexly at Agalito, who had already become a corpse, the great revenge for his family's annihilation had been repaid, and the mental flaw that had troubled him for decades, even becoming a flaw after his advancement to demigod, had completely ceased to exist. The potion shattered and digested within his body. Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who was 2 or 3 heads taller than Aaron, knelt on one knee, said nothing, and after respectfully kowtowing, carried the demon corpse on the ground and rushed towards the other end of the island. Aaron satisfactorily withdrew his gaze from Cavendish Lancer Pinto's receding figure, and his own figure gradually faded, heading towards the main battlefield. The blood-colored giant palm extending from the depths of Hell's abyss directly shattered the incoming sun-chasing arrows, accompanied by the pervasive aura of bloodlust and slaughter. A giant abyss mouth opened in the center of the palm, and it turned back to tear off a small half of the blatherer's body. This was the price of his forced summoning of a Sequence 2 bloody Archduke. If he were in the abyss, what would have been devoured just now would have been his entire body. His expression remained calm. Cavendish Lancer Pinto slowly raised his empty left hand and dragged a figure out of the historical mist. It was a voluptuous and graceful lady. Even if her face was somewhat blurred, everyone who had seen this figure would not stint on their effusive praise, as if she represented the most beautiful things in the world. That was the Empress of the Trentost Empire, Sequence 1 beauty goddess, Bloody Moon Queen Olurnia. In these past few months, with the aid of the hidden history of the second epic and third epic provided by Aaron, he had digested most of the Scholar of Yours potion, and the number of historical void images he could maintain simultaneously had increased from 2 to 3. But not to mention the maintenance time was less than a quarter of an hour, and there was not much time left. Cavendish Lancer Pinto was planning to use the Empress's historical image to end the battle quickly. The blathering echoing throughout the space seemed to have weakened by several shades, as the beauty goddess continuously radiated tranquil light outwards. A blood moon appeared, standing side by side with the original crimson moon in the night sky, like the eye of an existence. The first to notice the anomaly was instead the blood-colored arm extending from the abyss black mist. It seemed to have sensed a certain aura engraved deep within its soul, and directly abandoned the delicious sacrifice that was at its mouth. Under the blatherer's incredulous gaze, it transformed into a blood-colored torrent, drilling into the viscous black mist that seemed to connect to the abyss, and no matter how much the blatherer called, it no longer responded. The second to notice the anomaly was Cavendish Lancer Pinto. Looking at the 2 red moons rising in the sky, his face twisted for the first time. That red moon was not just a full moon, it was closer to a blood moon, even exceeding it, and an indescribable spiritual power was born from it. An eerie and twisted feeling lingered in his heart. Even holding the projection of the sun-chasing scepter, Cavendish Lancer Pinto could feel the evil thoughts in his heart expanding, and felt that an unimaginable change was brewing within his body. This change was not only the influence of the red moon in the sky, but more so the inverse influence of the beauty goddess historical void image he summoned on the summoner. Aaron, who had already arrived near the central battlefield, was even more sensitive to this change. Not even a demigod, he could clearly feel his belly swelling little by little, and only felt the pulse of life slowly condensing inside, trying to take shape. The moon's authority itself includes reproduction and proliferation. And after the mother tree of desire gained control of part of the moon's authority, this authority was infected with an exceptionally sinister quality, even more sinister than before. Muttering a curse inwardly, Aaron was about to mobilize the subconsciousness left within his original body to give himself a holy purification with the sun-chasing scepter, when the night mark on his wrist suddenly glowed, and darkness surged out like a tide, clearing the pollution Aaron had received. Because the bloody Archduke unilaterally cancelled the sacrificial ritual, the blatherer, already severely injured, suffered another backlash. Under the illumination of the eerie crimson moonlight, voices seemed to appear in his consciousness. Within his massive, bloated body, twisted and wriggling blood-colored flesh masses, which seemed to be formed from the demon seeds he had previously devoured, were also the source of the voices in his consciousness. Thanks to the inherent limitations of the historical void image, the transmitted pollution only contained partial power and characteristics. Cavendish Lancer Pinto, relying on the purifying power emitted by the sun-chasing scepter, barely managed to withstand the first wave of invasion, not experiencing a direct collapse of consciousness like the blatherer. However, his face became increasingly grim, not only because of the pollution invasion he suffered, but also because he suddenly discovered that he was unable to release the maintenance of the beauty goddess historical void image. Things had already spiraled out of his control. Even though he had interrupted the spiritual supply to the historical void image, the red moon in the sky and the blatherer on the sea, who was on the verge of collapse, seemed to be continuously providing power to the beauty goddess historical void image he had summoned. The projection of the sun-chasing scepter's maintenance time was about to end. Cavendish Lancer Pinto glanced at Aaron, who was shrouded in darkness at the edge of the battlefield, sighed in his heart, and a look of determination gradually appeared in his eyes. Just as he was about to do something, an inexplicable joy suddenly rose in his heart. It was the joy of all things growing and new life arriving. The red moon, in the sky dimmed by several shades, as if a large amount of its brilliance had been sucked away by someone. The mist in this sea area dissipated, and another moon appeared in the night sky. The color of this moon was no longer the previous crimson, but a pure white, exceptionally bright. And again, I'm taking another leave of absence. But don't worry, this is the last time this month. If you ask why, it's because I overused my November leave requests in October n summation, su degree d degree, su. Getting back to the main point, I have to get up early tomorrow to catch the high-speed rail for a 2-day business trip and training. However, I will make up for the previously owed chapter once I arrive at the hotel tomorrow. Tonight, I got home a bit late and need to pack and go to bed early. There's a reporting time tomorrow morning, so I'm taking a leave today. Looking at the bright, silvery moon. Suddenly, a single word popped into Aaron's and Cavendish Lancer Pinto's minds almost simultaneously. Lilith. Lilith, the ancient god who once held the moon pathway. The unique silvery moonlight instantly illuminated this sea area, illuminating the projection of the beauty goddess Olurnia, and also illuminating the blatherer who was experiencing consciousness collapse. The invisible connection was severed, and the indescribable pollution was consequently blocked. Cavendish Lancer Pinto immediately felt the pressure ease, his body trembled slightly, and his blood was somewhat boiling. Following the connection with the historical void image he had summoned, the headache-ridden Cavendish Lancer Pinto subconsciously looked over, and his pupils suddenly contracted. His summoned projection of the beauty goddess Olurnia had, at some unknown point, turned sideways, her lips slightly curled upwards, with that silvery bright moon now appearing behind her. Not only Cavendish Lancer Pinto, but Aaron, who was enveloped in deep darkness nearby, also felt a terrifying gaze fall upon him. He looked up and saw those slightly smiling eyes. When a scholar of yore summoned a historical image, they could not speak to or communicate with the historical image, though this was not absolute. Just like beyonders of the night pathway could conceal themselves, allowing the summoned historical void image to gain consciousness, high-level beyonders of the seer pathway could enter the historical fog, allowing their own historical projection to gain consciousness. Although it was unknown by what authority that sanguine ancestor achieved this step, the scene just now was enough to explain everything. Fortunately, that terrifying gaze did not linger for long. This high-level confrontation had not ended. The scarlet moon, though temporarily suppressed, had not disappeared. The blatherer on the sea surface, who was being eroded, suddenly roared towards the sky, echoing the eerie red moon. The countless mouths covering his broken body roared in unison. Lord of the Abyss, monarch of filth and degradation, great cosmic darkside. Was this the honored name of the cosmic darkside? Aaron's relieved expression stiffened again, but before he could react, the deep darkness around him surged like a boiling tsunami, enveloping the entire space. The screams composed of countless roars, as if from the abyss, vanished silently. The countless mouths frantically opened and closed without any sound escaping. Everything was concealed, even the eerie red moon was covered by a layer of dim shadow. The historical projection of the beauty goddess Olurnia, manipulated by another will, seemed unsurprised by this. After a slight nod towards the deep darkness, she raised her right hand. At the same time, Cavendish Lancer Pinto's face suddenly turned pale, his spirituality like a floodgate opening. However, he immediately borrowed strength from his past self, and his spirituality became abundant again. Silver moonlight poured down, and an endless surge of feminine power erupted. The viscous black mist surrounding the blatherer was pierced by the moonlight, and some strange patterns emerged on his body. These patterns converged, and accompanied by the blatherer's roar, his massive body gradually withered. At the very top of his giant head, a tree of life seemed to grow, having absorbed all of his nutrients. Pitch black like ink, at the end of its jumbled trunk grew two fruits, one, the size of a head, covered in black lips, with faint whispers of defiling words emanating from a black heart. The other was a pure green crystal without a trace of impurity, exuding an indescribable aura of life. Aaron pursed his dry lips, looking longingly at the two fruits that had grown on the tree of life. He wanted them a little, but didn't dare to speak. Facing an ancient god who had endured from the second epoch until now, even indifferently watching the sanguine suffer heavy losses, Aaron had no doubt about her ruthlessness, even if she seemed to be showing goodwill. Just as Aaron was internally conflicted, he suddenly felt a sense of oppression. He sighed inwardly and, following his intuition, looked over, seeing those eyes that seemed to be nurturing new life. There were no words, but a thought suddenly popped into Aaron's mind, and he instantly understood the meaning in those eyes. You can choose one. Aaron froze for a few seconds, looking at the two fruits. The black heart covered in lips was clearly a Beander characteristic of a Sequence 3 blatherer, and the pollution within it seemed to have been expelled. Although Aaron didn't know what the other green crystal was, the aura of life it emitted even surpassed that of the Undying from before. It seemed to be the source of life that Lilith had condensed using her own authority. Although its value was far less than that Sequence 3 Beander characteristic, it was already enough for Aaron. There was no free lunch in the world, maintaining humility was the long-term plan, and contentment was happiness. The moment he made his decision, the twisted and grotesque tree of life began to tremble, and the emerald green crystal flew directly towards Aaron. Before he could react, it instantly merged into his body, leaving a simple baby symbol surrounded by symbols of wheat, flowers, and springs on his right wrist. Aaron, familiar with the information of various churches, instantly recognized this symbol. It was the holy emblem of life of the Earth Mother Church. His mouth twitched slightly. Aaron looked at his hands with a mix of amusement and helplessness. On the left was the night mark, and on the right was the holy emblem of life. Before he could think further, emerald green light flickered, and messages instantly appeared in his mind. Mark of life. 1. Gate of summoning. Consumes spirituality and vitality. Utilizes the moon's influence on the spirit world to summon various types of powerful creatures from the depths of the spirit world to assist oneself. In certain anomalous environments, there is a probability of uncontrollable mutation, causing strange creatures not from the spirit world and without a contract to descend into reality. This may point to the boundless and dark universe, where powerful abilities or items different from the 22 sequences may appear, while the burden on spirituality and vitality will greatly increase. 2. Embrace of the earth. Except for beings that have already begun to lose control, no matter how severe the injury, complete recovery is possible. It can fill the surroundings with vitality, allowing both plants and animals to flourish and reproduce rapidly. With ritual assistance, it can absorb the vitality of beings that have lost the ability to resist or have recently died, to condense stones of life or store vitality. 3. Divine favor. Greatly increases spell resistance in the domains of moon, darkness, and life, as well as the success rate of corresponding rituals. While Aaron was still processing the information in his mind, the battle was already nearing its end. Under the encirclement of the silver moon in deep darkness, the eerie red moon was forcibly torn in half. One half instantly vanished into the deep darkness, as if going to another world, while the remaining half was swallowed by the bright silver moon. The twisted tree of life on the sea surface silently withered, and the black mist also completely disappeared. A phantom door adorned with mysterious patterns appeared in front of the projection of the beauty goddess Olurnia. The black heart covered in lips flew towards it, constantly changing shape under the illumination of the bright moonlight, finally transforming into a black horn. The phantom door creaked open backward, widening the gap. The black horn instantly vanished into it, and the projection and the silver moon then dissipated. All of this happened in an instant, so fast that Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who stood nearby, was somewhat slow to react. However, having experienced the Four Emperors' War, which was the height of glory in the fourth epoch, he had already judged the level of those who had just made their moves. Looking at Aaron, who was enveloped in emerald green light, and the deep darkness swirling around him, Cavendish Lancer Pinto was at a loss for words. Before he could sort out his thoughts, a sudden sense of inexplicable crisis emerged in his heart. Subconsciously looking up, Cavendish Lancer Pinto's face changed drastically. The scarlet moon in the sky became incredibly vast, occupying the entire sky. The light on the surface of the red moon pulsed and contracted, as if it had come alive. The crimson color rapidly condensed towards the center, continuously accumulating, finally forming a blood-red phantom, whose specific appearance could not be clearly seen. This phantom was many times larger than the moon, with countless eyes growing on its branches. It looked down upon the blue planet enveloped by the original barrier, casting its gaze towards the place where its power projection had been torn and swallowed. Bubbles instantly appeared one after another on Cavendish Lancer Pinto's uplifted face. Each bubble contained a mutated spirit worm, each bearing a different face, seemingly the various identities he had once used. The deep darkness around him suddenly surged, spreading outwards, enveloping the sea area around the island, blocking the terrifying gaze. His mutation forcibly interrupted, Cavendish Lancer Pinto lowered his head, his heart pounding. As someone whose initial sequence was seer, he hadn't even felt a spiritual warning and had been directly affected. Under the shroud of deep darkness, this sea area seemed to be dragged into a hidden world. The massive red moon, which occupied the entire sky, flickered, as if blinking. At the same time, within the astral world, which was even more abstract than the spirit world, seemingly encompassing all authority and symbols of the entire universe. In a boundless sea perpetually shrouded in storms, lightning, and thunder, a phantom figure woven from symbols like lightning, strong winds, and waves emerged, looking down upon all creation. In the depths of that boundless sea, shrouded in lightning, strong winds, and storms, a point of light suddenly ignited. It carried some matter, approaching the limit of speed, thereby creating violent waves that could destroy planets. These waves fiercely slammed against the invisible barrier that separated the Earth's corresponding astral world regions from the complete astral world and the entire universe. In other locations within the astral world, areas lit up one after another. Some were covered in vibrant flowers, some were shrouded in twilight, and some seemed to be composed of books, either open or closed. Phantom figures without specific outlines emerged, but they did not continue to act, merely lighting up their corresponding astral world regions. The tyrant's provocative counterattack and the various divine kingdoms within that invisible barrier did not elicit a reaction from the vast phantom in the universe, but the scarlet moon, which had covered the sky, gradually returned to normal, as if everything before had been an illusion. Forsaken land of the gods, city of silver. As it was an afternoon with frequent lightning, the guards observing the entire city from a high vantage point were the first to notice the anomaly in the sky. The lightning and darkness they were accustomed to, so familiar, had completely vanished in those few short seconds, without a trace. The scarlet moon, occupying half the sky, was so distinct, so immense, illuminating everything with astonishing clarity. Derek Berg, not yet an adult, his height only reaching the abdomen of his parents, who were already sequence 5 powerhouses of the warrior pathway, stared blankly at the red moonlight illuminating the black bread on the table. Derek Berg, who had already learned about the moon from the general knowledge textbooks' descriptions and corresponding illustrations, raised his slightly childish face to look at his stern-faced parents beside him, accidentally messing up his hair that his mother had just combed. Mother, is that really the moon? A few seconds later, the moon disappeared, and deep darkness re-engulfed everything, with frequent lightning becoming the primary source of illumination. What just happened? Did you see that red mass? The moon. That's the moon. That's the scarlet moon. Waves of discussion came from the street outside, and Derek's father finally came to his senses, gently patting the bewildered Derek with his somewhat rough palm. He exchanged a glance with his wife beside him, instructed Derek to stay home and not go out, then left the house with other members of the exploration team and headed straight for the central round tower. City of Silver, top of the round tower, Chief's room. Lavia, wearing a black robe with purple patterns, with silver-gray curly hair and light gray eyes, sat quietly opposite Chief Colin Iliad, and both witnessed the incredible scene in the sky. Unlike most residents of City of Silver, neither of them regarded this phenomenon as a good omen in mysticism. Instead, their faces were solemn, and their brows were tightly furrowed. After a long pause, Colin Iliad tapped his finger on the table and said to the shepherd, elder opposite him, "Your proposal still needs discussion. After all, it's too risky. First, let's summon the elders of the six-person council to a meeting at the round tower." Lavia also knew the urgency of the situation and did not object, getting up to leave and notify the other elders for the meeting. At the base of the round tower, flickering yellow candlelight illuminated the complex and mysterious symbols and markings engraved on the surrounding walls. In the shadows of the corner, a deep yet quite aged laugh echoed. An old man with a weathered face raised his head, looking upwards, and a crystal-like light condensed in his right eye, as if seeing scenes unfolding in the astral world. The curve of his mouth grew wider and wider, finally making a tisk sound, not caring if anyone would hear him. How lively, how interesting. Lowen Kingdom, under the Tastok River Steel, Ruin No. 1. Within the massive black mausoleum inscribed with numerous complex patterns, George III, wearing a Barum crown, withdrew his gaze from the mausoleum's ceiling, the distorted symbols in his eyes gradually fading. Prince Grove stood respectfully at the very bottom, like a subject audience with an emperor. George III remained silent for a long time, and the distorted order within the mausoleum became increasingly chaotic, causing fine beads of sweat to seep from the forehead of Prince Grove, who was already a Sequence 3. This is a win-win cooperation. Once I succeed, I will fulfill my previous promise, and therefore, I hope to see another Beander characteristic of the Prince of Abolition, as soon as possible. The distorted order shrouding the entire mausoleum suddenly loosened. George III turned his head to look at the side of the throne, his eye of abolition, staring intently at the area not covered by any rules, his tone gradually intensifying. A priest wearing a simple white robe and a silver cross pendant slowly materialized. His benevolent face belied eyes that regarded everything with indifference, and his gentle voice even calmed the chaotic order within the mausoleum. Matters in the astral world are none of your concern. Since that is the case, why be anxious? The future I declare will surely unfold and become reality. Violent Sea, the capital of the Rorstad Archipelago, generous city, Byam. The weather in May was already starting to get hot. Alger Wilson, with deep features and a rugged outline, silently walked onto the dock. He had already disguised himself, preparing to go to the Waves Church for his debriefing. Ever since that, Blood Moon King thoroughly enraged the Church of Storms and the Central Sonia Sea Navy, peripheral members like him also began to act as intelligence brokers between various pirates, thus requiring regular baptism by the storm to maintain unwavering faith. Just as Alger walked out of the dock, he suddenly saw dark clouds gathering above the Waves Church not far away, forming a vague human face. His forward steps immediately froze in place. Following the exclamations around him, he stiffly turned his head to look at the sea area in the direction of the dock. Amidst a mix of dark blue and silver-white light, an enormous ship, so large it made Alger feel somewhat suffocated, impossibly materialized. The cloud-formed face above the Waves Church was staring intently at this uninvited guest, yet it hesitated to act. A ghost ship. Such a large ghost ship. His clogged brain slowly turned, the shock in the depths of his eyes undisguised. Alger, who had already attended a pirate convention, had once seen the flagship of the Five Seas King, Nastor, the Black Emperor. The ship before him, though slightly inferior, was not far off. Inside the captain's cabin at the highest point of the Morning Star, Aaron looked at the blurry face in the distant sky, playing with an emerald green crystal emitting a life aura in his hand, and said with a smile to Cavendish, Lancer Pinto and Bear Bailey behind him. "I thought we'd have to fight to talk properly, but it seems we don't need to. Tisk, tisk, this isn't like Jan Kottman's style." Bear Bailey glanced at the silent scholar of yore beside him, then looked at Agorito's massive devil body hanging in the most conspicuous position, as well as the other suspended, death knell, crew members, and silently maintained their silence. Fortunately, last time, with the Evernight goddess's protection, the Morning Star was preserved, and only Cavendish Lancer Pinto was unlucky enough to be polluted at the end. This time, he brought all his helpers to Byam, not truly to fight the Sea King. There was no benefit in that. The fundamental purpose was still to announce the fall of the old king and the birth of the new king, and incidentally to collect the bounties of the undead king, Agorito and his crew members. After all, without proving sufficient strength, Pirate King level bounties are not so easy to collect. And even if Agorito had the lowest bounty among the Pirate Kings, when combined with all his crew members, it was no small sum. Thinking this, the emerald green crystal in Aaron's hand turned into light and merged into his life imprint. This was the Stone of Life, condensed from that Blatherer, back then. And as an item required for a sequence 5 inches druid, to advance to sequence 4 inches classical alchemist, even the lowest quality, Stone of Life, requires sacrificing a demigod. Correspondingly, its abilities are also extremely powerful. The most important value is the ability to perform ultimate, life alchemy, using incomplete spirits and various materials, with the Stone of Life as the foundation. This can create Beander bodies that can exist for a long time, and can also create different puppets for combat and various tasks, including stone golems, earth golems, iron golems, and even some unprecedented species. However, all of these require the assistance of specific rituals and are considered secrets of the Earth Mother Church, but with the life imprint left by that person, Aaron felt that he could try his luck in the Phaenopotter Kingdom later. In addition, the Stone of Life can also repair damaged and incomplete souls and reduce the degree of losing control and going mad. While the Stone of Life will recondense differently after the death of creatures created by life alchemy, the consumption of the Stone of Life for repairing souls is permanent. Aaron had originally planned to use this Stone of Life in conjunction with the lifespans of many demigods collected with the Ghost Picture Frame to awaken Fauz Ellen, the Sequence 3 frenzied mage, who was sleeping in the Ghost Empire. But he then recalled what he had learned from Hermes and Varna earlier. Wardwell, the Sequence 3 war bishop of the East Taker family, had formed a spiritual chimera with a war bishop of the Einhorn family during the 20 Years' War. Perhaps through a certain ritual, the self-cognition and spiritual imprint belonging to an ancestor of the Einhorn family, contained within the Beander characteristic in Wardwell's soul, could be forcibly separated, and then the soul could be repaired with this Stone of Life, which originated from a Sequence 3. Seeing Aaron lost in thought and no longer speaking, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Bear Baylor maneuvered the Morning Star to stop in the sea a dozen nautical miles from Byam. Taking out the mask of death given by Aaron, Bear Baylor changed his appearance. Dark green symbols appeared in his pupils, and his body swelled, transforming into a silver giant clad in dawn armor. Using spirit world travel, he arrived directly above the Morning Star. The pressure of a demon hunter spread freely, directly confronting the giant face formed by the dark clouds above Byam. To keep this irritable old man calm at all times, Cavendish Lancer Pinto inside the cabin also secretly locked onto the Waves Church. Feeling the naked gaze, Sea King Arn Courtman, who was sitting on a throne carved with storms and waves, had a gloomy expression that hinted at solemnity. On that suddenly appearing ghost ship, besides that demon hunter, there was another demigod, and a Sequence 3 like him. Such an existence was second only to the popes in the Orthodox churches, and could even be the origin of some secret organizations. Although Arne Kortman disliked those secret organizations that only dared to hide in dark corners, he was unwilling to provoke them before the other party showed genuine hostility. As the largest center of faith for the Church of Storms in the Violent Sea, Byam, even with two demigods on the other side, Arne Kortman, holding a Grade 0 sealed artifact, was not afraid in the slightest. But acting rashly would certainly cause heavy losses to Byam and even the Rorstad archipelago, and might even shake the faith in the storm, which he could not accept under any circumstances. This was also the main reason he had endured until now. With electric arcs flashing around him, Arne Kortman snorted. Amidst the thunder, the giant face formed by the dark clouds looked at Bear Baylor and spoke in a deep voice. "Who are you? Have you come to Byam to provoke the authority of the Church of Storms?" Blinding white lightning flickered, as if a bolt could descend at any moment, shattering all blasphemers. Ignoring the warning in the tone, Bear Baylor raised his right hand. All members of the death knell hanging on the Morning Star, including Agalito's corpse, simultaneously floated towards the dock district of Byam. His slightly hoarse voice briefly responded. "Corpses, bounty." The giant face formed by the dark clouds remained silent for a long time. To make such a grand display just for tens of thousands of pounds in bounty, although that was not a small sum. After the Punisher teams in the dock district confirmed the identities of the corpses, box after box of pounds were transported. The door of the spirit world opened, and several pale arms reached out and swallowed all the pounds. The morning star on the distant sea began to slowly retreat, with faint blue and silver-white light flickering, gradually disappearing from its original spot. The dark clouds above Byam then dispersed, as if nothing had happened. A member of a Punisher team standing in the dock district suddenly opened his eyes, his face pale, and gasped for a few breaths. He whispered to his captain beside him. "The sensation has been cut off." The middle-aged captain beside him nodded gravely, looking at the distant sea. A few black dots appeared on the horizon, and the Loan Sunia fleet, which had rushed to the scene upon hearing the news, had already arrived. The border between the Hornassus Mountains and the central plateau of the northern continent is a 100-mile stretch of black hills, where negative power runs rampant. Due to its location at the border of the Intis Republic and the Fanapotter Kingdom, and its proximity to Loan Siviras County in the southeast, coupled with the existence of a strange curse in this area, it gradually became a no-man's land. Deep within the Black Hills stood an ancient castle with a style starkly different from the current era. Unlike the desolation and coldness outside, it was covered by various strange plants, full of vitality. Inside the ancient castle was a hall adorned with numerous symbolic patterns and filled with sacrificial items. The main seat was empty, and a man and a woman sat on either side of the main table. Just by sitting there, surging life force filled the entire hall, followed by a pressure originating from their life level. Count Mistral sat below, waiting for the two dukes to give orders. Around him were sanguine from various northern continent countries, and not including himself, there were still 7 of them. Besides Marquis Nabay Adra, there was also a marquis in charge of the Intis Republic, and the remaining 5 were blood counts, all representatives of sanguine from various regions. Except for the duke who was severely injured in the War of the Four Emperors in the 4th epoch and has not yet recovered, all remaining sanguine high-ranking officials were present. 3 angels, 2 sequence 3s, and 6 sequence 4s, this was the accumulated foundation of the sanguine after nearly 2 millennia of recuperation. The advantage of long-lived species was evident, almost equivalent to half an Orthodox church. With eyes weathered by time, Duke Ormer of the Full Moon, sitting on the right, scanned the sanguine high-ranking officials below and chuckled with a mellow voice. "I presume you all know why you have been summoned here. Tonight is the ancestor's birthday, and this year's sacrifice may reveal some more specific revelations. When this powerful being, who existed before the Great Catastrophe, was over 3,000 years old, and had once followed ancestor Lilith, spoke, even the female Duke Jorana opposite him nodded slightly in respect. She was a direct descendant of the Blood Moon Queen Olernia, and it was by relying on the sequence 2 Beander characteristic that was peeled off and left behind in advance that she advanced to Angel in the early 5th epoch, becoming one of the only 3 sanguine dukes, titled New Moon. A clear and pleasant voice then resounded, echoing in the ears of every sanguine, especially the blood counts, whose faces showed undisguised excitement. This sacrifice will still be presided over by Duke Ormer, and I believe you can guess why I am here. The previous Scarlet Moon was a sign, so this sacrifice is exceptionally important. I have already crushed the sealed artifact obtained last time, and the ownership of this Sequence 3 High Summoner Beander characteristic will also be determined after the sacrifice. Marquis Nebe Audra glanced at Count Mistral, who had an excited expression, and sighed inwardly. Although that sealed artifact was brought back by them, for the entire clan, the consideration of overall interests was the most important. Mistral was a relatively young blood count, and among the remaining 5 blood counts, 2 were already nearing the limit of their lifespan, and even slumber could not extend their lives. If they could not advance, they would only die. The scarlet moon that covered the entire sky earlier made every sanguine feel excited, but also deeply afraid. The sanguine high-ranking officials all had a feeling that a storm was brewing. Led by the 2 dukes, Full Moon and New Moon, a drop of blood seeped from the heart of every sanguine high-ranking official present, converging and merging into the altar at the very top of the hall. The altar was quickly stained red, revealing a pair of giant bat wings that obscured half of the scarlet moon. In sanguine legends, this was one of the symbols of the ancient god Lilith. Deep ancient Hermes echoed in this life-filled hall. Ripples surged from every sanguine who offered blood, continuously merging into the pair of giant bat wings appearing on the altar. As the chanting reached its climax, in the secret chamber beneath the ancient castle where sanguine sealed artifacts were stored, a ring, entirely translucent with a blood-colored gem the size of half a fingernail embedded at its top, as if made of pale red amber, broke through the seal, emitting a faint glow. This was the ring personally crafted by the sanguine ancestor Lilith in ancient times. Almost simultaneously, all sanguine looked up at the altar at the highest point of the hall, where a phantom, hazy door, inscribed with numerous mysterious symbols, appeared. The 2 closest sanguine dukes, ears twitched, seemingly having gained some information. The phantom portal slowly opened, and the pure silver-white moonlight filled the entire hall. An indescribable emotion arose in the heart of every sanguine. A black horn, enveloped in silver moonlight, leapt out of the illusory portal and landed in Duke Ormer's hand. Without any warning, the array patterns disintegrated, and the illusory portal also disappeared. Duchess Jorana of the New Moon turned her head with a somewhat strange expression, looking at Count Mistral, whose face still held lingering shock. In her hand, a gem appeared, seemingly condensed from rich blood, just like a miniature red moon. Loan, Iriseal, Ancestral Tower Underground Hall. Aaron brought Cavendish Lancer Pinto to see Varna, activated the Life Holy Emblem on his wrist, handed the Stone of Life condensed from the Blatherer to Varna, and explained his idea. Staring silently at the Life Holy Emblem for a long time, Varna finally withdrew his gaze, then looked at the Scholar of Yore, who was willingly following Aaron, and spoke with a somewhat complex tone. Your idea is good, but none of us are familiar with soul division, and it's hard to say what would happen if we forcibly separated it. For some reason, the image of the Evernight goddess tearing half of Ask's soul apart suddenly appeared in Aaron's mind. After hesitating for a moment, he still gave up on that dangerous idea. Since the Stone of Life condensed from the Life Holy Emblem had the effect of repairing souls, he could try his luck at the Earth Mother Church. If that didn't work, he could pray to that person for help. Recalling his surging thoughts, Aaron came back to his senses, glanced at Varna and Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who were silently looking at each other, and noticing that they seemed to have something to say, he shrugged and left alone. Ahawa County in July was already extremely hot. A passenger ship sailed along the Hoy River. Mobert stood on the deck, fiddling with the tarot cards in his hand, occasionally looking at the clear, turbulent river water below the ship. He was now only 1 potion away from becoming a demigod. The 2 auxiliary materials had been collected. Continuing to stay in Backland would not allow him to gain enough contributions to exchange for the parasite Beander characteristic. Even with Amon's threat, a smile bloomed on his face. His destination this time was Tingen City. According to that hidden existence, his old man was currently hiding there. As long as he completed the task conveyed by Mr. Favored One, he could obtain that parasite Beander characteristic. Thinking this, his gaze subconsciously looked towards the staircase of the passenger ship, and his brows furrowed slightly. A strange feeling arose in his heart, as if there was something very precious yet extremely dangerous there. The source of the strange feeling was a middle-aged gentleman with a full forehead, black hair, brown eyes, and nearly round glasses. Behind him followed a strange man completely covered in a black robe. Two Beyonders. And one of them is a Beander from the Marauder pathway. Mobert's face immediately stiffened, and he cursed inwardly, feeling unlucky. He himself was already prone to attracting Aemon, and now there was an additional Beander from the Marauder pathway. Shaking off that strange feeling from earlier, Mobert stared at the clear river water, considering whether to switch to a steam train. The middle-aged gentleman on the stairs paused, and the black-robed man behind him stopped as well, speaking in a hoarse voice. "What's wrong, Ranlis?" Narrowing his eyes slightly, Ranlis withdrew his gaze from the deck, slowly shook his head, and led the black-robed man into his room. Ever since escaping from the Aurora Order's lunatic underground laboratory, Ranlis had gone into hiding for a long time, only recently becoming active again after discovering nothing unusual. Having set up the spiritual wall, Ranlis sat down, covering his heart with his right hand, his face looking unwell. This was the location where the experiment had left a seed in his body. The strange feeling of being spied on just now also came from it. Ranlis always felt that there was something else inside his body, but fortunately, he already had a plan. The black-robed man sitting opposite revealed a pale face, took out a pile of photos and several forged documents from inside his black robe, and handed them all to Ranlis. The first page of the document was written in bold red letters. Ranlis Iron Company. Laner Woos looked at the documents on the table, a cold glint in his eyes behind the round spectacles, his lips slightly curved upwards, as if mocking everyone. Looking at the fabric merchant who called himself Sirius Orepus, he collected and organized the documents, then casually asked, "Well done. Have things been settled in Savella County?" Sirius Orepus, whose face was morbidly pale and who was somewhat sensitive to light, sat in the shadows, responding in a hoarse voice. "Of course, that cost me a lot of pounds. I hope you keep your promise." Leaning back on the sofa, Laner Woos looked out at the Tassoc River, saying casually, "These are all necessary expenditures. The more perfect the deception, the more we will gain. You yourself know how many pounds it takes for the ritual to pray for the true creator to bestow an offspring. This method is the quickest." Looking at the mocking smile on Laner Woos's face, a cold light flickered in Sirius Orepus's eyes, but he still lowered his head. If it weren't for the fact that the other party had the same goal as him, and he had truly felt the aura of the Great Lord from him, he would have torn him to shreds for daring to stare at him with such an expression. "Speaking of Tingen, I do know a powerful individual. As long as we offer him something he finds satisfactory, perhaps our plan will proceed more smoothly." Looking at this fool brainwashed by the true creator, Laner Woos, who only wanted to quickly get rid of the seed within him, composed his expression and listened with interest for him to continue. "His name is Hood Eugen. Before we last parted, he was a Spectator Pathway Sequence 8 telepathist and a member of the secret organization Psychology Alchemists. It's highly likely he has already advanced to Sequence 7 now." Glancing at the interested Laner Woos, Sirius Orepus let out a soft HMPH in his heart, then added, "He is an eccentric person, currently at Greenhall Asylum in Tingen. I can introduce you to facilitate cooperation." Laner Woos gently stroked his chest, feeling the growing anomaly in his chest, his expression somewhat gloomy. Finally, he slowly nodded. The Black Knight Church's prayer hall was as dim as ever, with only faint light seeping through the holes in the walls, like stars at night. Aaron, after changing his appearance, sat alone in an inconspicuous corner, took off his tall top hat, and began to pray like a devout believer. He first expressed gratitude for the Evernight goddess's protection last time, briefly mentioned the abyss, and simply recounted what the orange light Hilarion had seen when he entered it. Towards the end of his prayer, Aaron expressed his concern about gaining the attention of the Earth Mother, which was the appropriate behavior for a normal person unaware of the cooperation between the two deities. At the same time, he also expressed that he might head to the Earth Mother Church next, hoping for guidance from the goddess, as his primary identity was still a favored one of Evernight. This was not only for Aaron's disguise, to show his understanding of some secret knowledge to demonstrate his value, but he also had to feign ignorance regarding secrets he absolutely should not know at this time. Moreover, compared to most of the 22 pathways, high-sequence beyonders of the planter and moon pathways have a significant advantage. That is, they do not need to worry about the primordial one awakening within them, nor are they afraid of experiencing personality splits when nearing the pollution from the Chaos Sea underground. The main reason for this is that their Beyonder characteristics do not directly originate from the primordial one, and there are no corresponding spiritual imprints. Of course, this does not mean there are no issues. If one directly enters the underground, into the Chaos Sea, anyone will encounter pollution, but the degree and manifestation will differ. This is also why Lilith, the sanguine ancestor, was more special than other ancient gods during the Second Epoch, the dark era when ancient gods ran rampant. Compared to Ankwelt, who is only a soul of fantasy, or that unfortunate devil monarch Farbati, Lilith is indeed the best preserved among the ancient gods remaining from the Second Epoch. After all, she doesn't need to expend a large portion of her energy to resist the awakening will of the primordial one, and at that time, the invisible barrier protecting this world was still strong enough to effectively block the mother goddess of depravity and other outer deities of the cosmos, making it difficult for them to exert much influence on the situation inside. The sanguine, unhindered by pollution, were also one of the ancient races from the Second Epoch that remained powerful even without a true god overseeing them, continuing to this day. However, as time passed, this advantage gradually became a problem. While the underground pollution became increasingly weak, the invisible barrier also grew more fragile, developing some cracks. In this situation, the Earth Mother Lilith's predicament became increasingly difficult, as she directly faced the ever stronger and more terrifying erosion from the Mother Goddess of Depravity. In terms of system and spiritual erosion alone, the original creator, who had split and fallen, certainly could not compare to the still living Mother Goddess of Depravity. Aaron speculated that this might be one of the reasons why Blood Moon Queen, Olurnia, the strongest sanguine at the time, formed a political marriage with Night Emperor Truncest in the Fourth Epoch. After all, the higher the sequence, the stronger the erosion faced. As a sequence 1 beauty goddess of the moon pathway, Olurnia faced unimaginable erosion, to the point where she had to seek the protection of a true god. Considering the influence of outer deities beyond sequence on their respective pathways, Aaron believed that he absolutely could not be negligent in related matters. After finishing his prayer, he waited for nearly 5 minutes, and only after confirming there was no response did he stand up and walk out of the Black Knight Church at a steady pace. For him, this was primarily to fulfill his duty of notification. As for what the Evernight goddess intended to do, or whether she would remind him of certain things, he had no control whatsoever. Northern Continent, Fanapotter Kingdom, Fenaport City. Unlike the multi-faith Loan Kingdom, the Fanapotter Kingdom has solely revered the Earth Mother since the War of Betrayal in the Fifth Epoch. Under a millennium of faith, most of Fenaport's populace adheres to the same philosophy. Every life is a plant, drawing nourishment from the earth, slowly growing, flourishing, and decaying. When they wither, these lives will fall into the earth, returning to Mother's embrace, and in the coming year, they will grow anew, flowers blooming and falling, year after year, and so too is life, generation after generation. This is also recorded on the first page of the Earth Mother Church's holy book, the Bible of Life. And due to the division of Lumburg, Massic, and Seeger, the Fanapotter kingdom harbors deep-seated hatred for Loan and Intis. Without external interference, the will of the monarchy and theocracy is highly likely to be unified. The royal family of the Fanapotter kingdom is the Castile family, who also control the justiciar pathway. Aaron, who had not yet become a demigod and could not completely conceal his unique characteristics, could only rely on the concealment provided by the night mark to prevent the hand of order of the Castile family from detecting any anomaly. This was another reason why Aaron had prayed to the Evernight goddess in advance. Following the guidance of the life mark on his wrist, Aaron stepped out of the traveler's door, and his eyes were met with a brilliant golden hue, making Aaron wonder if he had come to the wrong place. Aaron looked at the continuous expanse of golden churches. If it weren't for the life holy emblem engraved on the outer walls, surrounded by symbols like wheat ears, flowers, and springs, he would have almost thought he had arrived at the eternal blazing sun church. Towering trees grew everywhere within the sprawling palace complex, their emerald leaves exuding an endless aura of life, as if a separate inner city had been established within Fenaport City. Just as Aaron was observing the Earth Mother Church's headquarters, the Church of Life, pieces of red scales appeared before Aaron without warning, quickly reorganizing into a handsome man wearing the Earth Mother Church's archbishop's robe. Controlling his impulse to attack, Aaron's face twitched slightly after clearly seeing the other party's vivid blood-red eyes and familiar entrance method. Although he had long known that the Earth Mother Church had recruited some sanguine to serve as missionaries, he truly hadn't expected one of them to be a blood count. Leading Aaron into the sanctuary, the blood count sensed Aaron's surprise and chuckled softly, saying gently, "You may call me Archbishop Segura. I was saved by the church during the Great War at the end of the Fourth Epoch. At that time, I was merely a sanguine viscount. Initially, I only joined the Earth Mother Church as a missionary because the sanguine suffered heavy losses and I sought temporary refuge." At this point, his voice paused, and a devout, even infatuated, expression appeared on his handsome face. "Later, I gradually came to appreciate the preciousness of life and the joy of harvest, understood the charm of all things growing, and obtained a pure joy derived from life itself. After the War of Betrayal, I swore an oath before Mother's holy emblem to become her most loyal follower, and thus I achieved the title of Shaman King." Listening to that peaceful yet emotional voice, Aaron couldn't help but feel a chill. Truly a qualified missionary, to brainwash others, one must first brainwash oneself. However, this isn't a bad thing, it's a happy accident that he found the main base. In any case, they both believe in the same existence. Passing through a hall adorned with magnificent murals, various creatures unknown to the outside world frolicked in the life-filled forest. The two finally arrived before an emerald-green doorway etched with a giant life-holy emblem. Archbishop Segura smiled and turned to look at Aaron, a drop of crimson blood oozing from his fingertip and flying towards the life-holy emblem. "Favored one, this is the most central part of the entire sanctuary, and also the church's papal seat, where Matriarch Roland holds divine meetings. It requires a drop of your fresh blood to safely bring you in, after all." Before he could finish his sentence, the life mark on Aaron's wrist emitted a verdant light, merging into the giant life-holy emblem. The ethereal infant hidden within the holy emblem actually materialized and detached from the doorway. Looking at the slowly opening doorway and the somewhat peculiar-looking infant, Aaron couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, a single drop of blood could do too much in the Beander world, and he wouldn't dare to hand over his blood like that, especially when facing the Earth Mother Church, who mastered the art of life alchemy. Archbishop Segura, whose words were interrupted, looked deeply at Aaron twice, then pointed to the strange infant and explained. "That is a creation refined by Matriarch Roland, the papal seat, using the stone of life and a puppet demigod from the Rose School of Thought. It can both guard the door and serve as a medium for the papal seat's power. It will follow us constantly, and as long as you don't do anything strange, there will be no problem." Aaron nodded, understanding the source of the familiar feeling on the strange infant. He couldn't help but click his tongue slightly. Is this the authority of the desolate matriarch? By the way, the planter pathway turns female after sequence 2 desolate matriarch. What was the church's papal seat, matriarch Roland, before that? Realizing his thoughts had strayed, Aaron glanced uneasily at Archbishop Segura, who was walking ahead. Seeing that the other party hadn't noticed his abnormality, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, no longer letting his thoughts wander, and began to listen attentively. In this world, there are many evil existences. They impersonate deities, deceive clergy, and mislead believers. Because our Earth Mother Church's 2 main pathways are both related to life, we are more severely affected than other churches. From time to time, people go astray, attempt forbidden life experiments, and gradually fall. Forbidden life experiments. Aaron, who had just snapped back to attention, couldn't help but think of Frank, whom he had left to his own devices. It seemed that during the last Chaos Council, he had already gathered the main materials for Sequence 6 biologist, moving another step closer to being an outer deity's son. To curb this trend, we, guided by Mother's will, reorganized the church very early on and established 2 major systems, the God-blessed and the favored ones. Archbishop Segura turned to look at Aaron, assuming the strange expression on his face was due to learning such a secret, and nodded with satisfaction, continuing. God-blessed refers to clergy within the earth and moon pathways who have received Mother's grace. Favored ones refers to Mother's favored ones from outside, from other pathways. Even edicts issued by the papal seat must be countersigned by at least one favored one, otherwise, they can be considered invalid. Saying this, he pointed at Aaron and himself, speaking with a somewhat complex tone. And you are a favored one. To avoid an awkward atmosphere, Aaron cooperatively put on an excited and invigorated expression, but muttered in his heart. If I were to reveal the night mark on my left wrist, you'd probably be dumbfounded on the spot. Satisfied, Archbishop Segura withdrew his gaze and stopped, pointing to the strange infant that had been following them, and said with a smile. The papal seat wishes to see you alone. The rest of the way will be guided by it. I will wait for you outside the Grand Hall. Before Aaron could react, a pair of cold small hands rested on his shoulders. He instinctively turned his head and met a pair of emerald green, pupil-less eyes. In his last moment of consciousness, Aaron saw a world that seemed to be filled with blooming flowers, and an indescribable phantom standing in the center of the sea of flowers. A thin, dark gold mist appeared before his eyes, and Aaron's somewhat chaotic consciousness instantly awoke. He vigilantly opened his eyes and looked around. Flowers exuding endless vitality swayed around him, their petals falling. Aaron subconsciously reached out to catch them, but the flowers passed right through his hand. Aaron was stunned for a few seconds, finally realizing that his current self was not a physical entity. Perhaps he was merely a manifestation of his mind through some means. Thinking this, Aaron turned his head and saw a giant tree that occupied the entire sky of this strange space. The middle of the giant tree was hollowed out, and a plump, graceful lady sat on an emerald green throne. Wheat ears grew at her feet, and spring water encircled her. Her skirt flowed outward, adorned with various herbs and flowers, and depicted images of different animals. With one hand, she held a translucent, adorable infant wrapped in swaddling, and in the other, she held a dark brown wooden staff, exuding an indescribable sanctity and dignity. With just one glance, Aaron's vision blurred, and illusory whispers echoed in his ears. His originally solid body suddenly became somewhat ethereal. With the blessing of the Sephira, even an angel displaying their mythical creature form wouldn't affect Aaron like this. The last time he felt this way was when he directly faced the Night Emperor's lingering mental imprint. Accustomed to the babbling and still maintaining a clear mind, Aaron endured the pain in his eyes, lowered his head, and respectfully said, "Praise be to you, the source of life, the mother of all things, the great Earth Mother." On the throne engraved with the holy emblem of life, the plump, graceful lady looked at the fleeting dark gold mist around Aaron and gently curved her lips. The dark brown wooden staff in her hand slightly lifted. Aaron, whose eyes were still stinging, was instantly enveloped by a cool sensation. Not only did the whispers in his ears disappear, but the surging life aura did not dissipate, instead, it remained within his body. The sea of flowers around him had vanished. Aaron, opening his eyes again, had already arrived inside the giant tree of life. Feeling the tremor from the depths of his soul, Aaron's lowered face twitched slightly. This was the second time he had directly faced a complete true god since awakening from the Sephira. Unaware of her true intentions, Aaron cautiously remained silent. The difference in strength was too vast. The more he spoke, the more he would expose. A grand and pleasant voice resounded. Everyone who heard this voice would praise the beauty of life deep within their hearts. The Evernight goddess was right, you truly are special. With the doomsday approaching, a turning point has finally arrived. The tide of the era is about to strike. Before you have sufficient strength, accumulating power is the only option. Listening to these veiled hints, Aaron nodded noncommittally, expressing his gratitude to the Earth Mother, and waited for her to express her true intentions. He didn't believe that a dignified true god would pull him into her divine kingdom just to say these things. Do you know Lilith? Upon hearing this question, Aaron's expression stiffened slightly. He wasn't sure what expression to show. Controlling the emotions in his heart, he respectfully replied. An ancient god of the second epoch, who controlled the moon pathway and was also the ancestor of the Sanguine. She perished together with the mutant king Kvastir and the demonic wolf of destruction, Phlegre. A soft chuckle sounded. The translucent, adorable infant in the swaddling clothes even turned over, its dark, bright eyes fixated on Aaron, who stood with his head bowed. You do know quite a few secrets, but her demise had another reason. Most of the ancient gods of the second epoch were insane due to the mixture of Beyonder characteristics. They harbored an irresistible craving for higher-level entities. There are some very special places in this world that retain the aura of those entities. For example, Bansi, which is currently sealed, and Calderon City, hidden deep within the spirit world. As the doomsday approaches, more such places will appear. That ancient god was eroded by something in the deepest part of the Evernight Plains, which is now the northernmost part of Fosak. This was also a significant reason for her eventual demise. That frozen polar region, the Evernight Plains of Fosak. To be called a higher-level existence by a true god, that should refer to the Sephira, corresponding to the moon, and mother pathways, the filthy womb. As one of the three pillars, the Sephira corresponding to the mother goddess of depravity, even though it was torn apart during the first awakening and came to earth, and has now been completed into a whole Sephira through its own Sephira completion ability. But as the top existence among the outer gods, she can still exert some influence on the part of the womb on earth through this connection. Lilith in the second epoch likely had no choice but to feign death and escape because of this. The nation of disorder that Aaron currently controls is essentially similar to the situation of the womb. However, the outer god, son of chaos, who is the source, was tightly controlled by the other two pillars in the first epoch, and even a part of his consciousness was sealed on earth. Aaron's expression showed surprise. He suppressed the swirling thoughts in his mind, and on second thought, it wasn't strange at all. The most obvious example is the ancient death, the demise of the phoenix ancestor Gregoria, which caused her divine kingdom, Calderon City, to merge with a branch of the river of eternal darkness that had penetrated the seal. Bansi Port is also a living example. The city of calamity, sealed in the West continent, instinctively or consciously uses the uniqueness and high sequence characteristics within its symbolic range to indirectly erode them, while also affecting the outside world. As time passes, the seal on the West continent will gradually weaken, and other Sephira will also gradually permeate the outside world. However, these peculiar places might only be sensed by true gods or kings of angels of the corresponding pathways. The sudden activation of the hermit uniqueness in the fourth epoch might have been influenced by the knowledge more Sephira. After giving Aaron enough time to digest this information, the soft and pleasant voice sounded again. You are not yet qualified to touch those things. When you achieve angelhood and truly master that power, then go to the Evernight Plains and bring something back for me. In return for this transaction, you can receive the hidden support of the Earth Mother Church. Since he had already promised the Evernight goddess to go to Calderon City later to help her obtain the water from the River of Eternal Darkness branch, and with nothing to lose, Aaron readily agreed. Finally, thinking of something, Aaron chuckled dryly and tentatively asked, "Does this hidden support include you?" The surrounding vitality slowly receded, and Aaron's figure gradually disappeared into this divine kingdom of life. The soft voice echoed in his mind again. "When necessary, pray in advance, and you will receive the help you desire." Suddenly opening his eyes, Aaron subconsciously touched his body. It was solid. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Aaron raised his wrist and watched strands of green light emerge from his body and merge into his mark of life. That seemed to be the power he had brought back from the Earth Mother's divine kingdom. Before he could check what changes had occurred in his mark of life, a woman appeared before Aaron, wearing a triple crown and exuding a distinctly desolate and withered aura. A clear, cold voice sounded. "I have already sensed the will of the Lord. The Church will provide you with assistance without revealing our cooperation. This is my life creation. You can directly obtain my help through it." While Aaron was still recovering, a uniquely shaped infant puppet appeared on his shoulder. Seemingly realizing that the appearance of her creation was somewhat eye-catching, Roland, the matriarch and pontiff of the Earth Mother Church, manipulated this demigod-level puppet to merge into Aaron's mark of life on his wrist. Along with it, a flood of complex knowledge emerged in Aaron's mind. She concisely added, "You can control it through the holy emblem of life, but once it leaves my control, creations born from the art of life refinement will intensely crave flesh and blood. Devouring too much flesh and blood could very likely lead to unknown contamination. The rituals for using the Stone of Life and the rituals concerning the soul level that you desire are also contained within it. Praise life, praise the Mother." Outskirts of Tingen, a house with a verdant green lawn. It had a garden that began to wither in late autumn, and the house had dark red chimneys on its roof. Behind the bedroom window of this house was a desk, on which lay an ordinary notebook. A middle-aged man with dark gold hair, one blind eye, deep blue-black pupils, a high nose bridge, tightly pursed lips, and features as profound as a statue with no wrinkles, sat at the desk. With a slightly pale hand, he solemnly picked up an antique quill pen. Without dipping it in ink, it clearly wrote out words. Nighthawk's senior deacon Crest Sessima, while pursuing Ince Zangwil, encountered Buddhas, the Saint of Secrets from the Aurora Order, who happened to be wandering nearby. Crest Sessima, whose combat strength at Sequence 5 rivaled a newly promoted Sequence 4 due to gaining the recognition of the Sacred Bone Sword, was undoubtedly no match for Buddhas. Having escaped with the help of the sacred artifact, he had lost track of Ince Zangwil and could only temporarily return to Backland. This was a logical decision. Having shaken off pursuit, Ince Zangwil hid in Tingen City. With the help of the Great Quill of Alzuhad, the greedy and Cunningham decided to steal the ashes of Saint Selena from behind the Nest Gate in Tingen City, thereby advancing from Sequence 5 feet Gatekeeper, to Sequence 4 feet Nightwatcher, of the Sleepless Pathway, becoming a demigod. The story of Tingen is about to begin. All of Ince Zangwil's schemes will proceed smoothly. He will definitely make the Church of the Night, who abandoned him, pay the price. Carefully placing the antique quill pen on the table, a sinister expression flashed across his classically sculpted features. It was clear that the front of the notebook also contained a large amount of handwriting. Most of these were from the past 2 years, where he used the Quill of Alzuhad to evade the Church of the Night's pursuit. Only a few places involving Anthony Stevenson, the Sequence 3 feet horror bishop, showed obvious signs of being scribbled out. The rustling of turning pages and the scratching sound of writing startled Ince Zangwil from his contemplation. The antique quill pen seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand, and it had already written several paragraphs in the notebook. Perhaps due to the call of the Antigonus family bloodline, or for other reasons, the Antigonus family notebook mysteriously appeared in Tingen City. The notebook will subtly influence its successive owners. Ranlis, contaminated by the true creator's divinity, also arrived in Tingen City. Desperate to escape his madness, he decided to attempt the evil ritual provided by Cyrus Orapis to summon a child of the true creator. For this, the cunning marauder decided to visit Hood Eugen in the asylum and made a deal with Hood Eugen, offering methods to control potion power and avoid losing control, and gaining immortal divinity as compensation. This is a win-win choice, so they will soon begin their actions. Ince Zangwill, who felt everything was under control, never imagined that a descendant of the Zoroast family with an ancient aura also arrived in Tingen. Being only one step away from becoming a demigod, he successfully attracted the attention of blasphemer Aemon, who was very interested in the Zoroast and Jacob families. This is very reasonable. That descendant of the Zoroast family, protected by an unknown power, escaped the blasphemer's pursuit. But the unlucky Ince Zangwill was discovered by that blasphemer. All his plans were about to end before they even officially began. The poor Ince Zangwill finally became a Mons. The diligently writing quill pen was suddenly grasped tightly by a pale hand. Ince Zangwill's face instantly turned ugly. The quill of Alzuhad, as the terrifying sealed artifact numbered 008, had its primary negative effect of constantly trying to write its holder to death. However, fortunately, the higher the Beyander's sequence, the greater the spirit body consumed, and it cannot affect powers higher than its own sequence. When involving high sequences, the written content can be affected or even scribbled out. Looking at the now blurry and gradually scribbled out Aemon, Ince Zangwill gripped the quill pen tightly and completely crossed out the last paragraph. His face, abnormally pale from consuming a large amount of spirit body, finally relaxed slightly. Without bothering to recover, he continued to write. Buddhis, the saint of secrets who severely wounded Crest Sessima, was about to leave when he coincidentally sensed the aura of an adjacent pathway, and thus decided to turn that descendant of the Zoroast family into his own sealed artifact. He abruptly closed the notebook, locked the quill pen in a box, and layered it with spiritual walls. Ince Zangwill, who seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, cast a gloomy gaze towards Tingen City, where St. Selena Cathedral was located, and muttered softly, "No one can stop me." After changing his mode of transportation midway and arriving by steam train, Mobert walked out of the Tingen City steam train station. As he walked out, he pondered how to complete the task assigned by Mr. Favored One. I heard that the old man is currently parasitizing a member of the Nighthawks team from the Church of the Night. My identity makes it inconvenient to approach him. Should I leave some aura behind and let the old man come to me? This thought had just surfaced when Mobert himself dismissed it. The old man, who had been hiding and fleeing from blasphemer Aemon for nearly 1,000 years, would not willingly make contact even if he discovered certain marks and auras. Calling a carriage by the roadside, Mobert decided to rent a house first and settle down in Tingen City to gradually make contact. As he thought this, a sudden sense of crisis emerged in his heart. Mobert noticed the abnormality due to the spiritual intuition from his Sequence 7 cryptologist pathway's judgment of his surroundings, but he did not act rashly. Spirituality dispersed around him. A dream stealer could utilize the subconscious ocean to a certain extent to steal thoughts or invade dreams, and could also use it to sense sources of danger in the surroundings. In the shadow of the street, a figure quickly outlined itself. It was a gentleman, wearing a mysterious black robe, with slightly curly, stiff brown hair, and deep, profound eyes that seemed to hide countless things. He was none other than Buddhis, the secret sorcerer, one of the 5 holy sages of the Aurora Order. From the dream stealer's perspective, the secret sorcerer Buddhis seemed to be holding an object completely shrouded in dim light in his right hand. Perhaps it was the direct feedback of this image from his spirituality, but Mobert felt a dizzy spell in his brain and couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. The secret sorcerer Buddhis also noticed the abnormality of his prey, and a dangerous arc formed on the corner of his mouth. A crystal ball appeared in his empty left hand. This crystal ball was neither clear nor transparent, as if it had been filled with profound darkness. As Buddhis stroked it with his left hand and his lips moved, points of brilliant light appeared within the strange crystal ball. They were like stardust, slowly rotating, forming a complex symbol. The block where he and Mobert were located suddenly twisted and disappeared. The original bustling flow of people on the street, and the bicycles that occasionally passed by with a jingling sound, also vanished. This was the secret sorcerer's space concealment. They could use this ability to divide a place into two, hiding a part of it, which could only be entered through a specific door. Tisk, I wasn't prepared enough last time and let that fellow Crestet Sessima escape. This time, I won't make such a low-level error. A voice laced with mockery echoed in Mobert's ears, who had just recovered. At the same time, faint, illusory chewing, gnawing, and digesting sounds, whose origin was unknown, could be heard. This was a negative side effect from his previous encounter with Crestet Sessima, who was carrying a sealed artifact. Mobert couldn't help but shiver, feeling an undisguised malice and hunger. If it weren't for this place being too close to the Church of the Evernights St. Selena Cathedral, a mere sequence 5 like you wouldn't be worth using this item on. Buddhist curled his lips into a slightly cruel smile, appearing before Mobert, his eyes showing the playful mockery of a cat toying with a mouse. The original crystal ball had disappeared, he was now holding a 3-tiered jewelry box with both hands. This jewelry box was quite large, difficult to hold with one hand. It was silver black, with many exquisite openwork decorations on its surface, inlaid with rubies, emeralds, sapphires, and diamonds, making it appear quite luxurious. As he held this jewelry box, a hint of panic and fear faintly emerged from the depths of Buddhist's mocking eyes, as if he were facing the abyss or listening to the ravings of an outer deity. His spirituality warned him frantically, and Mobert didn't hesitate for a moment. Although his Sequence 6 Prometheus could temporarily steal others' Beyonder abilities for his own use, if the target's sequence was higher than 6, there was a possibility of failure, and the higher the sequence, the greater the chance of failure. Moreover, what truly made Mobert feel a death threat was not the demigod who suddenly appeared, but rather the luxurious jewelry box in his hand. Experienced Mobert quickly made a decision, closing his eyes and raising his hands, his spirituality surging frantically. Buddhist, with a twisted smile, instantly stiffened, a moment of blankness appearing on his face, as if he had forgotten what he was supposed to do next. Mobert, not far away, held his hands up, as if supporting an extremely valuable item, while muttering softly. The origin of order and shadows. The great emperor of the nation of disorder. The lord of order who controls rules. A dream stealer can steal others' memories and steal the thoughts they are about to put into practice, causing them to temporarily freeze. However, at this stage, they cannot retain the stolen thoughts, they must act on behalf of the stolen target. Mobert stole Buddhist's thought of using the terrifying sealed artifact next. Although, given his sequence, it only affected the demigod Buddhist for a few seconds, it was enough for Mobert to chant a true name. Buddhist, who had recovered, instantly turned grim. The low chanting echoed in this hidden space. Although he had never heard of a hidden existence named Lord of Order, as someone who frequently prayed to the true Creator, he clearly understood the meaning of that true name. Without any hesitation, his stolen thoughts reconnected. The box of the outer deity in his hand emitted a dark light, opening the uppermost layer of the jewelry box. Mobert found his body suddenly stiff, his head barely able to turn, like a wind-up toy. The surrounding street instantly turned silver black and granular, as if cast from metal. However, the dark gold mist appearing before his eyes made a mocking arc appear on his lips. The secret sorcerer Buddhist looked at the mocking puppet-like figure in the uppermost layer of the box of the outer deity, feeling an inexplicable irritation and a sense of unease rising in his heart. He exerted force with his right hand, closing the lid of the jewelry box. Buddhist directly dispelled the space concealment, and the vanished area returned to the real world. The pedestrians on the surrounding street were instantly affected by the undisguised malice and hunger emanating from the suddenly appearing Buddhist, scattering in screams. Ignoring those ants, Buddhist made no further stay, not even glancing around, and his body rapidly became transparent. He held the silver-black box of the outer deity, inlaid with many gems, and traveled through the spirit world, where colors were rich, overlapping, and strange creatures were everywhere. Feeling somewhat irritated by that inexplicable true name, Buddhist planned to head to the easternmost point of the Sonya Sea, attempting to enter the God War ruins through the abyss that divided the sea. Just then, Buddhist in the spirit world slowed his steps and stopped in midair. He narrowed his eyes, and his pupils instantly turned deep black, dotted with countless sparkling lights. It was as if the cosmos had been reflected in his eyes. The gravel, composed of stars, rapidly rotated, and a figure suddenly appeared in the richly colored, overlapping spirit world space before him. It was a bizarre puppet covered in complex patterns, with empty eyes and an extremely illusory body. A demigod of the Rose school of thought. Buddhist instantly dismissed his thought. Looking at the illusory and empty puppet, his mind recalled the Abraham family's introduction to the historical void images commonly used by high-level beyonders of the neighboring seer pathway. A warning sign suddenly arose in his heart. Buddhist, already aware of the danger, was about to chant the true name of the Lord's most devout believer, the angel of fate Ouroboros, when he felt a chill spread throughout his body. The illusory puppet appeared in Buddhist's two pupils. Possessed by a wraith, his mouth twitched, but he couldn't make a sound, and his connection to the spirit world was also blocked. His stiff body detached from the spirit world. Boundless dark gold mist swirled. Aaron's subconsciousness, remaining in the nation of disorder, sat on the throne, the ring of concealment glowing dimly. He calmly watched the Aurora Order's secret sorcerer being pulled out of the spirit world by Astolfo's historical void image within the prayer light spot. Although Mobert had been absorbed into the box of the outer deity, the image generated by his prayer only dimmed considerably but did not directly dissipate. The waters of Tingen City were deep. The reason Aaron let Mobert go first was to observe the reactions of all parties and, incidentally, plan how he should enter the game later. He just didn't expect to provoke the Aurora Order as soon as he arrived in Tingen City. This deliberate coincidence also confirmed to Aaron that Ins Zangwil had not only arrived in Tingen City but had also noticed Mobert. However, this was not bad. Aaron had long wanted to find that secret sorcerer, not only because of the box of the outer deity, which was comparable to a Grade 0 sealed artifact, but also because of the secret sorcerer's ability to block perception through secrecy. Aside from having to disguise himself as Varna, who was nearing his limits, Aaron's most effective current aid was Cavendish Lancer. As a common enemy of the three pathways, that blasphemer was not only interested in the Marauder pathway. This was also why Aaron had always kept Cavendish Lancer with him, to use the hidden authority at any time to obscure the aura generated by battles, avoiding Amon's pursuit. As long as Buddhist was dealt with, relying on the secret sorcerer's secrecy, and with Amon's main body still in the forsaken land of the gods and only his avatars active outside, Cavendish Lancer could independently conceal himself and better execute Aaron's plan. In the eastern suburbs of Tingen City, southeast of the Hoi River, on a hill covered with fallen leaves, the stiff-bodied Buddhist instantly appeared, and the box of the outer deity in his hand fell. His sluggish thoughts returned to normal, and Buddhist regained control of his body, directly chanting in ancient Hermes. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Buddhist's lips moved, but no sound came out, as if it had been eliminated by an invisible force. His pupils constricted. Buddhist was about to continue teleporting when his heart suddenly quickened, and he felt a chill surge from the depths of his soul. He then heard illusory gnawing, chewing, and digesting sounds from beside him, and felt an undisguised malice and hunger. Buddhist's eyelids twitched, and he quickly lowered his head, casting his gaze on the box of the outer deity that had fallen at his feet. The silver-black, mysterious box had opened on its own at some point. Damn it! Looking at Mobert, who was like a puppet in the first opened layer of the box of the outer deity, Buddhist's hair stood on end, and he inexplicably felt a sense that he too would join and become one of them. He instinctively wanted to react to the Grade 0 sealed artifact in his hand, at least not letting this ominous item drag him into the abyss. An illusory figure appeared again above the hill. It was the historical void image of Truncest, the chief law enforcement officer, whom Aaron had resummoned. Cavendish Lancer, who was rushing here with Aaron's main body in the spirit world, felt his projection being summoned. He glanced at the calm-faced Aaron, and his figure became illusory, entering the historical mist. The originally blank pupils of Cavendish Lancer's historical void image in the real world instantly rotated, gaining consciousness. The ring of concealment's restriction meant Aaron could only summon one historical void image at a time, and there was a certain time interval for changing historical projections. This was also why Buddhas had escaped the Wraith possession earlier. However, the hidden power seemed to have stimulated the box of the outer deity. This Grade 0 sealed artifact held Buddhas back, making him lose the only chance he had to escape. Buddhas's pupils suddenly widened. He saw another historical image, emanating a stronger aura, appear behind the historical projection in the sky. With a resolute heart, he reached forward with his right hand, seemingly lifting an invisible veil that covered the void. Instantly, a series of illusory doors appeared around him. Some opened in pairs, some were deep, some were covered in mysterious patterns, and some were hollow in the center, faintly revealing the boundless darkness beyond. These illusory doors were numerous, dense, and overlapping, almost completely enveloping the secret sorcerer Buddhas. Buddhas didn't have time to look or think much. He immediately pulled open a gray-blue illusory door with 7 brass keyholes. This was the secret sorcerer's exile, which could throw a preliminarily controlled target into the corresponding space-time turbulence, with different illusory doors representing different scenes, where danger and opportunity coexisted. The lesson from his spirit world travel just now made Buddhas directly choose self-exile. As for the box of the outer deity, which was about to open its second layer, although it pained him a bit, looking at it from another perspective, leaving it behind was the best way to hold back that scholar of yore. As a demigod of the apprentice pathway, Buddhas, who had traveled many places, witnessed many things, and recorded various abilities, made the most correct decision in an instant. Looking at the series of illusory doors, the historical projection of Truncest, the chief law enforcement officer, even more illusory behind, Cavendish Lancer, spoke with authority. No teleportation is allowed here. His moving body stiffened in midair. An invisible door seemed to appear before Buddhas, tightly sealing the pathway. Aaron, who was extremely familiar with Buddhas's various abilities, had already informed Cavendish Lancer of the intelligence while traveling through the spirit world towards Ting'an City. This overwhelming intelligence advantage put Buddhas in a dead end. Ting'an City, the once noisy street, had returned to calm. Several men in police uniforms walked around the temporarily closed street. The leading officer, about 30 years old, had a prominent nose and gray eyes that gave people an indescribable sense of depth, like a forgotten lake in an ancient forest. He was Dunn Smith, the captain of the Ting'an City Nighthawks team. After his team members finished their investigation, he surveyed the street and spoke in a low voice. It can be confirmed that there were indeed traces of Beander power interference here just now, Old Neil. Did you find any other clues? An old man with gray hair, whose classic black robe could faintly be seen under his police uniform, turned his head. The residual aura is very strong. My suggestion is to report to the church and apply for a sealed artifact investigation. Dunn nodded, his gray eyes then turning to a young man with green eyes standing at the outermost edge, who possessed a poet's romantic temperament but seemed somewhat distracted at the moment. Leonard, what are your thoughts? Leonard Mitchell was standing where Mobert had been, looking somewhat dazed, until Dunn called out to him again, bringing him back to his senses. Leonard awkwardly scratched his unkempt, messy short hair, coughed lightly, and replied. Sorry, Captain, I was just thinking about something and got a bit distracted. According to eyewitnesses, the source of this Beander incident, the person suspected to be a powerful Beander, disappeared instantly as soon as he appeared. This kind of teleportation-like Beander ability is clearly not something low-sequence Beyonders can possess. If it's a sealed artifact, it would at least be a Grade 2 sealed artifact or even stronger. I strongly agree with Old Neil's opinion. Furthermore, given the teleportation Beander ability, I believe we can cooperate with the Punisher's team and the Machinery Hivemind team to conduct a city-wide search of Ting'an City. The Nighthawks team usually only handles incidents related to the goddess's believers in Ting'an City. If there are believers of different faiths, they are divided by region. The Nighthawks primarily handle supernatural incidents in the North Borough, West Borough, and Golden Wattle Borough of Ting'an City. The Punisher's team, affiliated with the Stormlord Church, is responsible for the Dock District, East Borough, and South Borough. The University District and the outskirts belong to the Machinery Hivemind team. If Beander cases involving a wide and complex area arise, the Beander teams of the three major churches will also cooperate with each other. Dunn nodded, closed the notebook in his hand, and walked towards the carriage by the roadside. Seeing that everyone's attention had finally shifted from him, Leonard let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to walk to an unoccupied corner, he heard the captain's voice. "Wait a moment, there's one more thing." All Nighthawks members, including Leonard, stopped in their tracks. Many even showed expressions that seemed to say, "I knew it." Dunn stood in front of the carriage, frowning as he pressed his temple and said, "In this incident, many residents were inexplicably contaminated, including many believers of the goddess. Besides those who will continue the investigation, the remaining members will assist the church's priests in handling the aftermath." All members drew a scarlet moon on their chests and responded in unison. "Understood, Captain." Leonard had just turned to leave when he cautiously half-turned his body and deliberated before speaking. "Captain, there's nothing else, right?" Dunn thought for a moment, then the hand rubbing his temple suddenly slapped his slightly receding hairline on his forehead, and he said apologetically, "My memory has indeed declined a bit. I actually forgot to tell you about such an important matter. Your promotion application has been approved by the church. At the earliest, this week, Daly will return to Ting'an to hand over affairs and bring back your Sequence 8 Midnight Poet Potion." At this point, a hint of melancholy flashed across Dunn's face, and then he calmly continued. "Daly should have already been promoted to Sequence 6 Spirit Guide when she returns from Backland this time. She will likely join the Red Gloves team and be transferred to the Beckland Diocese." When they heard that Leonard was about to be promoted, the other team members weren't too surprised. After all, Leonard had been a Nighthawk for over 2 years. However, the news about Daly was somewhat shocking to them. It took her 1 year to go from Sequence 9 Corpse Collector to Sequence 8 Gravedigger, another year from Gravedigger to Sequence 7 Spirit Medium, and less than 2 years to be promoted to Sequence 6 Spirit Guide. This speed made these low-level Nighthawks, who were promoted step by step, feel incredible. Leonard's eyes flickered slightly. Seeing the captain get into the carriage, he turned and left. Walking to an empty corner, he lowered his voice, a hint of curiosity on his face, as if speaking to the air. "Hey, old man, did Miss Daly master the method you mentioned?" An aged voice immediately echoed in his mind. "You're becoming more and more impolite. I wanted to teach you before, but what about you? This is a demon's bargain. A true protagonist would never succumb to a demon. You should still remember that, right?" The aged voice even replicated Leonard's arrogant and unrestrained tone, causing Leonard's face to instantly flush red. He mumbled a defense. Any normal person would react this way if a voice suddenly appeared in their head, "All right. What's more, you wouldn't even let me report it to the church. Who knows what your true intentions are, and I don't even know your name. If I don't call you, old man, what should I call you?" Without waiting for the voice in his mind to reply, he cleared his throat and changed the subject, asking, "All right, that's enough about that. What did you mean by familiar aura earlier? Was that incident just now related to you?" The aged voice chuckled with a hint of peculiarity. "Can't people have a little more trust in each other? These young people nowadays. That was a demigod from the Aurora Order just now. As for what I meant by familiar, you're not qualified to know yet. Don't try to probe me with your petty cleverness. You won't become a protagonist by relying solely on petty cleverness." Leonard's face stiffened, and no matter how he called out afterward, the voice in his mind no longer responded. A blurry figure, imperceptible to the naked eye, appeared above Leonard's spirit body. Its deep eyes looked towards the eastern suburbs of Ting'an, and it whispered, "Coincidence. Trap." The tall black knight in full black armor, who had burst out of the shadows, was cut in half at the waist, and the two deep red lights flickering in its eye sockets gradually dimmed. The Black Knight, recorded, by bodies from Cosma, the Saint of Shadow, was defeated by Cavendish Lancer Pinto's projection, but the projection itself became much more ethereal. Even with the aid of the Saphira and the Black Emperor card, a subconsciousness maintaining an ancient scholar and its summoned angel projection for a few minutes was already its limit. With unreduced momentum, Bodies, who was behind the Black Knight, stiffened for a moment before rapidly collapsing and disintegrating, turning into countless shimmering worms of star. Some of these worms of star disappeared directly, some devoured each other, and some merged in the distance, recombining into Bodies. Bodies' eyes had completely lost all rationality, his body was continuously collapsing, and he was on the verge of manifesting an incomplete, extremely weakened mythical creature form. He sensed something, and the madness in his eyes receded. He looked to his side, and emotions of shock and fear surged in his eyes. The box of the outer deity, silver-black on the surface and inlaid with various gems, had opened its first two layers at some unknown point. The third layer was entirely blood-red, and a crack had now opened, seeming to contain a sea of blood. Drip, drip. One light cluster after another slipped from Bodies' body. They touched the ground and transformed into countless insects formed from brilliant starlight. These insects curved their bodies into semicircles, enclosing a strange glow, like one illusory door after another. Bodies, who had instantly begun to shift into an incomplete mythical creature form, immediately turned his head, enduring the dizziness in his mind and the endless whispers, allowing a giant silver-white serpent without scales to condense in his eyes. This giant serpent was so immense that it filled Bodies' eyes. Its surface was covered with dense patterns and symbols forming numerous mysterious rotating wheels. It connected head to tail, converging with countless illusory rivers, evolving into a blurry, somewhat unreal, slowly rotating giant wheel. Around the wheel, various symbolic representations depicted different futures. Suddenly, the twisted insects falling from his body flew up one by one, recombining into Bodies. Blood-red patterns appeared on the box of the outer deity, seemingly resisting the power of fate. A faint golden glimmer appeared, and the blood-red patterns were suddenly suppressed by some force. The box of the outer deity closed layer by layer. Everything returned to before the box of the outer deity was about to completely open. Restart of fate. This was one of the rewards, Saint of Mystery, Bodies had gained from overthrowing the Abraham family previously, a Sequence 1 Beander ability, recorded, from Fate Angel Ouroboros. Of course, this definitely had a huge difference from the original version, only able to restart reality within 3 seconds, but this was already Bodies' most precious possession besides the box of the outer deity. Moreover, having used the restart, personally bestowed by Fate Angel Ouroboros, even if trapped and unable to pray, that great being could still pinpoint his location through the fluctuations of fate. The silver river of fate swept everything backward. Before Bodies' twisted smile could even appear, he witnessed an incredible scene. A giant paper crane, carrying a young man, emerged from the spirit world, traversing the river of fate where all things were frozen, flying towards him. An ancient longsword covered in blood-red patterns magnified in his pupils. Bodies' eyes were filled with despair and disbelief. Why? As the last thought surfaced, Bodies saw his headless body and the severed worms of spirit. Wei Ang Sai Ting's paper crane then ignited with invisible flames, its fragments merging into the surging river of fate around them. Aaron retrieved his sword of judgment, and combined with the death decree, he finally slew Bodies, who was caught in the restart of fate. Without looking at Bodies' corpse, Aaron quickly walked to the box of the outer deity, looking at this terrifying sealed artifact, which had strangely returned to calm. Aaron frowned, feeling uncertain. Just as he frowned, Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who had returned from the historical fog to reality, also arrived. He took out various spiritual materials and began to set up the ritual Aaron had taught him around Bodies' corpse. Time was running out. Even with the protection of secrecy and the help of Wei Anxiety, this place couldn't be hidden for long. Trouble would arrive very soon. Taking a deep breath, Aaron was about to sacrifice the box of the outer deity onto the dark golden mist to personally suppress it, when both the night mark and the life mark simultaneously emitted faint light. The two powers instantly enveloped the box of the outer deity. Aaron was dazed for a second. It seemed as if golden flakes detached from the box of the outer deity. What was this? This thought had just surfaced when it strangely subsided, but the subconsciousness within the Sephira was not affected and remembered this scene. Aaron's body paused, and then he set up a simple sacrificial ritual, sacrificing the box of the outer deity onto the dark golden mist. As soon as this grade 0 sealed artifact was sacrificed, the entire nation of disorder stirred, like boiling water. Vast power spontaneously activated like steam, converging into a torrent that completely submerged the box of the outer deity. Black and green interwoven patterns spontaneously appeared, wrapping it layer by layer, binding it tightly. At this moment, the gem-inlaid, silver-black three-layered, jewelry box seemed to have become a small insect trapped in amber, with no room to move at all. Next time, I should sacrifice some water to let the box of the outer deity play with microorganisms. The negative effect of random disappearance seems to require praying to Wei anxiety. After dealing with this grade 0 sealed artifact, Aaron looked at Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who had already set up the ritual. Without further ado, the life mark emitted light and merged into the ritual array. Bodies' corpse rapidly withered, and green light surged out, merging with the spiritual materials that formed the ritual, converging into the life mark. That would be the next stone of life. Aaron picked up the Beander characteristic left behind by Saint of Mystery, Bodies. It was shaped like a crystal, with countless rays of light refracting within, evolving into one illusory and brilliant door after another. After sealing it, along with more than 20 worms of star in the black pouch that had fallen to the side, Aaron and the other figure vanished from the spot. As the afterglow of the setting sun fell, a figure appeared where the box of the outer deity had been. It was a simple, gentle priest, dressed in a plain white robe, with a light golden beard that covered the lower half of his face, and eyes as clear and pure as a baby's. A cross pendant hung from his chest. Strands of golden dust emerged from the void, forming a golden scale that merged into the simple priest's body. His pure eyes looked up at the sky, where a silver-haired angel with countless wings appeared, her face gentle with a hint of indifference, as if looking down at a river, looking down at fate. Beneath her feet, there was a winding, shimmering river. The river constantly turned, looped back, flowed into itself, and became the source. Backland, Empress Burrow, East Taker Family Villa. Mobert, who had been released from the box of the outer deity by Aaron, stood with his head bowed opposite the desk, his expression somewhat tearful. He truly felt that he was incredibly unlucky. He had been hiding and fleeing to Tingen, but not only did he not find the old man, he didn't even see the lucky person the old man had parasite. As soon as he arrived in Tingen, he was targeted by the lunatic of the Aurora Order and had no choice but to pray to the Great Order Master for help. Aaron glanced at the dejected Mobert but did not explain the existence of the Quill of Alzuhan. Without special means, the more one understood it, the easier it was to become a part of the story and die inexplicably. However, given that he had just acquired a grade 0 sealed artifact and had probed the current situation in Tingen, Aaron still took out a strange crystal item that resembled a baby's palm. Its 5 small fingers were spread open, and numerous worms of time with 7 or 8 segments swiftly swam and wandered inside, their skin color constantly changing due to the aggregation of light and shadow and the different environments. Under Mobert's surprised gaze, Aaron pushed this parasite Beander characteristic, which originated from Flora Jacob, towards him, then calmly said, "Your strength is not yet sufficient to complete the mission. Prepare for your promotion ritual as soon as possible. This is considered an advance reward." Advance a Beander characteristic. Morbid looked up in surprise, seeing the parasite Beander characteristic pushed in front of him, a strong craving emanating from all over his body. One had to know that within disciplined Beander families, or in the Orthodox churches, one had to accumulate merits step by step to even have a chance to queue for Beander characteristics and promotion rituals. Sometimes, a Beander might not even accumulate enough contribution in their entire life. Even during the peak of the Zoroast family in the Fourth Epoch, Pales would only offer assistance during demigod rituals. The most crucial Beander characteristic still required Morbid to accumulate contributions himself. Thinking of this, Morbid suddenly felt a bit fortunate that he had joined the Chaos Council. After seeing off Morbid, who had a complicated expression, Aaron glanced at the crimson moon in the sky, then took out a brand new paper crane. He had some questions he wanted to ask the Snake of Fate. He wrote a sentence on the paper crane, placed it by his pillow, and then lay down on the bed. In the dream world, Aaron quickly woke up and saw the familiar dark wasteland and the dim spire. But at this time, the mysterious silver-white giant snake was no longer on the spire. Aaron nodded thoughtfully, quickened his pace, and entered the dark spire. It was still ancient and decaying, with a chaotic layout. The stairs sometimes spiraled upwards, sometimes slanted downwards, and the rooms were either normal, inverted, or embedded within other parts. Passing through one door after another, and through wall after wall, Aaron arrived at the depths of the Black High Tower. Here, tarot cards were scattered, all depicting the Wheel of Fortune, surrounding the thin boy in the center. Aaron met Will Ossepton's somewhat helpless eyes, a gentle smile on his face as he sat opposite him. "Many thanks for your previous help, Speaker. I also have some questions I'd like to consult you about during this meeting." Will Ossepton's silver eyes stared at Aaron for a long time, then he snorted lightly, responding with a non sequitur. "There's no free lunch in this world. Every gift of fate is secretly marked with a price. Although I don't like Ouroboros, that stinky snake, as the Snake of Fate who has been restarting by the true Creator's side, he is one of the few existences in the Aurora Order who can directly communicate with that evil god. You had already attracted Ouroboros' attention, and the true Creator has always yearned to break through the seals of the seven deities and escape the forsaken land of the gods." Ignoring Will Ossepton's change of subject, Aaron was well aware of the true Creator's thoughts, to open the Giant King's court where Dark Angel Saucereer was slumbering. That key was now in his hand, and the first blasphemy slate, which could draw upon some of the Chaos Sea's power, was also in the Giant King's court. He nodded slightly, a solemn expression naturally forming on his face, and Aaron got straight to the point. Besides us, were there other people involved in the battle outside Tingen? Will Ossepton swallowed, his small face wrinkled, and after a long moment, he took a card from the tarot cards in his hand and placed it in front of Aaron. It was a Justice card. "I'm starting to wonder what exactly Tingen City is hiding. Alas, but my intuition of fate tells me that it's like a huge vortex, everything that approaches it will have its fate shifted." Looking at the unusually distinct Justice card in front of him, Aaron fell silent for a moment, then slowly uttered a few words. "All that is spoken shall be known." Will Ossepton glanced at him sideways and nodded. In his current state, where he could only wash away his madness by restarting, encountering Adam, who was in the spiritual domain, would undoubtedly result in being crushed. Recalling the golden fragments that were jointly dispelled by the Evernight mark and the Life mark, Aaron felt a sense of relief instead. If it was just a guess before, now it was confirmation of his speculation. As a Sequence 5 who failed to advance, how could he, merely a gatekeeper, escape Channy's gate with the sealed artifact, 008? Even if there might have been the goddess's tacit approval, the demigods of the Nighthawks below wouldn't know this. The Nighthawks, who didn't lack demigod angel sacred artifacts, actually allowed a Sequence 5, in Zangwil, to exploit a loophole. There must be Adam's arrangements involved. It's not surprising that the actions in Tingen City would attract his attention. Aaron pondered in his mind how much he had exposed in front of Adam. Firstly, the hidden existence of the Lord of Order must have been known. From now on, Aaron would have to be careful every time he responded to the honorific name. However, thankfully, after separating his subconsciousness, Aaron rarely personally went to the Nation of Disorder. He usually used his subconsciousness to respond to sacrifices, so Adam wouldn't equate him with that hidden existence. However, as the favored one jointly chosen by two orthodox deities and a hidden existence, Aaron and even the entire Easttak family might become variables in Adam's mind. If it weren't for the Evernight goddess and the Earth Mother intervening to expel Adam's imprint hidden within the box of the Old Ones, Aaron couldn't even imagine the consequences of sacrificing this problematic box of the Old Ones. However, the actions of those two goddesses also slightly reassured Aaron. This was tantamount to openly telling Adam, "This is my person." Moreover, Aaron didn't feel that there were irreconcilable conflicts between himself and Adam. Adam's and the true Creator's needs highly overlapped. They both wanted the first blasphemy slate in Dark Angel Sorcerer's hands, as that would determine who held the dominant position after their final fusion. If Aaron wanted to establish a true kingdom of God on Earth later, war would be inevitable. A world-sweeping war would not only be Adam's ritual for becoming a god but also Aaron's best method for rebuilding order. Aside from their respective attitudes towards Amen, they could even reach mutually beneficial tacit understandings on other matters. Aaron couldn't help but recall the secret reminder he received from Hermes earlier. Was this Hermes's intention or Adam's intention? Interrupted by a light cough, Aaron looked up at Will Ossepton, who said with a displeased expression, "There are too many high-level auras on your body. Your river of fate is no longer accurate, but I can still discern a thing or two about matters related to you. The war in the southern continent has been going on for over a year, and it will soon change. You'd best be prepared. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, Ouroboros, that fellow, also arrived in Tingen after you left and encountered that person." At this point, Will Ossepton's face showed a mischievous smile. The process was quite spectacular. In any case, Tingen is definitely under the close attention of the Evernight, Storm, and God of Steam and Machinery churches right now. So you'd better lay low for a while. All right, that's all. Don't look for me if there's nothing major recently. I have a lot of things to do too. Looking at Aaron, who disappeared on the spot before he could even speak, Will Ossepton clicked his tongue and whispered, "Tingen." Then, he paused, his voice gradually becoming inaudible. "Find the right opportunity in the torrent of fate." At the Evil Dragon Bar in Tingen City, a pale-faced young man, wearing a worn linen shirt and the blue-gray trousers typical of the working class, suddenly let out a loud cry, startling the surrounding drunkards. Swain, the former captain of the Punishers team and owner of the Evil Dragon Bar, was already accustomed to it and merely asked casually, "Ademisal, what did you see this time? Not some jumbled-up images again, right?" Ademisal, with his head bowed, gradually revealed a silver wheel formed by an Ouroboros in his originally unfocused but crazed eyes. The weather gradually turned cold, and ice floes had begun to appear on the Tasak River. In the eastern suburbs of Tingen City, three teams of people were clearly separated. Leading them were Archbishop Anthony Stevenson of the Nighthawks, Archbishop Ace Snake, the Singer of God, of the Storm Church, and Archbishop Horamek Haydn of the God of Steam and Machinery Church. The three demigod powerhouses looked at the hill before them, which seemed to have suffered a calamity, and remained silent for a long time. The Nighthawks, Punishers, and Machinery Hivemind behind them all tacitly maintained silence, ready to follow the Archbishop's arrangements. In the middle of the Nighthawks team, Leonard Mitchell, who had successfully advanced to Sequence 8 Midnight Poet, looked at the nearby scenery with somewhat stiff eyes, suppressing the question that almost escaped his lips. He secretly grumbled about the old man's dishonesty, for not telling him earlier that there was a problem here, otherwise, this would have been a significant merit. Anthony Stevenson glanced at the two silent demigods, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. "Everything here has been destroyed very cleanly. I can only detect residual fluctuations of fate. Combined with the previous appearance of that saint from the Aurora Order, it should be him." The authority of Evernight itself encompassed the domain of misfortune, which also belonged to a type of fate. As a Sequence 3, closest to an angel, Anthony's judgment was affirmed by the other two demigods. Ace Snake, the Singer of God, frowned and said in a low voice, "You mean, that angel of fate?" He has been out of sight for a long time. Why would he suddenly appear in Tingen? No one knew the answer to this question, and the scene immediately fell silent. Horamik Haydn, who had been silent, withdrew his gaze and sighed. The cause of what happened here probably won't be found out in a short time. The Backland diocese is the most important. My suggestion is to temporarily seal off this area. I will be going to Tingen University for an exchange study recently, and I can complete the follow-up work. Just as the three archbishops reached a consensus, on another hill that had not been completely destroyed, a crow with a white ring around its right eye silently watched this scene, and a human voice came from its mouth. That fanatic is really annoying. His people are everywhere. How boring. But teaching Ouroboros a lesson isn't bad. Sitting in the carriage returning to Blackthorn Security Company, Leonard was about to ask quietly when a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Shut up. Unlike the usual amiable tone, it was filled with severity, and whether it was an illusion or not, Leonard even felt a hint of fear from it. In the foremost carriage, a candle burned, but its flame glowed a vibrant blue, casting an eerie, flickering hue throughout the entire compartment. A lady sat on the right side of the carriage. She wore a hooded black robe, with blue eyeshadow and blush, and a silver chain with a white crystal pendant was wrapped around her exposed wrist. Dunn Smith remained silent for a long time, then spoke dryly. Congratulations on your promotion to Sequence 6. This makeup really suits you. Daly, the spirit medium, with her demonic beauty, looked at Dunn Smith with glimmering emerald eyes, her lips curving slightly as she said. You still don't know how to talk, just like before. Forget it, since I'm about to be transferred, I won't bother arguing with you. Dunn opened his mouth, wanting to ask her to stay, but then felt it would be too selfish. Backland was suitable for a genius like Daly, not for her to be stuck in Tingen like himself. After struggling internally for a long time, Dunn lowered his head and said softly. When are you leaving? I'll call everyone to see you off. A flicker of disappointment crossed her emerald eyes, then returned to normal. Daly, the spirit medium, took out a thumb-sized glass bottle from a dark pouch at her waist. Inside the bottle, a translucent, eyeless, nose-less face appeared. After the new year, I will officially be transferred back to the Backland Diocese and join the Red Gloves team. This is a little guy the first raised. If you have any private letters you want to send me, or anything you want to say to me, you can summon it. Seeing Dunn unaffected by her teasing, Daly pouted, and her figure gradually became ethereal. Dunn finally looked up, his eyes complex, only tightening his grip on the glass bottle. Tingen, Greenhell Asylum. The red moon outside the window shone brightly. In the spacious treatment room, Hood Eugen, with light yellow hair, grayish-blue eyes, and a long, thin face, sat in the doctor's chair wearing a patient's gown, looking at Lanris opposite him, and said with a strange laugh. Your proposal is indeed very appealing, but you need to advance a portion of the payment, and have you chosen your target? Lanris looked at the psychiatrist in front of him and responded concisely. Of course, her name is Megos, you've seen her before. You just need to make her a tool for gestation in a semi-comatose state, that's enough. Hood Eugen reined in his morbid smile and frowned. That's an ordinary person. Even a Beander might not be able to withstand the projection of the true creator. Are you messing with me? Watching Hood Eugen's emotions suddenly become unstable, a hint of mockery flashed in Lanris's eyes, but he still said with a smile. I naturally know. Someone will give us the necessary help. You don't need to worry, you just need to do your part. Staring at the marauder, Hood Eugen analyzed every expression on his face. After a moment, he curved his lips and pressed a bell on the table. It seems I will have unexpected gains from this collaboration with you, Duster. See him out. The pristine white door was pushed open, and Duster, dressed in a doctor's uniform, walked in with a bow, respectfully escorting Lanris secretly out of Greenhell Asylum. Northwest of Tingen, Rammed Town, abandoned castle. Ince Zangwil, holding a quill pen, stepped out of the spirit world. His single eye looked at the castle hall in front of him, where stone pillars had collapsed and moss grew rampant, and the corners of his mouth curled up. A chilling, bone-piercingly cold wind swept out. Zhangwil stepped over the piled stones through the collapsed outer wall, slowly entering the ancient castle that had lost its main door, treading on the shattered floor tiles. Following his senses, Zhangwil looked towards the steps that revealed the separation between the castle's hall and dining room, a complex expression emerging in his eyes. There, a strong yet illusory sense of longing seemed to be calling him. This feeling was incredibly familiar to him. Once upon a time, he was just one step away. Zhangwil walked over with his head lowered, and the steps immediately let out a heavy, grating sound. The floor there cracked open, revealing a downward staircase, filled with a cold and filthy sensation that almost solidified into a tangible form. Eerie blue ghost flames flickered. Zhangwil descended the stairs, his footsteps echoing silently, until he reached the lowest level of the basement. In the center of the basement lay a black coffin, its iron nails a dark red color. Zhangwil scrutinized it for a moment, then cautiously picked up a quill pen, and sentences appeared on the coffin one by one. It seems to sense a familiar aura from Zhangwil. This wraith, formed from a death descendant who died with resentment, did not choose to attack. After completing this, countless faces, some formless, some twisted, emerged from Zhangwil's body, transforming into a bizarre door. Creak. The illusory door opened, and pale arms stretched out, scrambling to grab the dark red iron nails. Before all the arms evaporated into black mist, the coffin was finally opened. A sudden, illusory but piercing roar erupted, and dense black mist inexplicably spread out, rapidly expanding towards Zhangwil. A tall figure soon emerged from the black mist. He wore black full-body armor and wielded a broadsword that would be difficult for a normal person to swing. The figure, exuding death, looked at Zhangwil. Two flame-like red lights pierced through the gaps in his faceplate, meeting his single eye, which was so blue it appeared almost black. Just then, a pure white quill pen cut through the black mist, severing the head of the skeleton in the coffin. Looking at the crystalline white bone in his hand, Zhangwil's lips curved into a smile. He no longer paid attention to the illusory wraith roaring in the black mist, and his figure gradually vanished from the spot. Faint calls echoed, and that inexplicable sense of familiarity gradually cleared Azek's muddled mind. Vaguely, he saw a tall castle in the style of the early 5th epoch. Fields were cultivated, and a boy of 7 or 8 years old ran over, dragging a broadsword taller than himself. It seemed as if he stood before him, and a tender voice spoke. "I want to become a great knight like father someday." A sense of comfort, appearing from nowhere, permeated him. Azek subconsciously tried to reach out and touch the boy, who was both familiar and strange, but he shattered the moment he made contact. A completely different scene abruptly emerged. The ancient castle, almost in ruins, stretched its body outwards in the thick darkness, its spires reaching towards the sky, desolate, wild, eerie, and dim. In the dim basement, a headless white skeleton lying in a coffin slowly stood up, and an illusory whisper emerged. "Father." Thump, thump. Azek suddenly opened his eyes, fine beads of sweat seeping from his forehead, his heart pounding violently. The office, illuminated by the crimson moonlight, instantly darkened by several shades, and a chilling sensation permeated the air. The sudden change startled a young man with black hair and brown eyes, who had a distinct scholarly aura, as he had just pushed open the door and entered. He nervously explained, his voice trembling slightly. Mr. Azek, I'm here to submit the compiled historical materials from the 4th epoch that you assigned earlier. Azek pressed his hands to his temples, and after a long sigh, the previous deep, chilling sensation immediately vanished. A somewhat weary voice came. "Klein, it's very late. Why haven't you gone home yet?" After the chilling sensation disappeared, a hint of color gradually returned to Klein's face. He responded somewhat sheepishly. "I still have a lot of data compilation tasks left over from New Year's that I haven't finished yet. And today my tutor also said that if I can complete all the tasks he assigned before April, and produce results that satisfy him, he will give me a recommendation letter for Tingen University or Backland University. That way, I can attend the interviews for the history departments of these two universities in June this year. Looking at Mr. Azek, who had returned to normal, Klein suddenly remembered something and slapped his head. This weekend, Horamek Haydn, an honorary professor of physics at Backland University, will be giving a lecture at our school. The director reserved a seat for you and asked me to inform you. Azek subtly frowned. That archbishop of the God of Steam and Machinery Church. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly shook his head. I might be out this weekend, Klein. You can attend this lecture for me, and then you can recount it to me. Klein was stunned for a moment, then a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face, and he quickly nodded. Azek hummed in acknowledgement. After Klein put down the compiled report and left, he turned his head to look at the red moon outside the window and fell silent. Tingen, a basement in the factory district. The gloomy, dark room was covered in bizarre patterns, and items exuding a twisted, evil aura were placed in every corner of the room. Hood Eugen stood in the center, a faint golden light overflowing from his heart, and grayish-white scales vaguely appearing on his face. Opposite him was a young woman with long golden hair, her emerald eyes slightly vacant, but her face full of a happy smile, Megos. After a moment, Hood Eugen stepped back a few paces, looked at Ranvelis beside him, and said with a smile. I have deeply hypnotized Megos. The plan can begin. The necessary help you mentioned. Before he finished speaking, colorful patches of light abruptly appeared in the corner of the dark basement, and a black-robed figure holding half of a crystalline skull stepped out. A hoarse voice came from beneath the hood, brief and direct. It can begin. Feeling the heavy death and the terrifying oppressive sensation, the smile on Hood Eugen's face vanished. He felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast, and if he uttered a single word of refusal, he would be instantly torn to shreds. Ranvelis, however, showed no additional reaction, seeming accustomed to it. He slowly stepped forward, took off his upper garment, revealing a pitch-black mark on his chest where his heart was, a pair of indifferent eyes. His face twitched slightly. Ranvelis endured the pain, used a knife to cut open his chest, and let the blood drip into Megos's mouth. At the same time, he half raised his hands, adopting an open-armed posture, and loudly chanted in Hermes. The creator of all. The master behind the shadow veil. The fallen self of all living beings. Your humble believer implores your descent, implores you to bestow a child. I am willing to offer this body, for her to be the vessel, to bear your great will. Amidst the prayers, Ince Zangwil, completely enveloped in his black robe, casually threw the half-skull into the center of the ritual. At the same time, a pure white quill pen wrote a sentence within his wide sleeve. The great existence who controls the authority of corruption has always yearned to break through the seal. Even if that lamb's prayer is not devout, he does not mind making a small attempt. This is very reasonable. The handwriting dissipated even faster than it was written. Ince Zangwil's face beneath the black robe instantly turned as pale as paper, and the hand holding the quill pen trembled slightly. Deep within the forsaken land of the gods, at the summit of a mountain, stood a giant cross between reality and illusion. A blurry figure was hanged upside down there, with several ancient wooden stakes piercing through his body, stained with fresh blood that was still flowing but not dripping downwards. At the base of the cross, Angel of Fate, Ouroboros, wearing a simple linen robe and with waist-length silver hair, sat there, eyes closed in gentle and devout prayer. The next second, the hanged figure on the giant cross suddenly faded, spreading into a shadow veil that connected the sky above and the earth below. Behind the veil, a pair of indifferent eyes seemed to be watching the entire world. At the same time, all the offerings in the basement turned to dust. A sudden, dim light descended from an unknown place, completely enveloping Megos and Ranvelis. Excruciating pain struck, directly interrupting the prayer. Ranvelis's chest flesh twisted, forming a fist-sized, wriggling mass of flesh. At the top of the flesh mass, a pair of light gray, indifferent eyes, seemingly watching the entire world, protruded. The unwilling resentments of the surrounding human-shaped figures and the accumulated negative emotions surged inwards like a tide, pouring into the fist-sized, wriggling mass of flesh. The flesh mass instantly merged into the skull originating from the death descendant, and spreading blood vessels engulfed the broken skull, merging together into Megos' body. A sudden cry erupted. Ranvelis, who had reached his limit, immediately fainted, not noticing a hint of gray light re-entering his body. Grayish-white scales instantly appeared on Hood Eugen, who was maintaining the hypnosis on Megos with his spreading spirituality, and hysterical laughter burst from his mouth. Only Ince Zangwill in the corner remained unaffected, enveloped in a glow, watching all of this indifferently. A passage of text vaguely appeared on the nearby wall. The true creator's ritual for descending a child was unbelievably smooth. The pre-arranged methods ensured that everything here went undetected by the outside world. Ince Zangwill's plan has taken another significant step towards success. Deep within the God War ruins, on the Ghost Empire, in the Mausoleum Hall. All the golden marks on the ghost painting frame were exhausted. After the Stone of Life, formed by extracting the body of Saint of Secrets, bodies through a ritual, also merged into the pitch-black coffin, strange waves of fluctuations spread outwards. The space inside the hall unnaturally twisted. Aaron unconsciously took a few steps back, while Cavendish Lanter actively stepped forward, and an invisible barrier appeared, blocking the anomaly. "What time is it now? Cavendish, you actually advanced." After a long while, an aged voice sounded, and a middle-aged man in a classical robe appeared. A sense of chaos and distortion emerged in Aaron's mind. This was none other than the slumbering Sequence 3 inches frenzied mage, Fails Aren. Seeing that his former comrade in arms had not fallen into madness, a hint of relief flashed in Cavendish Lanter's eyes. He opened his mouth but did not speak, instead stepping back behind Aaron. Seeing this, Aaron did not hesitate. He stepped forward and said with a smile, "It is now the 1349th year of the Fifth Epoch. Thousands of years have passed since the War of the Four Emperors, and the Empire's bloodline continues. Now I need your help. I will provide you with the possibility of further advancement, just like him before." Aaron said, pointing to Cavendish Lanter, and a blasphemy slate appeared in his hand, starlight outlining the three Hermes words, Black Emperor. His gaze lingered for a moment. Although he had never heard of the blasphemy slate, the attraction from the depths of his spirit world was incredibly clear. Fails Aren looked at Cavendish Lanter, who stood with his head bowed. Highly sensitive to order, he felt two magnificent auras on Aaron. After a moment of silence, he slowly nodded. "I will not betray my original oath, this is also my faith." Seeing his frequent glances towards the depths of the hall, Aaron explained with a smile. "To awaken him, some preparations are still needed, and that will take some time. Hold on to me, I'll take you out of here first." Three figures rapidly traversed the spirit world, moving towards the coordinates previously left in the southern part of West Balam, South Continent. Suddenly, Aaron stopped, frowning as he looked at the chaotically spinning divination pendulum in his hand. Just as he was about to turn to ask Cavendish Lanter, he was startled to find his body uncontrollably drifting sideways, and at an increasing speed. Invisible fluctuations emanated from Fails Aren. In the suddenly distorted spirit world space, Aaron stopped his movement, and while retreating, he frowned and looked to the side. Chaotically overlapping color blocks and vaguely diffused grayish-white mist suddenly split open, and a huge three-masted sailboat covered in pure black leapt in. The ship was nearly 100 meters long, with three pitch-black sails hanging high like banners. It had cannons on both its port and starboard sides, and sailors of all kinds ran busily on the deck. All of this was so real, so tangible, completely out of place with the overall state of the spirit world. This was King of the Five Seas, Nast's symbol, the Black Emperor. On its deck, leaning against the cabin, stood a mottled stone chair 2 to 3 meters high. Sitting on the chair was a colossal figure comparable to an ancient giant. He had a black beard just past his neck, wore a tall, pointed tower crown, and was draped in a magnificent black robe with silver trim. His facial features were hard and deeply etched, full of majesty, making one instinctively want to lower their head. Below that slightly wrinkled, broad forehead, and above that high, prominent nose, dark red light flowed in his deep black eyes, making one instinctively want to lower their head. Fails Aren also looked towards the center of the ship. As the gazes of the two, frenzied mage, converged, a large area of distortion appeared in the entire spirit world region, and all spirit world creatures rapidly fled the area. The dark red light flowing in his deep black eyes suddenly intensified, and his magnificent black and silver-edged robe danced without wind. In the brief exchange, 5C's king, Nastor had already felt the power from the same source. This was a sequence 3 inches frenzied mage, he had never seen before. That ancient aura, permeating the soul, he had only felt it on Zeratul, an angel of the 4th epoch, when Emperor Rosal had not yet fallen. As the successor of Earl White Maple, personally conferred by Emperor Rosal, Nastor had once accompanied his father, Savigny Solomon, to an audience with His Majesty the Emperor, and vaguely knew that the great emperor had joined a secret organization. The reason Rosal was able to smoothly advance to Angel and drive the Sorin family, who had ruled Intis for over 1,000 years, off the throne, was certainly due to the tacit approval of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the strong support of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, but behind it, the shadow of that secret organization always loomed. High-level Beander characteristics of the entire Black Emperor pathway rarely appeared in the outside world, including corresponding sealed artifacts of grade 0 and strong individuals at the angel level. As one of the few surviving descendants of the Solomon family, even though it had declined, Nastor had some conjectures based on the family's incomplete records and certain clues left after acquiring the Black Emperor. Before the Solomon Empire collapsed, the Black Emperor had basically collected all the high-level Beander characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway, either bestowing them upon the descendants of the Solomon family or upon the great nobles within the empire. When the 4th epoch Solomon Empire was overthrown, the royal families of the empire, carrying treasures that even gods envied, boarded ships and sailed into the depths of the Mist Sea, awaiting the opportunity to rebuild their dynasty, but they never reappeared. Once upon a time, Nastor believed that the treasure contained high-level Beander characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway, and possibly even a sequence 2 or even a sequence 1 angel Beander characteristic. The outside world rumored that he had inherited part of the Solomon Empire's legacy, but when he obtained the Black Emperor, there were no high-level Beander characteristics he most desired on board. Over the past 100 years, he had repeatedly lingered in the Mist Sea, repeatedly trying to find the lost treasure of the Solomon Empire. Based on the clues left on the Black Emperor, and his own conjectures, Nastor believed that those imperial royals, in order to escape the pursuit of the gods, very likely entered the Lost Nuans. Legend has it that it was a mysterious and powerful intelligent civilization that existed at the bottom of the Mist Sea and had disappeared in ancient times. As for the remaining high-level Beander characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway, they were basically divided up by the later Tudor family and the Trenistost family. As for the whereabouts of those Beander characteristics after these two great families vanished into the long river of history, he was not very clear. The only angel-level high-level Beander characteristic he could currently confirm was the one left after Emperor Rosal's demise, held by the two major Orthodox churches and preserved in the form of a grade 0 sealed artifact. And today, as he roamed the spirit world, a never-before-felt thrilling suddenly came from his heart. After he advanced to frenzied mage, he hadn't experienced this feeling for an unknown amount of time. And the source of this feeling was not the seemingly strongest, frenzied mage, but the young man at the very front who wasn't even a demigod. This was also the reason why the Twisted Order at the very beginning only targeted Eren. As the most powerful pirate king, the 5C's king, with countless intelligence scouts, Nastor quickly saw through Eren's disguise, which was essentially only a sequence 6 inches faceless, by using the Twisted Order in the spirit world, a special space containing countless pieces of information. After acquiring Traveler, the demigod level Mask of Death was handed over to Bear Bailey by Eren, as a high-profile pirate king would be the focus of various secret forces for a long time. The mystical item Eren was currently using was merely reforged with a faceless Beander characteristic. In a special area like the spirit world, it was not impossible for his disguise to be seen through by certain powerful individuals with special authorities. The body on the mottled stone chair expanded again. Delay breeds trouble. Nastor, who didn't want to attract an angel but also didn't want to give up, decided to try again. And even if an angel came, what then? As long as it wasn't their true body, a Sequence 3 in charge of the Black Emperor could completely shake off an angel's power projection in the spirit world. Dark red light flickered, black light surged around Nastor, the crown on his head radiated light, and the entire Black Emperor responded. A majestic voice echoed. Chaos, distortion. Aaron's body, which had originally retreated, instantly stiffened. His original intention was twisted, advancing became retreating, and he flew rapidly towards the Black Emperor. The seemingly distant distance shortened to just a few steps. The anticipated attack did not arrive. Nastor frowned, then suddenly raised his hands to grab Aaron, who was flying towards him. Half of Aaron's body shattered into wisps of historical mist. This was merely a historical void image that had been replaced. Aaron's figure quietly appeared beside Fau's Ellen. At the same time, Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who had swapped positions with the projection he summoned, instantly appeared in front of Nastor, and the sun-chasing scepter in his hand had already condensed light. Black divine patterns erupted, and a strong twisted order spread towards Cavendish Lancer Pinto, instantly dimming the sun-chasing arrow, which had been gradually taking shape, by several degrees. A strong burning sensation came from the sun-chasing scepter in his hand. The negative effect of this Grade 0 sealed artifact seemed to be twisted and amplified, triggered prematurely. Fortunately, it was only a historical projection. Cavendish Lancer Pinto instantly released his maintenance of the historical image, but he also missed the best offensive opportunity. The distance, which was originally within reach, became incredibly far. At this moment, Nastor's expression finally changed slightly. Even as a projection, the twisted amplification of the sun-chasing scepter's negative effect still put a considerable burden on him. Nastor, who had lost his last chance, did not hesitate. The divine patterns around him intertwined on the Black Emperor, and the entire ghost ship instantly became illusory, seemingly wanting to escape the spirit world. The already semi-illusory Black Emperor seemed to be affected by some power, instantly stopping its virtualization and stiffening amidst the colorful blocks. Nastor's eyes suddenly deepened as he looked at the strange spirit world creature that appeared not far away, which also gave him a sense of danger. He slowly stood up from the mottled stone chair. That high-level spirit world creature sealed off this area of the spirit world, preventing the Black Emperor from leaving. Such authority was not something an ordinary demigod-level spirit world creature could achieve. Nastor, who had realized the danger but did not feel any killing intent, looked at Aaron's group, who had stopped attacking, with deep black eyes, and his majestic voice sounded again. A frenzied mage, a scholar of yore, a high-level spirit world creature. Lord Aaron, or rather, the East Taker family, you hide yourselves truly deeply. This voice only echoed in the ears of Aaron's group. Even the Black Emperor's first mate, Viscount of Fear, Bird Mustang, who was beside Nastor, only looked ahead with a solemn expression, as if his hearing was shielded by some power. On the entire Black Emperor, only Nastor had seen through Aaron's disguise. The situation was now extremely unfavorable for him, and he did not want to conflict with Aaron over these minor matters, choosing to keep his secret. Instantly understanding the meaning of this 5 Seas king, Aaron, with 3 demigods standing beside him, smiled. Strength was the capital for negotiation. As expected of the strongest pirate king, his ability to adapt to circumstances was truly superb. Seeing him so clearly understand the situation, Aaron gave up the idea of beating him up first to avenge the previous sneak attack. It's better to make peace than to make enemies. After all, he still preferred to convince people with reason. It's true that hearing about you is not as good as meeting you. It's said that Earl White Maple is a descendant of the Solomon Empire and once received part of its legacy. Nastor glanced at Aaron, who was protected in the center by several demigods on the opposite side, and the dark red light flickered a few times. He responded very frankly. That's right, but those legacies contain nothing worth the East Taker family's attention. The most valuable thing I obtained from that legacy is this, Black Emperor, itself. As he spoke, he looked at Cavendish Lancer Pinto and said in a majestic voice, I basically know all the saints still active in the Mysticism Society, but that doesn't include you. Cavendish Lancer Pinto's face was cold, with no intention of speaking. Instead, Aaron chuckled. Zeratul obtained key information for advancing to Attendant of Mysteries from Rosal. Tisk, he succeeded and failed. Without Zeratul overseeing it, the Mysticism Society is no longer what you perceive it to be. Aaron bluffed without any psychological burden. If Nastor was capable, he could go to the hidden town and confront Zeratul. The dark red light in Nastor's black eyes flickered, then he said, I will give you a satisfactory explanation for today's matter. How about a definite clue to a imperative mage, Beander characteristic? Even if you don't need it, the East Taker family will not refuse such a favor. A hint of surprise flashed in Aaron's eyes, but he still said slowly. As expected of the strongest pirate king, truly generous. However, I am still very interested in the legacy of the Solomon Empire. I wonder what progress Mr. Nastor has made in his explorations in the Mist Sea over the years. Nastor raised his hand and stroked his short black beard. His already tall figure seemed to swell even more, making the atmosphere in this space heavy and the colorful blocks dim. After several seconds, his tone turned cold as he stared at Aaron and said, Give me a reason to answer your question. Aaron didn't care at all about Nastor's chilling tone. He pointed at Cavendish and the others standing around him and said leisurely, The reason is, you are now surrounded by them. Feeling the suddenly murderous atmosphere, Aaron, who quietly excluded himself, took out the Black Emperor card, held it in his hand, and looked at Nastor with a smile. And when you need to trade with me in the future, you won't have to hear similar demands. The spire crown on Nastor's head swayed slightly, then he said in a low voice after a moment. That treasure may be hidden at the bottom of the Mist Sea, in Nuance, an intelligent civilization that disappeared in ancient times. When I first found the Black Emperor, I obtained a token that could only be activated by the bloodline of a Solomon descendant. All the clues came from it. If it weren't for the current power imbalance, Nastor would not have revealed this secret. In recent years, demons have frequently appeared in the Mist Sea, constantly disrupting Nastor's exploration. Moreover, the token's sensing was interfered with by some power after pointing to the Mist Sea, making it unable to sense the exact location. Coupled with Nastor's unwillingness to become a target, under the influence of various reasons, he had never found the lost Nuance. Aaron secretly noted down the name, intending to ask Wei Ang Sai-Ting later. That old monster, who had lived for so long, must know something, or he would find an opportunity to ask the magic mirror, Rhodes, and observe the situation in the abyss at the same time. He lightly coughed. The Black Emperor card in his hand emitted a faint glow, and he calmly spoke to Nastor. Within half a year, we will explore that place together. I will make some preparations. As compensation, after the matter is done, I will tell you the potion formula and ritual for sequence 2 feet Duke of Entropy. We will also not embezzle the items you obtain from exploring the ruins. If there truly is a Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristic, my lord can also bestow it upon you. I hope you don't play any unnecessary tricks. I wonder if Rosal has told you that the doomsday is approaching. You don't have much time left, and before that, a major event will happen. This might be your last chance. I think this can be considered an invitation. If it were 1339, Aaron would have unhesitatingly killed Nastor, extracting his Beander characteristic layer by layer, squeezing out all his value. But it was now 1349, less than 20 years until the doomsday, and especially less than 2 years until George's advancement. It was basically impossible to cultivate another sequence 3 in such a short time. 3 years to true God, 5 years to outer deity, that was a miracle unique to Klein, and an inevitability under various calculations. Otherwise, just the ritual of a scholar of yore could hold up a bizarro sorcerer for 300 years, let alone subsequent rituals. Eren now hoped to preserve combat power to the maximum extent. The identity of the Trenestost remnant would eventually be exposed. Those rebels who personally destroyed the Trentost Empire would not sit idly by. At that time, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he would be an enemy of the world. If there truly was a Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristic in the Solomon ruins, it was not impossible to bestow it upon Nastor. However, as a price, he would then need to sign a contract and offer his faith. This was also the reason why Eren requested to explore within half a year. His ritual for advancing to Imperative Mage was almost ready. After successfully advancing to Demigod, he would be able to mobilize the power of that sequence 1-inch Hand of Order characteristic. At that time, based on the Nation of Disorder, he would be able to create an order contract that even angels would be limited by. Even if Nastor had other ideas, he could instantly counter him. From Fauz Ellen, he learned that after Night Emperor became a god, he stripped off his Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristic, which was now in the Ghost Empire, slumbering with that angel deep within the Mausoleum Hall. Once Eren advanced to Demigod and further controlled the Nation of Disorder, he would attempt to awaken that one and retrieve all the treasures of the Trentost Empire. And this Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristic would also be bestowed upon Fauz Ellen, which was Eren's previous promise to him. Eren put away the Black Emperor card as he looked at Nastor, who remained silent, and added, "The great existence we believe in is called the Order Master. You can also ask Bernadette later. You can directly convey my words to her, perhaps she can give you some advice." A ball of light containing information flew towards Nastor. Feeling no malice, Nastor cautiously extended his spirituality, and devout and grand prayers echoed in his mind. Source of order and shadow. Great Emperor of the Chaos Kingdom. Lord of Order who holds the rules. The dark red light flowing in Nastor's deep black eyes suddenly expanded a few points. As one of the few people closest to a complete mythical creature, Nastor clearly understood what this honored name represented, a hidden existence comparable to the true deities. The description of the authority in the honored name, in particular, caused Nastor's emotions to surge, and he fell into silence for a moment. Seeing that the desired effect had been achieved, Eren stopped talking nonsense and motioned for Astrolfo to lift the blockade on this spirit world area. The figures of the few people immediately disappeared from their original spot. This is a demigod. Second mate, Viscount of Fear, Bird Maston looked up at the sky, sighing with emotion. Although reaching sequence 5, moving further forward, the tendency for madness and loss of control would become increasingly severe, leading to a high possibility of Beander promotion failure. The title of demigod was still tempting. Because as long as one successfully took that step, they could gain divinity, causing a change in the essence of life. Whether it was lifespan or ability, everything would completely exceed the human realm, placing them high above. As his thoughts swirled, a majestic voice echoed in his ears. Set sail. Find Star Admiral as quickly as possible. Bird Maston trembled all over, his body unconsciously bending down as he bowed in response. The massive three-masted ship, covered in pure black, gradually dematerialized, seamlessly merging into the colorful blocks. West Baron, South Continent, at the junction of Star Plateau and Hagati Grassland, outside Nicephorus City, the gunfire briefly ceased. Under the scarlet moon, the Loan soldiers hiding behind makeshift fortifications were seizing the time to rest in shifts to recover their energy. Many of them had faces covered in dust and traces of gunpowder smoke. Occasionally, someone would wake up, take out dried tobacco, casually roll it, and use the last remaining match to light it and bring it to their lips, taking a deep drag. More often than not, their eyes showed numbness and confusion. This war had been going on for over a year. Initially, they only had to face the Faesak Empire's colonial army, but by the end of last year, the Restoration Army from the West Baron native region also joined the war. But thankfully, with the strong support of the Church of the Night, the battle situation did not worsen in a one-sided manner, it only became more intense. Wisps of mist appeared, and the scarlet moonlight became increasingly hazy. The soldier on guard on the high platform stared at the distance in disbelief, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "It's alive, it's alive, it's alive." Under the scarlet moon, incomplete corpses crawled out of the blood-soaked soil, swaying as they tried to approach the defense line. In the distance, a mysterious figure wearing a hood and a black robe embroidered with scarlet patterns stood behind the resistance army, slightly spreading his arms. Endless corpses revived, and the spirituality of the entire battlefield rapidly grew, with yin power pervading the air. Since the war deepened, LotM soldiers had seen too many unscientific and unnatural phenomena, so many that they had become somewhat numb. Yet, the sight of these fragmented corpses crawling up still shocked them, filling them with terror and confusion, a feeling that they themselves would not be spared and would eventually become zombies. Of course, there was a reason why they maintained their morale and did not collapse after witnessing so many unscientific and unnatural phenomena. Just as immense fear arose in their hearts, chants echoed from within the Church of the Night in Nicophorus City. "They are naked, without clothes or food, uncovered in the cold." The night did not abandon them, but granted them favor. The holy and compassionate prayers reverberated throughout the entire defense line, causing the fear of every soldier to quickly dissipate, and their minds and bodies became serene. At the same time, Gusmanuel, clad in dark red armor, suddenly erupted with blazing white flames, and a majestic voice echoed, "Attack!" Then, leveraging the connection between the iron-blooded knight and the army, he transformed into a giant flaming spear and hurled it towards the hooded man behind the resistance army. The soldiers in the trenches obeyed the command, bringing out cannon shells covered in various patterns, adjusting the muzzles, and aiming at the surging mass of incomplete corpses. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, LotM cannons roared wildly in front, sending shells trailing red, blue, silver, or dark light whistling towards the enemy lines. Amidst constant flashes of fire, shells landed in different parts of the battlefield, exploding and emitting destructive waves. Those incomplete corpses were either directly destroyed or fell powerlessly, returning to their eternal slumber. The mysterious person in the black robe and hood behind the resistance army looked up, revealing a stiff, wooden face like a poor-quality toy. His crimson eyes watched the flaming spear shooting straight towards him, his lips splitting into a grin, but he showed no intention of dodging. Crack! A silver-white sharp light burst forth in front of the hooded man, tearing apart the flaming spear. A figure in a Fasak general's uniform quickly materialized. His body was entirely covered in silver scales, giving off a cold sensation. The high-ranking officers of Fasak were mostly silver knights, demon hunters, iron-blooded knights, and war bishops. And this one was Spike Einhorn, a silver knight belonging to the Einhorn family, and also the royalist representative for Fasak in the South Continent for this war. The blazing white flames dissipated. Gusmanuel, who had shared the damage by leveraging his connection with the army, did not hesitate and quickly retreated. Accompanying the appearance of this silver knight, on the other side of the battlefield, the mist parted, and dense red flaming spears emerged, hurled towards the LotM positions in a sky-obscuring manner. As these flaming javelins approached their targets, they suddenly became chaotic, scattering and falling, embedding themselves into the ground, creating one dark hole after another. Clusters of scarlet fire then rose across the battlefield, as if announcing a grand performance. The fire instantly illuminated the battlefield, and teams of armored Fasak soldiers emerged from the mist, joining the battle. At the very front was a tall figure also wreathed in blazing white flames. Mystery weakens, reality strengthens. A clear Hermes language echoed as a woman in a magnificent robe appeared. The ripples of an imperative mage spread. It was Mashiana Will, the imperative mage of the East Taker family, who had been stationed in West Baron, South Continent. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, Spike Einhorn, who had been suppressing Gusmanuel using light borrowing and hiding, and silver rapier, his dark green eyes glowed faintly. After forcing Gusman back with a sword, he turned his head to look behind him. From the perspective of a demon hunter's eye, wisps of strange threads spread from the flames lingering on the battlefield, and unknowingly, they had already entangled him in the Rose School of Thought puppet demigod who was still controlling the corpse tied to attack Nicephorus City. The individual who had secretly made a move seemed to know he had been discovered. Spike Einhorn's thoughts immediately slowed, his body stiffened, and his movements became sluggish, though this sensation did not last long. He melted completely, breaking free from the shackles of the spirit-body threads, turning into a flowing puddle of silver metallic liquid. Then, the protective power re-solidified into a giant covered in silver full-body armor. Bizarro Sorcerer. Mysticism Society. Spike Einhorn, who had participated in the War of Betrayal and dealt with those Mysticism Society charlatans, a flicker of doubt flashed in his mind, then his pupils suddenly contracted. Two slightly illusory figures suddenly appeared beside the puppet demigod controlling the corpse tied from behind. One of them he recognized, Buddhas, the Saint of Secrets, from the Aurora Order. The other figure exuded deathly aura, and a broken, dark portal appeared above his head. The endless corpse tied on the battlefield instantly stiffened, their flesh began to decay, disintegrating into white bones, merging into the bloody earth. Spike Einhorn quickly reviewed all known demigods of the numinous episcopate, including the artificial death faction and the royalist, and finally found a vaguely similar face in a corner of his memory. That was an undying from the numinous episcopate who had pursued the death's ruins, disappeared for centuries, and was said to have been lost in the ruins of a divine war. This was not a bizarro sorcerer at all, this was a scholar of your imperfect condition. A warning sign suddenly arose in his heart, and Spike Einhorn already felt the urge to retreat. His dealings with the Rose School of Thought were merely a transaction of interests, he did not care about the life or death of that puppet demigod. After the Night Kingdom was annihilated by the Church of the Night, the Antigonus family subsequently vanished, leaving only Zeratul of the Mysticism Society as a high-level Beander of the Seer pathway. Now that a Sequence 3-level scholar of yore had appeared, could it be that Zeratul, who had been missing for nearly a century? Before he could think further, the battle ended faster than he imagined. The Rose School of Thought demigod, who had just intended to transform into a mystical puppet using the Source of Curse, stiffened all over. His crimson eyes were replaced by another color, and his body, between illusory and real, rapidly turned grayish-white. Buddhas raised his right hand, and a gray-blue, illusory door with 7 brass keyholes appeared beside the lifeless puppet demigod. A faint blue light swallowed him. Having done all this, the two demigod historical void projections turned their gaze to Spike Einhorn, who had already raised his Sword of Dawn. The iron-blooded knight, entangled by Mashiana, had no idea what had happened before he saw a blazing white flaming spear, imbued with killing intent, flying towards him. A look of surprise appeared on the face beneath the iron-blooded mask. He quickly chanted Spike Einhorn's honored name in his heart. As a Sequence 3 demigod, within a certain range, he could already respond to prayers. A familiar voice came, but it quickly turned his surprised expression into one of dismay. The situation has changed, retreat quickly. He only needed to capture this city, plunder enough iron-blooded chi, and cooperate with the family's Silver Knight to kill Gusman, and he would be promoted to War Bishop. His chest heaved violently. He glared resentfully at Mashiana. Just as he was about to withdraw, the surrounding scarlet moonlight suddenly dimmed, and deep darkness instantly enveloped him. A beautiful lady in a Church of the Night Archbishop's robe quietly appeared. On a small island somewhere in the Mist Sea, far from the battlefield, an illusory portal appeared. The puppet demigod, who had been banished there, struggled to lift his head and saw two figures. Beside Aaron, Faust Ellen raised his hand, and distorted black ripples spread, a gentle palm strike amplified into an execution. The grayish-white patterns faded, and Astrolfo's figure left the demigod's body, but he still maintained the blockade on this spirit world to prevent him from merging into the spirit world and escaping. Faust Ellen, who had tampered with the rules of this area, directly gifted the negative state of madness to this puppet, lowering his will to resist. Being directly hit by a Sequence 3 powerhouse on an unprotected body, even a puppet with maximum physical strength, his body directly shattered. However, no blood seeped out. Instead, a viscous, ink-like black liquid spread outwards. Backland, a certain abandoned manor in the suburbs. Marich, dressed in black, slowly walked out. Sharon, wearing a complex and exquisite black Gothic court dress and a small soft hat, emerged from the void, her clear, cold voice echoing. "How was it?" The brief question left people puzzled. Marich looked up, a bright smile on his face, completely unsuited to his previous demeanor, and spoke lightly. "Do you even need to ask? Tisk, is this what it feels like to be a demigod?" As expected of the demigod level, I am now full of confidence. Marich stretched his body, and an illusory figure, seemingly composed of countless wriggling insects, separated from this body, reforming into Mobert beside him. At this moment, he exuded a strong sense of oppression, and a faint silver-white gleam flickered in his eyes, seemingly a side effect of his recent promotion not yet being fully digested. Sharon nodded, speaking in a calm tone. "Remember your promise." A smile appeared on Mobert's face. He patted Marich, who had returned to silence, and spoke cheerfully. "Don't worry, how could I, the dignified Viscount of the Zoroast family, go back on my word? Moreover, you two have helped me so much this time. Although the feeling of being completely parasitized isn't that great, this is indeed part of my ritual. I apologize for seeing your memories, but this isn't entirely bad for you. A portion of the madness deep within your spirituality has been erased by me. Going forward, the influence of the Scarlet Moon's curse on you will be greatly reduced. Additionally, I left a worm of time inside you. I processed it using some special family methods. As long as I am still on the northern continent, you can contact me through it." Mobert smiled as he withdrew his arm, looking at Sharon, who was as delicate as a doll, and added with a smile. "When you need my help, I can quickly arrive by pinpointing your location. However, before that, I still need to go to Tingen one more time. This is a task assigned by the favored one, and it was also my promise before my promotion." A glimmer of light flashed in Sharon's azure eyes. Having roughly learned from Mobert what happened in Tingen last time, Sharon was quite curious about the secrets contained within this city. However, she managed to control her desires well. She had more important matters to complete, something she had been preparing for since achieving demigodhood. Nodding slightly in response, Sharon's body gradually became transparent, using the ability of a puppet to eliminate some information from this area of the spirit world. As the city of 10,000 capitals, Backland, besides the major churches and official forces like the LotM military, also harbored many hidden organizations and various sealed artifacts. It's worth noting that some sealed artifacts do not strictly adhere to the characteristics of the 22 pathways of the gods. Sometimes, strange and powerful abilities can appear, such as the magic mirror erodes. Although there was a formation as a barrier and the parasite's advancement was inherently secretive, it could still be detected by certain entities. After eliminating traces and disrupting subsequent divinations, the three figures instantly vanished from their original spot. Under the crimson moonlight, the manor appeared even more dilapidated. About 15 minutes later, a carriage stopped there. Daly, wearing red gloves, was the first to step out. Several Nighthawks followed behind this red gloves member, cautiously observing the manor, which was silent to the point of deathly stillness. Among the Nighthawks was a young woman with dark green wavy hair and deep brown, bright eyes, Halier. At this moment, she was lost in thought until a teammate beside her nudged her and whispered a question, bringing her back to reality. "Halier, what's wrong? Did you sense anything unusual?" The hushed voice was still clear enough in the silent night. Daly, standing at the front of the team, with blue eyeshadow and blush, turned her head and chuckled softly. "You can speak any thoughts you have. This is a rare opportunity for you to gain knowledge and accumulate merit. Generally speaking, Nighthawks teams are stationed locally, each with its own jurisdiction, and are not allowed to pursue criminals or handle Beander incidents outside their jurisdiction without permission. The Black Knight Goddess Church specifically established the Red Gloves within the Nighthawks. They are strictly selected elites, even possessing some holy artifacts. Their mission is to reinforce Nighthawks teams that send signals, and to unrestrictedly track and apprehend evil individuals of interest, as well as handle certain Beyonder cases involving high-level existences. A portion of the Red Gloves team from the Beckland Diocese had been dispatched to Tingen to deal with the aftermath in the Tingen suburbs, which is why Daly led a Nighthawks team to conduct reconnaissance here. Thanks to the few words from that Jacob demigod earlier, Halier, who had a vague concept of the acting method, was now a sequence 8 inches swindler. This was despite the various restrictions on advancement within the Church of the Night. A trace of fear flashed in her eyes, and she muttered in a low voice. Yes, I sensed a familiar aura of the same origin. My spiritual intuition reminded me of some unpleasant memories. Daly's hand, which was setting up the ritual, paused. She glanced at Halier, who had already lowered her head, and after a moment of thought, muttered to herself. Marauder pathway. These people are truly bold. The silver chain with a white crystal pendant wrapped around her exposed wrist slowly lowered, emitting a brilliant blue flame, reflecting flickering, eerie colors. Halier, who had lowered her head, suddenly felt her hair stand on end and abruptly looked around. She felt as if in the manor opposite, in the shadows of the trees, behind the empty windows on the top floor of the building, and in every dim corner, pairs of eyes were watching her. Although the place was empty, Halier felt as if she were in a bustling, eerie street. This strange contrast, this peculiar sensation, made her body tense, and a chill ran up her spine. Something's wrong. Seeing a spirit guide performing psychometry for the first time, she couldn't help but speak up to warn. Daly, the spirit medium, with an enchanting beauty, swept her glowing green eyes over Halier and calmly replied. Don't worry, this is just my psychometry ritual. Since you chose to join the Nighthawks, you will become familiar with these things later. Saying that, she looked at the deathly silent manor, her brows slightly furrowed. All the original spirits in the manor have disappeared. The little fellows here now know nothing. Such a thorough cleansing. A moment later, after Daly used words of the undead to command natural spirits to explore and confirm that there were no traps in the manor, she led the Nighthawks into the manor for investigation. All traces had been cleanly eliminated, only allowing for the inference that a Beyonder had performed some kind of ritual here. Daly stood in the manor with no expression, then suddenly chuckled softly. It seems I'll have a chance to see that magic mirror from the Church of Steam this time. I wonder what embarrassing questions it will ask. On the desolate island in the mist sea, the viscous, inky black liquid, emitting curses and constantly corroding outwards, was restrained by Faust Ellen. Pale skull heads, bloodshot eyes with prominent veins, and fanged tongues grew from within the evil inky black liquid. A sense of extreme evil and madness rapidly permeated, and the ground of the small island instantly cracked. If this power were to appear on a battlefield, regardless of those high and mid-sequence Beyonders, at least the low-level soldiers would have their minds twisted or be directly corrupted into monsters. Aaron stared at the liquid with disgust. The Lord of Mysteries flickered faintly, and the historical projection of the sun-chasing scepter was summoned, directly enveloping it with the domain of chasing light. A silent shriek emanated from the liquid, rippling within the domain of chasing light. Before it reached Aaron, its direction was twisted, dissipating into nothingness. Several blazing white spears of no darkness appeared. In the distance, Faust Ellen's eyes showed noble yet sinister inky black patterns. The distortion ability at the Chaos Mage level was silently activated, and the blazing white spears of no darkness instantly erupted with destructive fluctuations. Seemingly truly sensing danger, the inky black liquid instantly twisted and contracted. A dull, textureless arm, like the lowest quality ragdolls, extended from the slime to grasp at the spears of no darkness, but it suddenly froze in midair, then abruptly grasped at an empty space to the side. At the moment its intention was distorted, the spear of no darkness directly pinned the inky black arm in midair. A scorching sun seemed to rise in the sky, and darkness briefly disappeared. Looking at the ragdoll arm that vanished within the scorching sun, Aaron's expression was somewhat strange. He had already recognized the origin of this arm. It belonged to the Rose School of Thought's number 2 figure, King of Curses, Balanka. More than a year ago, when he cooperated with Bernadette to hunt down Disciple of Silence, Mahams, this angel had also made a move, and was only repelled when her summoned door was destroyed by the sun-chasing scepter. However, what was on this puppet demigod was not the previous power projection, but rather a specially separated part of her characteristic. If this space, including the corresponding spirit world, hadn't been jointly sealed by Faust Ellen and Astrolfo, after establishing a connection with the main body using a part of the body as a medium, the angel's characteristic of responding throughout the world could be directly borrowed, potentially erupting with angel-level combat power. But it was too late now. After being preemptively controlled and banished from the battlefield, falling into a carefully prepared trap, the Rose School of Thought's puppet demigod had already lost his biggest trump card, and incidentally caused the King of Curses to lose a portion of her characteristic. Darkness re-swallowed the scorching sun. Astrolfo's figure appeared in the very center, his body gradually transforming into a low-quality doll. The inky black liquid had vanished, and an invisible sense of oppression permeated. Aaron frowned, but before he could speak, Faust Ellen blocked him and said in a low voice, "Your messenger, it seems to be advancing. No, it should be recovering. It is somewhat similar to the situation of certain high-level evil spirits in my impression. However, evil spirits that recover by directly devouring beyond their characteristic are mostly twisted in will. It's better to wait until it finishes recovering before approaching." Not worried about his own messenger, Aaron, who knew Astrolfo's true nature, speculated that after this recovery, it should be a genuine sequence 3, not like before where it had the empty rank but needed to risk borrowing from the entity in the spirit world to exert power beyond its own sequence. Backland, East Borough, a certain basement. Sharon and Marich's figures appeared. After setting up the spiritual wall, the two skillfully prepared the ritual. Demigod-level blood, combined with various collected spiritual materials, were all poured through the array into the strange mark on Sharon's palm, which exuded the aura of a high-level existence. That was the final protection her teacher, Renee Tinacare, left for her in the South Continent. Since becoming a demigod and gaining divinity, she had been nurturing this mark, even though the change she anticipated had never occurred. The items in the basement suddenly floated in midair. Marich, sensing the movement, looked over in surprise, only to find Sharon, who usually resembled an ascetic monk, now showing obvious emotional changes on her face. Her clear, cold voice echoed in the room. "Teacher, is that you?" Deep in the spirit world, a violent aura ran rampant, amidst intermingling red and blue color blocks. A putrid body, covered in yellowish-green fluid, roared deep within the spirit world. A massive body wrapped in corpse oil bandages tore apart everything that approached. The scattered fluctuations reached a hidden corner of the spirit world. The colorful blocks condensed, and the faint, ethereal mist dispersed, revealing a giant floating castle. It was entirely black, with towering spires, covered in vines, and had a strong Gothic style. At the top of this castle stood a translucent woman. She was almost as tall as the castle, wearing a complex, ornate, yet dark and gloomy black gown. Strangely, she had no head, there was a clean cut at her neck. Her drooping hands held 4 golden-haired, red-eyed, brightly beautiful heads. If one looked closely, they would find that these heads were identical. Perhaps disturbed by the aura emanating from the raging angel in the spirit world, or for some other reason, the 4 heads held by the woman all opened their eyes at once, their blood-red pupils looking beyond the spirit world. The battlefield in the South Continent had completely intensified. After the Rose School of Thought's puppet demigod was banished by the historical projection of Buddhas, under the influence of the underworld gate opened by the undying projection, the manipulated corpse tide completely dissipated, and even, conversely, overwhelmed the resistance forces mixed within the corpse tide. The pressure on the southern front instantly vanished. All artillery fire was concentrated on the Fosak army to the north. With the assistance of the mysticism weakens, reality strengthens, decree, the Fosak army, without high-sequence powerhouses guarding them, suffered heavy losses. The commander of the Fosak army, the Iron-Blooded Knight, from the Einhorn family, was currently being besieged by 3 demigods, and within a few minutes, he was suppressed and in precarious situations. If not for the Iron-Blooded Knight, being renowned for his physical toughness, and simultaneously leveraging the connection he established with every soldier on the battlefield to share damage, any other demigod would likely have already fallen. Even though he was in a precarious situation, the Iron-Blooded Knight showed no sign of retreat. Feeling the continuous casualties of his army, he understood that if he retreated now, all his previous efforts would be for naught, not to mention the time and effort required to cultivate a new army that was in sync with him, which would be equivalent to abandoning his path to advancement. A flicker of madness passed through his eyes. After enduring the attack head-on, he instantly closed the distance with Gusmanwell, and with a sinister grin, he threw out an ancient token from his embrace, flickering with electric arcs and engraved with the Einhorn family crest. This was a gift from the Supreme Commander of the Sonia Sea, the Weather Warlock, Ahomatova Einhorn from the royal family, before the start of this war in the South Continent. Without needing to chant the honored name, an angelic charm activated by bloodline was definitely a sneak attack weapon. Having already activated this charm and secretly waiting for an opportunity, he seemed to have already seen Gusmanwell's terrified expression. Even if he couldn't advance to War Bishop, he would severely wound or even kill Gusmanwell, preventing him from successfully completing the ritual. If he could bring Gusmanwell's Beander characteristic back to his family, he might even have another chance at advancement. The expression of resentment and greed had not yet faded but was replaced by a deep fear. The Iron-Blooded Knight's pupils reflected Gusmanwell's calm face with a hint of mockery, and a brilliant crown had appeared above his head at some unknown point. An aura that made even souls tremble radiated from the crown. Not only him, but also the Silver Knight, from the royal family, who was tightly entangled by Cavendish Lancer Pinto and 2 historical projections at the southern end of the battlefield, also sensed this terrifying aura belonging to a Grade 0 sealed artifact. A mixture of shock and anger burst forth from his eyes, which were covered in dark green symbols. Coming back to his senses, he stared intently at the unknown scholar of yore opposite him. Gusmanwell, wearing the brilliant crown, raised his hand and grabbed at the void. The crown of stars above his head instantly glowed brightly, and the dark clouds, lightning, and storms emanating from the token instantly twisted and deformed. The entire space continuously shrunk, like a seal. A gray-blue, illusory door with 7 brass keyholes slowly emerged, directly swallowing the entire sealed space. Behind the deep, boundless illusory door was a brilliant cosmos. If it were an ordinary banishment, it definitely wouldn't be able to withstand angel-level power, and the passage would directly collapse. However, the Crown of Stars, which was essentially a sequence 2 inches planeswalker, could perfectly banish this attack that lacked conscious guidance and only possessed angelic power. Although it would cause some backlash to Gusmanwell, this was definitely the optimal solution. The dark clouds and lightning dissipated into the deep cosmos before reaching the battlefield, and the illusory, gray-blue door with 7 brass keyholes slowly faded into nothingness. Gusmanwell, wearing the Crown of Stars, had colorful starlight emerge from his body. He grunted, transferring the burden of activating this sealed artifact of Sequence 0 to the army with which he had established a connection. His complexion instantly returned to normal. Gusmanwell looked at the Iron-Blooded Knight, who was once again entangled by Mashiana and the Archbishop of the Church of the Night. He raised the blazing flame spear in his hand, and the aura of iron and blood permeated the air. His majestic voice echoed in the ears of every soldier in Nicephorus City. All troops, attack. Leave no one alive. Stepping forward, the iron-blooded spear, condensed with immense power, repelled the iron-blooded knight who was attempting to flee the battlefield. The Fosak army was being systematically annihilated, and the anchor maintaining the stability of this iron-blooded knight's divinity had already been shaken. Unable to draw power from or disperse damage to the army, he was now in a precarious situation under the siege of 3 demigods. Feeling the rapid dissipation of the bonds in his spirituality, with his retreat completely cut off, and the direct restrictions from the imperative mage rendering him unable to pray to a Homitova Einhorn, the Silver Knight of his family had yet to appear. Despair and resentment filled his mind. This iron-blooded knight voluntarily abandoned his tottering spiritual anchor, no longer holding back, and revealed his mythical creature form in a state of loss of control. A mournful wail followed, echoing endlessly across this battlefield shrouded in blood and fire. Amidst the slight shaking of the ground, infinite blood-colored flames converged, turning from crimson to scorching white. Several scorching white pillars of fire intertwined, twisting into a blurry and colossal figure. A scorching white flame giant, several meters tall, forcibly tore open the space restricted by the imperative, and the misfortune imposed by the Nightwatcher of the Church of the Night was also dispelled. The battle at the southern end of Nikephoros City had long concluded. The resistance had been submerged in the tide of corpses, with only sporadic resistance remaining. Spike Einhorn, clad in silver armor, had the dark green symbols in his eyes vanish. He withdrew his gaze from the north and, with a casual move, repelled the Black Knight recorded by Buddhas. Completely corroded by divinity, this incomplete mythical creature form was irreversible. Regardless, this iron-blooded knight of the family was utterly finished, and the Einhorn family's war on the South Continent was declared over. Although it was as the disgraced losing side, Spike Einhorn had no time for anger now. Even if he became further uncontrolled and insane, he could at most delay the few demigods from LotM. The most important thing now was to quickly get rid of this damned scholar of yore, otherwise, he might also fall into a dead end today. Just then, an illusory, dark river quietly emerged, with bloody arms and slimy tentacles reaching out, grabbing towards Cavendish Lancer Pinto. Ferryman. Having had dealings with the Church of Death, which had not yet been destroyed, during the Fourth Epoch, Cavendish Lancer Pinto instantly recognized the source of this power. His mind stirred, and the historical projection of that undying blocked his path. Fine white hairs, stained with yellow grease, were growing robustly and getting larger on his seemingly non-physical body. Feeling the invisible erosion, Cavendish Lancer Pinto directly released the maintenance of this historical void image. His mission here was only to stop this Silver Knight and prevent him from interfering with the battlefield. The battle there was nearing its end, the outcome decided. The most crucial thing was to allow Gusman Will to seize this opportunity to successfully advance to War Bishop, rather than fighting to the death to keep Spike Einhorn. Unaware of the background of this ferryman who made a move in the shadows, Cavendish Lancer Pinto ignored the Silver Knight's departure from the battlefield and returned directly to the historical fog, allowing his historical projection in the outside world to regain consciousness. The River of Death, seemingly originating from the underworld, had no further movements after its initial obstruction. Cavendish Lancer Pinto frowned slightly and, using the flames permeating the battlefield, leapt towards the northern battlefield. Northeast of Nikephoros City, somewhere in the Hagati grasslands, an illusory, dark river flowed quietly, and a gloomy boat sailed from a deep portal, silently docking at the shore. Kalaman, with his fluffy, black and white hair, was the first to step off the boat. On his right shoulder stood an exquisitely crafted male puppet, palm-sized, dressed in a dark red, gold-embroidered suit, its eyes gouged out, leaving only 2 black holes. This was the Eyeless General, a sealed artifact of Sequence 1 controlled by Kalaman, an item formed after a Sequence 4 demigod of the mutant pathway died unexpectedly. After feeding his own flesh and blood to the Eyeless General, and suppressing its negative effects, Kalaman spoke with a mix of regret and confusion. You didn't make a move when that Jonas Nor guy was controlled just now. Why did you decide to help the Einhorn family's Silver Knight out of trouble? The Balaam Empire was destroyed, and Fosak contributed a lot. Many of your Egg's family members died at their hands. Jonas Nor was the puppet demigod from the Rose School of Thought earlier, and also a member of the faction within the Rose School of Thought that previously proposed recovering Kalaman's Beander characteristic. A handsome man in a black robe with crimson patterns slowly walked off the boat, wisps of black mist swirling around him, permeating with the aura of death. A little impatience spoils great plans. He will be more interesting alive later, and even if I don't act, he won't die. As he stepped, the ground, which had still been somewhat green, instantly cracked and withered. Feeling that gaze cast upon him, even Kalaman, who possessed divinity, instinctively lowered his head. Even without direct eye contact, Kalaman had a feeling of slowly withering, as if he were crossing the river of death inch by inch. The black holes in, the eyeless general, on his shoulder glowed faintly. This living sealed artifact was in a prostrate position, completely daring not to raise its head. This sudden ferryman was none other than Alsarthas Eggers, the death scion whom Kalaman had rescued, who had fallen during the Pale disaster at the end of the fourth epoch. By this time, he was no longer the evil spirit that could only possess a gatekeeper. Having retrieved his former legacy and undergone the life alchemy process by an alchemist, he had truly resurrected through the special nature of the ferryman. Withdrawing his gaze, Alsarthas Eggers touched his chest, a strange smile on his lips. He looked in the direction of the violent sea, saying nothing more. The scorching white spear of no darkness pierced through the flame giant's head. Gusmanwil endured the erosion of the maddening will, and a sword strike, condensing the power of the entire army, severed the last vitality of this uncontrolled iron-blooded knight. The painful, unwilling roars abruptly ceased. Soldiers in black armor raised their weapons in exhilaration, their shouts mixed with the aura of iron and blood permeating the battlefield. Looking at the fallen flame giant before him, Gusmanwil, covered in wounds, put away the crown of stars. He would later have to return to Irasil to ask Varna to reinforce the seal on this sealed artifact of Sequence 0. At the same time, he took out a blood-colored crystal that radiated intense spiritual fluctuations and an aura of iron and blood, like a pulsating flame. This was a pure war Bishop Beander characteristic, derived from the Weather Warlock in Bansi port and later personally extracted by Varna using the sun-chasing scepter. Blood-colored flames ascended, and two already prepared auxiliary materials slowly merged with the blood-colored crystal. A blood-colored heart, radiating an aura of iron and blood and seemingly pulsating with the entire battlefield, emerged. Having slain the enemy commander and achieved victory in a war involving high-level power, at the peak of morale, Gusmanwil swallowed the War Bishop potion. Using the spirit world coordinates provided by Cavendish Lancer Pinto, Aaron, who had quietly returned, had been hiding his tracks on the edge of the battlefield using hidden powers, preventing possible sneak attacks. Seeing his father consume the potion, Aaron thought for a moment and then pulled out a paper crane from his arms. He ignited it with spiritual fire and quietly prayed in ancient Hermes language. "Enough luck. I owe you a favor this time." An illusory, youthful voice vaguely echoed. "Remember your promise." In the very center of the battlefield, Gusmanwil, surrounded by scorching white flames, was suddenly enveloped by a layer of hazy silver light, his trembling body gradually recovering. The advancement of the iron-blooded knight drew all the scattered iron blood aura from the battlefield. The flame giant's body gradually shriveled, and the extracted Beander characteristic merged with its skull, forming a special sealed artifact. The unwilling obsession from before death, mixed with maddening divinity, this terrible residual pollution, even the spear of no darkness could not completely purify. Mashiana returned to the center of the battlefield after slaying all the escaping Beyonders from Fosak and sealed away the skull that was perpetually wreathed in crimson flames. Violent heartbeats rose and fell across the battlefield. Gradually, all the heartbeats synchronized. An inexplicable sensation arose in the minds of every Loan soldier in black armor, as if they were almost one with their comrades around them. Deep within their hearts, a blurry figure seemed to emerge. That figure was the convergence of everyone's power, and also the source of power. Feeling that distinctly different aura sweeping across the land, Theos Ellen, standing beside Aaron, spoke in a low voice. Higher-level power belongs to war, and war is the art of collective effort. Only a war bishop can truly leverage the advantage of an army. His tone was seasoned, carrying a hint of reminiscence. This aura inexplicably reminded him of the terror of the Blood Emperor during the War of the Four Emperors, though there was more pride and joy within it. South Continent, Pass River Valley, Lloyd City. More than a week had passed since the decisive battle on the South Continent. The Faesak Empire had made no major moves, but Eren did not believe they would simply swallow their humiliation. This was merely the calm before the storm. A world-engulfing war was not far off, and the true reckoning would likely unfold then. However, these things were still distant. Eren had more important matters at hand, his own advancement. Even knowing that after the war on the South Continent ended and his father successfully advanced to War Bishop, Lloyd City would become a focal point for many interested parties, Eren no longer cared much. With his wings gradually growing fuller, he was no longer as hesitant as before. Aside from a slight deficiency in angel-level combat power, the demigods he could now summon were no less than those of weaker orthodox churches like the Church of Steam. Once he truly advanced to demigod and further mastered the Nation of Disorder, even if he encountered an angel, he would have the ability to escape without relying on external forces. That would be his true confidence. What's more, George III was not yet ready, so this delicate period could be considered the final tranquility. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his state, Eren looked at Mashiana beside him. This imperative mage of the family personally placed the prepared potion in front of Eren. Looking at the golden viscous liquid suspended in midair, faintly streaked with light, Mashiana slowly spoke. Advancing to imperative mage is the most crucial step in becoming a practitioner of order. More importantly, it is to counteract the side effects of the potion. The order you establish will provide you with enough anchors to maintain self-cognition and effectively weaken the potion's side effects. Your code of law is an excellent example. Having met the advancement requirements in less than 2 years is enough to prove its feasibility. Don't worry, I will help you complete the advancement. As she spoke, her lips curved into a smile, and her majestic voice gradually softened. Once you successfully advance, you will become the newest Duke of East Tarok. This is both recognition and encouragement. Eren's expression shifted slightly. His hand reaching for the potion paused, and he nodded in silence. Looking at the steady, composed, and unpretentious Eren, Mashiana nodded slightly and said no more. Golden patterns spread outwards from her body, enveloping the entire Lloyd City. As Eren, sitting opposite, was enveloped by the golden patterns, he felt his spirituality instantly elevate. In a trance, he seemed to see layers of indescribable restrictions spread throughout Lloyd City. Yet, those restrictions gave Eren a strange sense of familiarity. His spiritual intuition told him it originated from the code of law he had created. Before he could ponder it further, the majestic voice sounded again. I have helped you directly observe the imperatives you created. This will save you a lot of spirituality, and you will have more time to deal with the erosion of divinity. The rest of the path is up to you. Snapping back to reality, Eren looked forward. Mashiana's figure had disappeared, but that unique perspective still remained. Silently, he cut his arm. Blood flowed out but did not drip, instead suspending in midair. A square piece of human skin, flowing with divine light, also floated up. This originated from Saint of Secrets, Buddhas. Eren used his finger as a pen, and crimson blood condensed in the void, writing on this demigod-level leather. With each stroke, golden light seemed to burst forth, creating a solemn and sacred scene. After the prologue of the Code of Law was written, the words on the human skin emitted golden light one by one, finally converging into a brilliant radiance. Enveloped in the brilliant radiance, the entire piece of leather disintegrated into a sky full of starlight, as if merging with the rules of the world. Eren's body gained layers of indescribable restrictions, which rapidly internalized, temporarily becoming part of his spirit body and physical body. His pupils turned completely golden, and at this moment, the imperative mage potion instantly integrated into Eren's body. The cold potion slid down Eren's throat, bringing a slight numbness that spread throughout his body, reaching deep into his soul. His writing had stopped, and his spirituality inexplicably soared. He felt as if he had suddenly risen high into the sky, once again looking down at the boiling golden patterns. At this moment, his emotions became inexplicably agitated. He felt as if every passerby in the city was connected to him by an invisible chain, pulling at his spirit body and consciousness. Thanks to Mashuyana's previous help, Aaron quickly found his own order chain within the infinite chains that enveloped Lloyd City. With his mind settled, Aaron immediately calmed his spirit, then felt the power of the potion spreading within his body, like a net with sharp threads. Suddenly, Aaron felt his spirit body and flesh being divided into countless tiny parts. He could no longer bear it, and the pain that penetrated his soul instantly overwhelmed his consciousness. His thoughts shattered into fragments, combining with different parts of his flesh, each gaining its own consciousness. Just then, the brilliant light that had previously recorded the law code enveloped Aaron's fragmented spirit and flesh, sweeping them into oneness with those chains of order. Aaron's broken fragments, under the increasingly dazzling starlight, disintegrated inch by inch, finally turning into wisps of dark gold mist, shimmering with one mysterious symbol after another, layered in 3 dimensions. They penetrated higher levels, connected to the underlying rules, and directly expressed abstract concepts such as order, rules, power, and knowledge. A chilling wind, blowing from an unknown place, dispersed the dark gold mist inscribed with countless mysterious symbols. Wisps of mist appeared in every corner of Lloyd City. In Aaron's chaotic and numerous senses, everything around him became layered, as if it had transformed into the spirit world, blurry and illusory, yet within reach. Above the entire city, faint, illusory golden chains emerged, intertwining to form strange tentacles. As the tentacles spread, spirit bodies, astral bodies, mental bodies, and etheric bodies all turned into stardust, each merging into the dark gold mist scattered throughout the city. Aaron's thoughts were noisy, chaotic, contradictory, and floating lightly, seemingly soaring to an infinitely high place where countless phantoms clustered around a distorted, gigantic world. Strange senses, not originating from the spirit body or mental body, were gradually extracted from the fragmented pieces, condensing into Aaron's new thoughts, indifferent, calm, observing, and overlooking thoughts, capable of seeing the world's true nature from more angles and perspectives. After recovering from the backlash of the Chaos Eye when he used the Nation of Disorder against the God of Combat Church's archbishops, Aaron further integrated with the Sephira, acquiring an incomplete mythological creature form within the Sephira ahead of time. Thanks to this, Aaron now understood that this was his divinity, and he did not resist it. Instead, he used it to gather and reform the original mist of order with golden chains, slowly transforming back into a whole. As his form aggregated, various kinds of knowledge surged from the depths of his spirit body, which had completely achieved demigod status, sweeping into Aaron's mind and bringing him an unspeakable impact, as if his head was about to explode. However, having already gained initial divinity and experienced multiple transformations, he passed this stage relatively easily, with a detached and observing attitude. The mist solidified, and Aaron, whose eyes were completely rendered golden, reappeared. Every breath seemed to resonate with the entire city. The night mark and life mark on his wrist also reappeared, emanating a faint glow, seemingly responding to some kind of power. However, at this moment, he didn't bother to fully experience his current state. He instinctively raised his head and gazed into the void. He directly saw the boundless dark gold mist, and within the mist, that vast divine kingdom. The entire nation of disorder was gently trembling. In the underground of Strelitzia section, Tassoc River, Loan Kingdom, Ruin No. 1. Inside the massive black mausoleum inscribed with numerous complex patterns, George III, wearing a Barum crown, stared intently at the mausoleum ceiling, the distorted symbols in his eyes like a flood overflowing. Excitement, confusion, greed, all sorts of emotions mixed together, and a majestic voice echoed in the dead silent underground mausoleum. Nation of Disorder. In Eastchester County, within a secret mausoleum, there stood a massive black stone mausoleum. Bits of slightly deep light gathered, condensing into a figure in the dim air. The figure had a somewhat square face, black hair, blue eyes, a high-nose bridge, and a thick beard, with a very solemn expression. His statues or portraits often appeared in places like Commemoration Square. He was none other than William Augustus I, the founder and protector of LotM, its first king. Although he did not utter a word, his deep blue eyes gradually turned golden, and the black mausoleum beneath his feet trembled slightly. In the Fenipater Kingdom, on the outskirts of Feniport City, deep within the Castile Royal Cemetery, a deep, majestic voice then rang out. Nation of disorder. Fasak Empire, St. Milon, Twilight Temple. The sky, where time seemed to be eternally suspended in an orange-red twilight, suddenly dimmed a few shades, then returned to normal. South Continent, Star Plateau, on an altar embedded with eyeballs, arms, heads, and internal organs. Crimson, blood-like light surged out like a tide, twisting into a deformed, tree-shaped phantom. With a hum, human bones, candles, silver plates, golden boxes, and other items vibrated in unison, as if they could scratch a spirit body. The surrounding worshippers instinctively bowed their heads, prostrating themselves blankly on the ground. Deep within the mist sea, on a primitive island, at the edge of a primeval forest with colossal trees, stood a black mausoleum built into a mountain. Inside the mausoleum, covered with various symbols, on the central high platform filled with a sense of distortion, on that massive iron-black high-backed chair. A blurry black figure raised his head, his face completely shrouded in the shadow of order, gazing towards the top of the mausoleum. He seemed to have twisted some concept, scrutinizing an unknown space through layers of time, space, and mist. His face immediately split open with two slits, as if two asymmetrical eyes had grown. However, those eyes had no pupils, only a field of blood red. Immediately after, another slit opened below the two eyes, also filled with pure blood red light. This finally gave the black figure a mouth. A dry, hoarse voice then echoed within this distorted space. Na, Tion, of disorder. This voice carried a hint of hesitation, a touch of bewilderment, as if it came from another world, and its tone conveyed clear pain, as if resisting something. More slits opened on the black figure, extending downwards from the head, blooming into blood-red flowers on different parts of the body, as if a layer of shadow enveloped a mass of pure, glowing crimson. At the same time, the colossal, deep green, almost black trees on the primitive island waved their branches, successively pulled out their roots, and then, like humans, moved closer to the mausoleum. Giant red dragons with flames flowing on their skin swiftly flew into the sky. Eight-legged demonic wolves began to gallop between the trees. All Beander and mutated creatures on the primitive island became restless, heading towards the mausoleum. The entire primitive island seemed to have come alive. The black mausoleum trembled slightly, and the shadow of order surged from every crack, instantly reducing the frequency of blood-red fissures appearing on the black figure to an extreme minimum. The shadows poured back, filling those blood-red cracks, and the trend of new birth was twisted. The blood-red light slowly subsided, and all anomalies quieted down accordingly. However, the black shadow permeating the primitive island had clearly diminished significantly, replaced by a certain indescribable feeling, and the entire primitive island underwent subtle, undefinable changes as a result. To advance to demigod and ensure the integrity of his spirit body against divine erosion, Aaron merged his subconsciousness, which had always remained within the Sephira, into his main consciousness. In an instant, Aaron returned inside the nation of disorder. Connected to the Sephira by thought, he immediately felt gazes prying. A slight smile curled his lips as he instantly severed those gazes. With deep mastery over this Sephira, the power he could wield within the nation of disorder was already extremely close to the angel sequence. Unlike before, when he was helpless against angels without using a sealed artifact of sequence 0, he could now even gain some advantage when facing sequence 2 angels of the Justiciar and Black Emperor pathways, provided he could mobilize the power of the Sephira. The high Beander characteristic of the Sephira dictated that only high-ranking individuals of corresponding pathways and beings closely connected to him, the controller, could sense it. Aaron was not worried that the spies outside Lloyd City would notice anything. As for those at the peak of the sequence, they wouldn't directly associate it with his humble sequence 4 just based on this, but suspicion and probing would certainly be unavoidable. After dealing with the effects of the Nation of Disorder's anomaly, Aaron began to examine himself. The potion was indeed partially digested right after consumption, almost half of it. I wonder if it's due to the Saphira's bonus or my own reasons. But the remaining potion, I don't know how long it will take to digest. According to the new knowledge in my mind after advancing, the acting for an imperative mage mainly has 2 directions. First is the promulgator of imperatives, or rules. This is easy to solve. Once I take over as Duke of East Taker, I can use the power of the entire family to perfect my law code. It doesn't need to cover every aspect of society like the laws currently in force in various countries, it only needs to have a complete system to meet the requirements of an imperative mage. Second is the enforcer or punisher of rules. This is a bit troublesome. The war on the South Continent and my father's and my advancement have made the East Taker family a target. Although it's expected, it also means that all future actions must be as cautious as possible. If there's an opportunity, it's best to contact Adam. I now have some confidence to face the divinity of this creator. I shouldn't be too arrogant. At the very least, I should first pray to the Evernight goddess and gain her attention before acting. After confirming that early acting was effective and considering his future path, Aaron explored the abilities of an imperative mage, combining the mystical knowledge he gained from his advancement with his observation of his own divine patterns. First is the most crucial incomplete mythological creature form. Even if I don't manifest it within the Saphira, I can autonomously recover. The differentiated mist of order is more complex than the divine patterns I previously acquired, and it can better express concepts like order and rules. These changes in divine patterns are partly due to the newly acquired Beander characteristic, and partly from the mystical knowledge contained in the potion. This is both inherent to the Beander characteristic and obtained from higher levels. Aaron, sitting on the throne, inexplicably thought of Aemon. As a king of angels of the Marauder pathway, with pals feigning death, he could even directly delete information contained in higher dimensions, causing the demigod of the Jacob family to lose much crucial knowledge. If someone were to interpret my divine patterns without losing control, they would obtain the potion formulas for the arbitrator pathway from sequence 9 all the way to demigod. This is also a characteristic of powerhouses above demigod. However, my current divine patterns are already deeply connected with the Nation of Disorder, which is also closely related to prayer and response. Directly observing my divine patterns is not much different from directly looking at an angel's mythological creature form, at least the result is the same. Now, even without relying on the Saphira, within the range of Lloyd City, I can rely on my differentiated subconsciousness and the mist of order to instinctively hear prayers and give responses to a not too complex degree, without affecting my other actions. This is completely beyond what other imperative mages can achieve, only at sequence 3 can one respond to a certain extent. All my Beander abilities have now been fundamentally strengthened. It's no longer limited to declaring prohibitions and judgments, I can formulate more detailed imperatives. For instance, the most frequently used and representative, mystical weakening, reality strengthening, imperative can greatly weaken all Beander abilities and mystical influences within a certain range, while enhancing attacks originating from reality. The newly acquired, deprivation, imperative can directly deprive a target of a certain Beander ability. The duration is related to the target's sequence. Even for a demigod, under the premise of mobilizing the Saphira's power, it can seal them for at least 3 minutes, though only one ability can be deprived at a time. Imprisonment has been sublimated into confinement. It can not only confine targets, including spirit bodies, but also temporarily confine attacks and even corruption that do not exceed my own level. Death has directly sublimated into execution. Combined with a specific sealed artifact, this will become my strongest offensive method. Putting the divination pendant back into the pile of miscellaneous items, Aaron's smile gradually widened. This time, it finally feels like my words carry the weight of law. In a certain sea area of the violent sea, Nastor, the Five Seas king, who was sitting on the throne of the Black Emperor deep in thought, felt inexplicably agitated. A moment ago, he had a fleeting sensation that something extremely important to him had appeared. But when he sensed it closely, there was no feedback. As a being closest to an angel, Nastor was certain that it wasn't an illusion just now. That kind of stirring from the depths of his soul was even stronger than when he first encountered Aaron's Black Emperor card. A scarlet light flashed in Nastor's dark eyes as he turned his head to look at the massive sailboat covered in mysterious, abstract symbols not far away. Its flag bore 10 white stars of equal size, encircling a cold eye without eyelashes. This was the flagship, Future, of Star Admiral Catlia. Unlike the leisurely, Black Emperor, the Future's deck was solemn. Frank Lee, who had already completed his advancement ritual ahead of schedule and was only missing the last main ingredient for sequence 5 inches druid, patted Nina, the bosun, whose body was trembling slightly. Nina, highly strung, nearly jumped. The woman, nicknamed Underwater Killer, glared fiercely at Frank, who was grinning foolishly. He was the only one on the Future who could still smile. Frank didn't feel anything, though. Some of his research during this period had received the approval of the Favored One, and he had not only obtained a potion formula but also a demigod charm. Although this was far from being a match for the Five Seas King, it could at least buy him time to pray for help. Even if Nastor was strong, he wouldn't be a match for that existence. Moreover, if Nastor had intended to act, he wouldn't have hesitated so much. His actions were simply waiting for the captain's reply. Frank, who was about to comfort Nina, suddenly turned his head, looking at the captain's cabin with some surprise. Being extremely familiar with life auras, he sensed a peculiar presence. The spire crown on Nastor's head swayed slightly, and blood-red light flashed in his dark eyes, reflecting things that ordinary people could not see, a pristine, ethereal feather. He raised his right hand and touched the feather. Nastor did not resist, his consciousness seemed to float. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a lady wearing a white Intis-style shirt and a dark black jacket, with a slender rapier at her waist. She had waist-length, naturally flowing chestnut hair, and her eyes were deep blue, as if they contained a condensed ocean. After glancing at the surrounding stardust, Nastor spoke in a low voice. "It's a pleasure to see you, Your Highness." Bernadette's eyes flickered slightly, and she hummed, speaking calmly. "Catlia's letter didn't state your purpose. I think you can tell me now." The space around Nastor subtly twisted as he asked, his voice devoid of inflection. "Have you heard of Order Master?" Bernadette responded after a long silence. "Where did you hear that name?" Nastor hesitated for a moment but still briefly recounted the events of that day, awaiting the princess's response. After listening to his narration, her expression only slightly darkened, showing no obvious reaction. The Queen Mystic's blue eyes, like a condensed ocean, instantly deepened, briefly losing focus, as if she were peering into the torrent of fate through Nastor. 2 or 3 seconds later, Bernadette abruptly closed her eyes, as if an unbearable glare had appeared before her, and the surrounding environment trembled slightly. Bloody liquid vaguely flowed from the corners of her eyes, making her face appear somewhat pale. Queen Mystic, Bernadette remained with her eyes tightly shut, speaking in a slightly ethereal voice. "Blood and fire will engulf the world, the rebellious will end by the sword, and chaos and order will intertwine." This was a prophecy. Sequence 3 of the Mystery Prior pathway was precisely clairvoyant. Queen Mystic, Bernadette stood still, her blue eyes hazy and lifeless, seemingly needing more time to regain her vision. Before Nastor could ask, the starlight and figure dissolved like foam. He was back on the throne, his dark eyes devoid of any emotion. Beside him, the second mate, Fear Viscount, Bird Mustang, who was guarding against the Future, suddenly heard a majestic voice. "Are you loyal to me?" 1349 June 6, Iriseel, the capital of East Tarok County. In the Black Knight Church on Victory Square in the city center, a solemn ceremony was about to begin. Sunlight streamed through the magnificent stained glass windows, casting a soft glow throughout the hall. A solemn and dignified atmosphere permeated the space, and people in splendid attire exuded an air of nobility and reverence. Most of the guests attending were specially invited from Backland to participate in the inauguration ceremony of the promising new Duke of East Tarok. At the forefront of the guests was Earl Hall's family. Audrey wore a breathtaking pure white gown, adorned with silver threads and pearls on its hem, as if starlight bloomed at her feet. Her long hair was styled into an elaborate bun, and she wore an exquisite forehead ornament inlaid with numerous emerald gems, which perfectly complemented her emerald-like eyes, making her even more graceful. Afuni, with golden hair and blue eyes, squatted beside Audrey, curiously meeting the blinking Susie's gaze, while Evelyn lazily lay on top of Susie's head, boredly wagging her tail. Duchess Celine Wolfe, the former Duchess, stood not far away, smiling as she watched her daughter and Audrey, conversing in low voices with Earl Hall and his wife. Soon, satisfied smiles appeared on both their faces. Alfred, brought back to Lowen by Aaron, slowly approached Audrey, meeting her surprised gaze, and spoke gently. "Long time no see, Audrey." "Alfred, when did you get back?" Audrey bounced excitedly on the spot, and Susie suddenly looked up, almost knocking Evelyn off. Looking at the golden retriever who was now obediently squatting beside them, with human-like eyes, Alfred, who was already a colonel, couldn't help but laugh. "I remember when I left home, Susie only reached your skirt. A few years have passed, and what a change." Looking at Audrey before him, both her appearance and temperament had reached an admirable level. Alfred smiled and added, "I just arrived in Iriseel this morning, thanks to Duke Aaron, otherwise, it might have been a long time before I could see you all." His tone was quite complex. He hadn't arrived by warship or airship, but Aaron himself had personally traveled through the spirit world, bringing his future brother-in-law back to Iriseel. Truly feeling the majesty of that demigod, Alfred both admired his sister's foresight and worried that Audrey, who was already extremely curious about Beander powers, would step into this irreversible vortex. The bell in Victory Square chimed, its melodious sound drifting. The church, usually quiet but now a bit noisier, quickly returned to peace, and a solemn sense of awe rapidly swept through Iriseel. In the center of the square stood a magnificent throne, symbolizing the Easttaker family's power and prestige on this land for over 1,000 years. Two figures appeared in the square. Aaron, draped in a duke's robe made of pure white brocade, looked at his father, who was full of pride and suppressing an iron-blooded aura, and took the scepter symbolizing the peerage from his hand. Compared to the invited guests, Aaron's mood was quite calm. The divinity he gained from his advancement had not affected him too much. He turned his head and met the emerald eyes in the church hall that held hidden joy. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. His figure suddenly appeared inside the church, beside Audrey. He took her fair, delicate hand, looked at her instantly flushed face, and whispered, "Come with me." Feeling the warmth from his palm, as if by some ghostly impulse, Audrey nodded. Led by Aaron, hand in hand, she walked step by step along the prayer corridor towards the altar. The surrounding guests consciously made way. Earl Hall and his wife smiled and did not stop them. Afuni, meanwhile, held back Susie, who had just wanted to follow. A deep darkness surged, and beneath the Evernight goddess's holy emblem behind the altar, an old man with no stray whiskers and deep eyes appeared. Even wearing a black and red archbishop's robe, he did not give off a gloomy feeling. He looked at the two approaching him with a gentle smile. Audrey, who had attended several winter solstice services, instantly recognized Archbishop Anthony. Before she could be surprised, a warm breath brushed her ear. "Today is your birthday, and also the day I succeed as Duke. On this special day, I want to create some memories unique to us." Looking at the altar so close by, and at the Archbishop, Audrey, who vaguely guessed something, suddenly gripped Aaron's hand tightly. The flush on her face spread to her fair neck. Looking at her flawless face, and with the scent of a young girl wafting to his nose, Aaron couldn't help but softly call out, "Audrey." She raised her head in a slight panic, and a moist sensation came from her lips. Audrey's eyelashes trembled, and her breathing instantly became heavy. Feeling the lingering fragrance on his lips, Aaron gently embraced Audrey's waist and whispered in her ear. The path ahead may be very bumpy. I hope the person by my side is you, Audrey. Will you spend the rest of your life with me? Audrey, head bowed and lips tightly pressed, did not speak, but her grip on Aaron's hand tightened. The church was silent, with only the increasingly intense sound of heartbeats. Finally, Audrey's mumbled voice reached Aaron's ears. No matter what the future holds, I will walk with you. Joy flashed in his golden eyes. Aaron no longer hesitated, taking Audrey's hand and walking towards Archbishop Anthony at the altar. Watching the inwardly majestic Aaron and the blushing Audrey approach the altar and bow before the holy emblem, Anthony's gentle voice rang out. Under the gaze of the benevolent goddess, I shall witness a sacred betrothal. Praise the goddess. All the guests who were followers of the Evernight goddess simultaneously raised their right hands and drew a scarlet moon clockwise on their chests. Once everyone had calmed down, Anthony turned to Audrey and said, Miss Audrey Hall, are you willing for this gentleman beside you to become your future husband and enter into a betrothal with you? Are you willing, for the rest of your long life, whether in poverty or wealth, whether in sickness or health, to love him, respect him, accompany him, and care for him, until the end of your days? Audrey, though her face was flushed, no longer avoided his gaze. Looking at the Evernight goddess's holy emblem, she nodded solemnly. I do. The smile on Aaron's face overflowed once more. He and Audrey exchanged a smile, tightening their grasp on each other's hands. Smiling and nodding, Anthony turned to Aaron. Mr. Aaronwell, are you willing for this lady beside you to become your future wife and enter into a betrothal with you? Are you willing, for the rest of your long life, whether in poverty or wealth, whether in sickness or health, to love her, respect her, accompany her, and care for her, until the end of your days? Aaron nodded without the slightest hesitation. I do. As his voice fell, the Evernight holy emblem, with its deep black background and brilliant stars, grew brighter, transforming into two rings, each inlaid with specks of starlight, like the night sky. Watching the two rings appear and fall into Aaron's and Audrey's hands respectively, Anthony chanted softly. Praise the goddess. After completing the prayer with the archbishop, Aaron put on the ring. He gently lifted Audrey, who was wearing the pure white gown, and spoke with affection. From today onwards, you are my fiancée. Give me some time, and I will hold the grandest wedding for you. Audrey buried her face in Aaron's chest, softly hummed, and hugged him tightly, remembering this moment. After the engagement ceremony, Aaron personally saw off Archbishop Anthony, who had specially traveled from Backland, and then took Audrey to a villa. In the tidy living room, there was an ancient, cracked bronze mirror. Aaron looked at Audrey, who was nestled beside him with some surprise, pointed at the bronze mirror, and said with a smile, This is also your birthday gift. I spent a lot of effort to find it. It's a treasure of the ancient Solomon Empire's Black Emperor. It can also be considered a Beander item. Aaron's lips curved upwards as he watched Audrey pick up the bronze mirror, her expression quickly showing interest. To prevent any accidents, this was an item he had asked Rhodes the magic mirror to find, that bronze mirror imbued with the aura of Saphira Castle. 1349 June 27, Wednesday, Welch's Manor. Two gentlemen were sifting through documents, and a lady was writing something on paper. In front of them was a black notebook. Its cover, made entirely of dark black hard paper, exuded an ancient and distant aura, showing no signs of softening or decay. Klein, his eyes bloodshot, paused slightly in his search for documents. A hoarse voice came from his dry mouth. Welch, I heard a sentence. Welch, tall and with equally bloodshot eyes, gasped for breath and did not respond, but his frantic search for documents intensified. Naya, who had been writing madly beside him, suddenly let out a chilling laugh. The white paper was stained red with her blood, and the dense words on the paper were all repeating one sentence. Everyone will die, including me. A chilling aura enveloped the entire room. A crisp sound of something heavy hitting the floor startled Klein, who was caught in a certain atmosphere. He looked in the direction of the sound. In midair, above the black, velvet curtain, a crimson full moon hung high, shining serenely. The scarlet moonlight illuminated the ground, revealing a brass-colored revolver. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.